1. Aries and Leo, the fire royalty match. Aries and Leo are one of the strongest and most magnetic fire sign pairings in the zodiac. Both are fire signs. Both value passion, both value vitality. Both want a relationship that feels alive. Both respond strongly to confidence, presence, and visible energy. But they express fire differently. Aries is cardinal fire. Aries ignites, Leo is fixed fire. Leo radiates and sustains. Aries begins, Leo maintains. Aries pursues, Leo receives and amplifies. This can create a relationship that feels both thrilling and powerful. Real-life story energy example. Imagine an Aries woman who has grown tired of lukewarm connection. People like her at first because she is alive, direct, magnetic, and hard to ignore. But too often they become intimidated by her force or try to dull her down once the relationship becomes real. Then she meets a Leo man. He does not shrink. He does not seem afraid of intensity. He has his own center, his own pride, his own warmth, his own visible life force. She feels something she respects immediately: strength. Now imagine Leo in that same bond. Leo has often wanted to be adored not only for appearance, but for heart, to be seen as powerful, warm, generous, and worthy of great love. Then Aries arrives. Aries is not subtle in attraction. Aries pursues with confidence. Leo feels wanted in a way that is invigorating rather than vague. That is deeply attractive to Leo. Emotional compatibility. This match works because both signs love with visible energy. There is often little emotional ambiguity in the beginning. The attraction is strong. The chemistry is strong. The admiration can be strong. Aries often appreciates that Leo has a steady center. Leo often appreciates that Aries brings direct desire and momentum. Aries helps Leo feel pursued and activated. Leo helps Aries feel admired and warmly received. Both signs also have pride, which can actually support loyalty when healthy. They often want to be proud of the relationship, proud of the partner, proud of the way love is being lived. This can become a very strong bond when both people are mature enough to celebrate each other rather than compete. Sexual chemistry. Very high. Aries brings heat, chase, immediacy, and raw desire. Leo brings warmth, charisma, generosity, and confident magnetism. This often creates a very passionate and expressive physical connection. Shadow work. The challenge here is ego and power struggle. Both signs can be strong-willed. Both can want to lead. Both can react strongly if they feel unappreciated or disrespected. Aries may become impatient or sharp. Leo may become proud, offended, or dramatic if hurt. If they are not careful, conflict becomes a competition of who gets to dominate the emotional scene. That will damage the bond. So the shadow lesson here is mutual admiration without rivalry. Aries has to learn that not every disagreement is a challenge to identity. Leo has to learn that asking for appreciation directly is healthier than retreating into wounded pride. Both need to remember that they are strongest together when they celebrate each other instead of battling for the throne. When they do that, this becomes one of Aries' most powerful and exciting matches. Long-term potential. Very high. For Aries, Leo can feel like a partner who keeps the fire alive without dimming selfhood. 2. Aries and Sagittarius, the wild freedom match. Aries and Sagittarius are another fire sign pair, but the emotional texture is different from Aries and Leo. Where Leo brings warmth, devotion, and sustained presence, Sagittarius brings freedom, exploration, humor, and expansion. Aries is cardinal fire. Sagittarius is mutable fire. Aries pushes forward. Sagittarius opens horizons. Aries wants action. Sagittarius wants meaning, possibility, and movement across a larger landscape. This often creates a relationship that feels exhilarating. Real-life story energy example. Imagine an Aries man who has been in relationships where his energy felt too much, too direct, too spontaneous, too alive. People loved the spark at first and then slowly tried to manage it. Then he meets a Sagittarius woman. She laughs instead of shrinking. She says yes instead of hesitating. She does not seem threatened by his fire. She adds to it. He feels more alive around her, not less. Now imagine Sagittarius in that bond. Sagittarius has often felt hemmed in by partners who wanted certainty more than truth, comfort more than growth, routine more than possibility. Then Aries arrives, bold, alive, direct, willing to move. Sagittarius feels momentum instead of stagnation. That can be deeply exciting. Emotional compatibility. This match works because both signs value aliveness. Neither usually wants to live inside emotional dead air. Neither wants to feel trapped by excessive heaviness or manipulation. There is often a shared love of adventure, motion, humor, and directness. Aries helps Sagittarius choose and act. Sagittarius helps Aries broaden perspective and avoid unnecessary tunnel vision. Aries gives passion and initiative. Sagittarius gives optimism and larger meaning. This can become a relationship where both feel energized by the other. Sexual chemistry, very high. Aries brings direct desire, urgency, and chase. Sagittarius brings spontaneity, experimentation, play, and enthusiasm. The physical relationship can stay exciting because both signs feed movement. Shadow work. The challenge here is consistency and emotional pacing. Both signs love freedom. Both may resist emotional claustrophobia, but freedom without grounding can become instability. Aries may want more immediate reassurance than Sagittarius naturally gives in certain moments. Sagittarius may need more room than Aries is comfortable with if Aries feels unsure. Aries may confront quickly. Sagittarius may joke, deflect, or move away from heavier emotional moments. So the shadow lesson here is freedom with accountability. Sagittarius has to learn that space is healthiest when it remains emotionally honest. Aries has to learn that not every need for space means the bond is threatened. Both need to consciously create enough reliability that excitement does not become chaos. When they do that, this becomes one of Aries' happiest and most energizing matches. Long-term potential. Very high when both are emotionally mature. For Aries, Sagittarius can feel like a love that expands life instead of shrinking it. 3. Aries and Gemini. The spark and play match. Aries and Gemini create one of the most lively and mentally stimulating pairings in the zodiac. Aries is fire. Gemini is air. Air feeds fire. Aries is instinct and action. Gemini is curiosity and movement of mind. Aries says let's go. Gemini says where, why, what else, and what happens next. This often creates immediate chemistry. Real-life story energy example. Imagine an Aries woman who has spent years feeling like she always has to carry the whole spark of a relationship. She brings the enthusiasm, the desire, the confidence, the momentum. But too many partners become emotionally passive or overly cautious. Then she meets a Gemini man. He is witty, responsive, interesting, quick. There is banter, play, mental spark. She feels mentally activated in a way that matches her physical and emotional energy. Now imagine Gemini in that connection. Gemini has often enjoyed connection but gotten bored when the emotional field goes stale. Then Aries arrives. Aries is not stale. Aries is alive, direct, hot, clear in desire. Gemini feels interested immediately. That is strong medicine for Gemini. Emotional compatibility. This match works because both signs keep each other awake. Aries gives Gemini momentum, decisiveness, and emotional heat. Gemini gives Aries curiosity, verbal connection, playfulness, and perspective. Aries can help Gemini stop circling and move. Gemini can help Aries think more flexibly and communicate more dynamically. This often becomes a relationship full of conversation, flirtation, movement, and mutual stimulation. For Aries, this is important because boredom is one of the fastest killers of desire. Sexual chemistry, strong. Aries brings fire, initiative, and direct attraction. Gemini brings teasing, variety, verbal chemistry, and responsiveness. This can create a very lively and playful physical connection. Shadow work. The challenge here is consistency and emotional depth. Gemini can be changeable. Aries can be reactive. Gemini may process through talk or even humor when something is painful. Aries may want clearer emotional presence. If Gemini becomes too scattered or emotionally elusive, Aries may feel frustrated or disrespected. If Aries becomes too controlling or too intense too fast, Gemini may pull away. So the shadow lesson here is focused presence. Gemini has to learn that Aries needs honesty that lands clearly. Aries has to learn that mental processing is not always emotional avoidance, though sometimes it can become that. Both need to build enough emotional sincerity beneath the spark so the relationship does not stay only exciting without becoming truly anchored. When they do the work, this becomes one of Aries' most enjoyable and mentally alive matches. Long-term potential. High. For Aries, Gemini can feel like a relationship that keeps the fire fed through curiosity and play. 4. Aries and Aquarius. The independent rebel match. Aries and Aquarius create a pairing that often feels intriguing, exciting, unconventional, and deeply stimulating. Aries is cardinal fire. Aquarius is fixed air. Aries brings instinct, courage, and directness. Aquarius brings originality, perspective, individuality, and cool intensity. This can create an immediate sense of fascination. Real-life story energy example. Imagine an Aries man who is used to people reacting to him in predictable ways, either being intimidated, or trying to control him, or being seduced by the fire but unable to match the deeper vitality behind it. Then he meets an Aquarius woman. She does not react in predictable ways. She is self-contained, interesting, independent, difficult to read but not in a manipulative way. He feels challenged, and Aries often likes challenge when it feels authentic. Now imagine Aquarius in that same bond. Aquarius has often felt pressured by partners who want too much emotional conformity, too much control, too much convention. Then Aries arrives, alive, direct, honest, strong, not passive. Aquarius feels the charge immediately. This can create a powerful bond, emotional compatibility. This match works because both value selfhood. Aries wants to remain fully themselves in love. Aquarius wants the same. Neither usually thrives under emotional ownership. That creates relief. Aries can help Aquarius come down from excessive mental distance into passion and action. Aquarius can help Aries widen perspective and become less reactive. Aries brings heat. Aquarius brings space and originality. This can feel very refreshing for both. Sexual chemistry, strong and often electric. Aries brings direct physical fire. Aquarius brings unpredictability, experimentation, and unusual magnetism. This can create a connection that feels exciting and not easily bored. Shadow work. The challenge here is emotional style. Aries wants honesty and engagement now. Aquarius may need space and may process more slowly or more mentally. If Aquarius becomes too detached, Aries may feel unimportant. If Aries becomes too forceful or demanding, Aquarius may withdraw. Another challenge is stubbornness. Aries pushes, Aquarius resists. If conflict becomes about who gets to define reality, the relationship can get stuck. So the shadow lesson here is freedom with responsiveness. Aquarius has to learn that emotional warmth is not the same as losing selfhood. Aries has to learn that not every need for space is abandonment or disrespect. Both need to build trust around difference rather than trying to win through force or distance. When they do that, this becomes one of Aries' most exciting and growth-oriented matches. Long-term potential. High. For Aries, Aquarius can feel like a partner who keeps love interesting, independent, and alive. 5. Aries and Libra. The opposite sign polarity match. Aries and Libra sit opposite each other on the zodiac wheel. This is one of the most magnetic pairings in astrology because each sign carries what the other lacks. Aries is self. Libra is partnership. Aries is directness. Libra is diplomacy. Aries is instinct. Libra is reflection. Aries says, I want. Libra says, how does this affect us? This can create enormous attraction and enormous growth. Real life story energy example. Imagine an Aries woman who has always moved quickly through life. She knows what she wants. She takes action. She is used to figuring things out by doing. Then she meets a Libra man. He slows her down, but not in a deadening way, in a balancing way. He makes her consider things she might normally rush past. How a choice feels in the relational field. How another person is receiving her energy. How tone matters. How beauty matters. She feels challenged in a way that actually broadens her. Now imagine Libra in that bond. Libra has often spent too much time weighing, considering, balancing, and making sure the atmosphere remains pleasant. Then Aries arrives, clear, immediate, alive, willing to choose, willing to take risk. Libra feels activated. Aries becomes medicine for Libra's hesitation. Emotional compatibility. This match works because each person teaches the other something essential. Aries teaches Libra selfhood, courage, and decisiveness. Libra teaches Aries patience, fairness, and the art of relational intelligence. Aries can help Libra stop over-delaying truth. Libra can help Aries stop treating every challenge like a battle. This can become a very dynamic and growth-filled relationship. Sexual chemistry. Very strong. Opposite signs often create powerful polarity. Aries brings chase, heat, and direct desire. Libra brings allure, responsiveness, charm, and sensual play. The chemistry can feel magnetic and hard to ignore. Shadow work. The challenge here is conflict style. Aries confronts. Libra may delay. Aries wants truth fast. Libra wants grace and balance. Aries may feel Libra is avoiding. Libra may feel Aries is too harsh. This can create a painful loop. Aries pushes harder to get clarity. Libra withdraws further into diplomacy or silence. Then Aries feels more frustrated, and Libra feels more overwhelmed. The shadow lesson here is integration. Aries has to learn that timing and tone matter. Libra has to learn that peace built on avoidance is not real peace. Both need to understand that their differences are not accidents. They are the medicine. When they do the work, this becomes one of Aries' most transformative and karmic matches. Long-term potential. High, though it requires maturity. For Aries, Libra can feel like the relationship that teaches how to love without losing fire, and how to relate without losing self. Now let's step back and look at the deeper pattern. Why do Leo, Sagittarius, Gemini, Aquarius, and Libra tend to work so well for Aries? Because each one offers Aries some form of what Aries needs most. Leo offers warmth, admiration, and equal fire. Sagittarius offers freedom, joy, and expansion. Gemini offers play, curiosity, and mental spark. Aquarius offers individuality, originality, and space. Libra offers polarity, balance, and the lesson of partnership. Each one touches a different part of Aries' heart. Leo meets Aries' need to feel admired and matched in strength. Sagittarius meets Aries' need to feel alive and unconfined. Gemini meets Aries' need to feel mentally stimulated and entertained. Aquarius meets Aries' need to stay fully themselves. Libra meets Aries' need to grow beyond instinct into conscious relationship. And this matters because Aries does not only need attraction. Aries needs respect, movement, aliveness, challenge without control, passion without emotional deadness. A relationship that does not smother instinct, but helps it become wiser. The best matches for Aries do not fear the fire. They know how to feed it, shape it, balance it, or mirror it in ways that create real love. Why Aries sometimes chooses the wrong people. Now we need to talk honestly about something deeper. Aries does not only choose from compatibility. Aries often chooses from chemistry and momentum. Who awakens desire, who sparks the nervous system, who feels exciting, who creates immediate movement, who makes Aries feel alive. And that can become painful. Because excitement is not always intimacy. Pursuit is not always partnership. Winning someone is not always the same as loving them well. Aries can sometimes become addicted to the chase, especially if earlier experiences taught Aries that uncertainty, challenge, and the need to prove oneself are part of love. In those cases, Aries may feel drawn to people who are inconsistent, hard to pin down, emotionally unavailable, or just challenging enough to make the pursuit feel meaningful. But often, what is actually happening is activation, not compatibility. Aries may think, if I can win this, then it means something. If I can get this person to choose me clearly, then I am important enough. This can be a very painful pattern, because Aries may pour enormous energy into relationships that are built on friction rather than mutuality. Another Aries pattern is leaving too quickly when the intensity changes. Aries can feel so strongly in the beginning that once the initial rush shifts, they may fear the love itself is fading. But not all calm is deadness. Not all slower energy is boredom. Sometimes the relationship is simply moving into a deeper phase that requires different forms of courage. Aries' healing lesson is learning the difference between chemistry and compatibility, between pursuit and mutual devotion, between instinct and wisdom, between passion that burns out and passion that becomes sustainable. How to know someone is a true match for Aries. A true match for Aries will not play with your fire. They will not provoke your desire while offering no real stability. They will not punish your directness. They will not try to control you into becoming more manageable. They will not treat your passion like a problem. They will not make you feel foolish for loving boldly. A true match for Aries will feel alive, not chaotic. Alive. You will feel wanted, respected, met, energized. You will feel that there is movement in the bond, but not manipulation. You will feel that you can be direct without being shamed. You will feel that your strength is not threatening to them. And you will also feel something very important. You will feel that you do not have to chase constantly to keep the bond alive. This matters profoundly to Aries, because the right relationship for Aries does not only awaken pursuit, it creates mutual fire. The deeper soul lesson of Aries in love. Aries' deeper soul lesson in love is this: to learn that intimacy is not the same as losing freedom. Aries often begins life believing, consciously or unconsciously, that the more they love, the more risk there is of losing movement, power, selfhood, or control over their own life. But the deeper lesson is that the right love does not erase the self. It gives the self somewhere meaningful to meet another without disappearing. Aries is here to learn passion without destruction, courage without defensiveness, directness without unnecessary wounding, freedom without emotional flight, devotion without feeling trapped, power without turning love into competition. And that is why the best matches for Aries are not simply the people who excite the chase. They are the people who help Aries feel alive enough to stay and safe enough not to battle everything. Leo teaches Aries warmth and mutual admiration. Sagittarius teaches Aries freedom with joy. Gemini teaches Aries curiosity and play. Aquarius teaches Aries individuality with space. Libra teaches Aries partnership and relational balance. Each one offers a different medicine. If you are loving an Aries, understand this. Aries often feels more than they pause to explain. Aries may react quickly, but underneath that quickness, there is often a very sincere heart. Do not play passive games with Aries. Do not hide the truth under manipulation. Do not slowly drain the energy out of the bond and expect Aries not to feel it. Be direct, be alive, be honest, be strong enough to stand in your own truth. And most importantly, understand that Aries often needs both freedom and reassurance, not reassurance in a controlling way, but reassurance that the bond is real, alive, and mutual. If you want Aries to stay soft with you, make your love a place where respect and passion can coexist. If you are an Aries, remember this. You do not have to chase every spark. You do not have to prove your worth by winning unavailable people. You do not have to leave the moment intensity changes. You do not have to confuse emotional calm with emotional death. You do not have to fight for every form of intimacy. You are allowed to want passion and peace. You are allowed to want movement and trust. You are allowed to want someone who meets your fire without punishing you for having it. You are allowed to want a love that feels alive without feeling like war. The right relationship for you will not try to cage your spirit. It will help your spirit trust that staying can still feel free. And when Aries feels safe enough to love without constant defense, the love you give is one of the most passionate, loyal, and life-giving forces in the zodiac. So Aries, your top 5 zodiac matches are Leo, Sagittarius, Gemini, Aquarius, and Libra. Leo meets you with warmth, admiration, and powerful equal fire. Sagittarius meets you with freedom, joy, and expansive movement. Gemini meets you with wit, spark, and lively mental chemistry. Aquarius meets you with individuality, originality, and space to remain yourself. Libra meets you with polarity, beauty, and the deeper lesson of partnership. Each one touches a different part of your nature. Each one offers a different kind of compatibility. Each one reveals something essential about what Aries truly needs in love. But the deepest truth is this: your best match is not simply the one who ignites your desire. It is the one who makes your heart feel alive without making your spirit feel trapped. Because that is what Aries love truly needs. Not only chemistry, not only pursuit, not only passion, not only heat. Aries needs respect, movement, truth, mutual fire. A bond that feels alive enough to matter and strong enough to hold the heart without trying to dominate it. The right person will not make you feel foolish for loving boldly. They will understand that your fire is sacred, your directness is sacred, your courage is sacred, your heart is sacred. And your love, when fully given in the right place, can awaken life in extraordinary ways. 1. Taurus and Virgo, the grounded soulmate connection. Taurus and Virgo are both earth signs, and because of that, they often understand each other in ways that do not require performance. This is not usually the loudest love story in the zodiac. It is not explosive at first glance. It is not chaotic. It is not built on emotional whiplash. It is not the type of connection that constantly needs proving. It is often quiet in the beginning, respectful, measured, observant. And that is exactly why it can become so deep. Virgo notices things. Taurus remembers things. Virgo studies people. Taurus feels people slowly. Virgo wants to be useful. Taurus wants to be dependable. Both signs take love seriously, even if they express it differently. Virgo is mutable earth. Taurus is fixed earth. That means Virgo adapts more. Taurus stabilizes more. Virgo brings refinement. Taurus brings solidity. Virgo can sometimes live in the mind, in analysis, in concern, in subtle self-pressure. Taurus can sometimes live in the familiar, in the physical world, in resistance to disruption. Together, if healthy, they create a beautiful balancing force. Taurus teaches Virgo how to relax. Virgo teaches Taurus how to improve without panic. Taurus teaches Virgo that they do not have to earn love by perfecting everything. Virgo teaches Taurus that growth does not equal danger. Real-life story energy example. Imagine a Taurus woman who has spent years feeling emotionally drained by people who were unreliable, people who made big promises, people who loved intensely for a month and disappeared in the second month, people who called her boring when what she really was sincere. She meets a Virgo man. He does not overwhelm her. He does not flood her with dramatic declarations right away. He pays attention. He remembers the tea she likes. He notices when she is tired before she says it. He asks practical questions. He follows through. He texts when he says he will. He arrives when he says he will. He shows care through details. And for a while, Taurus almost does not trust how calm it feels. Because so many people have taught her that chemistry must come with chaos. But Virgo shows her something different. That being deeply seen can feel quiet. That devotion can feel orderly. That love can build trust in inches and still become huge. Now imagine Virgo in that same connection. Virgo has spent years feeling that they must be useful to deserve love. That their value lies in how much they fix, organize, improve, anticipate. And Taurus loves them without requiring performance. Taurus enjoys their presence. Taurus listens. Taurus gives them space to exhale. Taurus creates a world where Virgo does not have to be constantly vigilant. That is the medicine in this pairing. Emotional compatibility. This match works because both signs appreciate emotional sincerity over performance. Neither sign wants to be emotionally manipulated. Neither sign enjoys unnecessary games. Neither sign thrives in frantic unpredictability. Virgo may initially seem more mentally oriented than emotionally expressive, but Virgo's love often comes through devotion, service, and attentiveness. Taurus recognizes that language. Taurus may initially seem more slow-moving or reserved than expressive, but Taurus's love comes through consistency, affection, and reliability. Virgo recognizes that too. This is a relationship where trust is often built through 100 little moments. Not just grand gestures, not just passion, but repeated proof. Repeated proof is sacred to Taurus, and Virgo is one of the signs most willing to offer it. Sexual chemistry. This pairing can be deeply sensual, though often underestimated by outsiders. Taurus brings earthy passion, embodied desire, patience, physical presence, a longing to merge through the senses. Virgo brings attentiveness, precision, receptivity. a desire to please through genuine care. Together, the intimacy can become deeply healing. Taurus helps Virgo get out of the mind and into the body. Virgo helps Taurus feel emotionally attended to in subtle, meaningful ways. Shadow work. The challenge here is criticism and stubbornness. Virgo, especially when anxious, can focus on what is not working. Virgo can want to improve, refine, fix, adjust. And if Taurus feels too much correction, Taurus can harden. Taurus may hear "you are not enough," even when Virgo means "I am trying to help." Then Taurus becomes resistant, quiet, unmovable, closed. And Virgo becomes more anxious because now they feel shut out. So the shadow lesson here is translation. Virgo has to learn to soften delivery, to understand that not every imperfection must be addressed immediately, to see that peace is not neglect. Taurus has to learn not to take all feedback as rejection, to understand that change is not always attack, to stay emotionally available when discomfort arises. When both do this work, this pairing can become one of the safest and strongest in the zodiac. Long-term potential. Very high. This is one of the pairings most capable of building a lasting life together. Not because it is flashy, but because it is durable. And durability matters to Taurus, too, Taurus and Capricorn. The power of building something real. Taurus and Capricorn are another earth match, but the energy here feels different from Taurus and Virgo. Virgo feels like care, detail, helpfulness, emotional intelligence through observation. Capricorn feels like structure, ambition, endurance, and long-range commitment. Taurus and Capricorn often create a connection that feels serious very quickly, even when it starts slowly. Because both signs understand responsibility. Both understand the value of time. Both understand what it means to invest. Both understand that love is not just a feeling, it is something you maintain. Taurus is fixed earth. Capricorn is cardinal earth. Taurus stabilizes. Capricorn initiates. Taurus sustains. Capricorn builds upward. Together, they can become a formidable pair. Real-life story energy example. Imagine a Taurus man who has always wanted a peaceful life, not a flashy life, a solid life, a home that feels beautiful, a relationship that feels reliable, a future that feels safe, enough softness to breathe, enough stability to rest. He meets a Capricorn woman. She is composed, focused, not emotionally loud, not easily impressed, but deeply competent. He admires her. Because Taurus respects substance, Capricorn is not just talking about a future, she is planning it, working for it, structuring it. And Capricorn is drawn to Taurus because Taurus feels like something real. Taurus is not performative. Taurus is not all fantasy and no backbone. Taurus feels rooted. So what begins between them is often a deep respect. He helps her soften. She helps him aim higher. She shows him that ambition does not have to mean emotional coldness. He shows her that softness does not have to mean weakness. And slowly, they begin to build. Not just a romance, a whole life architecture, emotional compatibility. Some people assume this pairing may be emotionally too reserved, but that is only true when both people are deeply defended. In a healthy version, Taurus and Capricorn actually understand each other's emotional language better than many other signs. Neither sign likes emotional chaos. Neither sign trusts people too quickly. Neither sign responds well to instability. Neither sign wants to be rushed into vulnerability. That means there is mutual patience here. Capricorn may take time to reveal tenderness. Taurus usually has the patience for that. Taurus may need reassurance through actions more than words. Capricorn often offers exactly that. This is a relationship where love may not always be loud, but it is often incredibly dependable. And for Taurus, dependable love can be more powerful than dramatic love. Sexual chemistry. The chemistry here is often slow-burning but intense. Capricorn can have a reserved exterior and a deeply passionate inner world. Taurus has a sensual exterior and an equally deep inner hunger for closeness. Taurus helps Capricorn relax into pleasure. Capricorn helps Taurus feel chosen in serious, deliberate ways. The intimacy can deepen over time rather than fade. That is important, because Taurus trusts what lasts. Shadow work. The challenge here is emotional rigidity. Both signs can become closed when hurt. Both signs can become overly self-protective. Both signs may try to manage vulnerability by controlling the environment. Capricorn may retreat into work, goals, or emotional containment. Taurus may retreat into stubbornness, silence, or passive resistance. If neither person speaks first, distance grows. So the shadow lesson is learning emotional softness. Capricorn has to learn that love cannot thrive on competence alone. Taurus has to learn that comfort cannot replace communication. Sometimes Taurus and Capricorn can become so focused on building a life that they neglect feeding the emotional center of the relationship. Bills get paid, goals get met, everything looks stable from the outside. But tenderness gets delayed. That is the danger. So the healing here is remembering that love is not just maintenance, it is nourishment. Long-term potential, extremely high. This is one of the strongest long-term pairings in astrology when both partners are emotionally aware. They can build wealth together, a home together, a family together, a legacy together. And Taurus deeply respects relationships that are built on something real. 3. Taurus and Cancer. The love that feels like home. Now we shift from earth to water. And this is where Taurus often feels something very special. Cancer is ruled by the moon. Cancer is emotional, intuitive, protective, nurturing, memory-based, and deeply relational. Taurus is Venus-ruled. Taurus is sensual, steady, physically affectionate, and security-oriented. When these two come together in a healthy way, the relationship can feel like exhaling. Cancer brings emotional warmth. Taurus brings emotional stability. Cancer feels. Taurus holds. Cancer nurtures. Taurus protects. This is one of the pairings most capable of creating a home-like bond, not just romance, not just attraction. Home. Real-life story energy example. Imagine a Taurus woman who has learned over time not to trust emotional drama. She's been in relationships where feelings were used as weapons, where every conversation became a crisis, where stability was impossible. Then she meets a Cancer man. He is gentle. He asks real questions. He notices her moods. He remembers things she told him. He wants to know what makes her feel safe. At first, she may be cautious, because Cancer is emotional, and Taurus can sometimes fear being pulled into mess. But then she notices something. His emotions are not chaos, they are sincerity. He is not performing vulnerability. He is living it. And he does not just want to be cared for, he wants to care for her too. So Taurus starts to soften. She cooks for him. He remembers how she takes her coffee. She rubs his shoulders when he is tired. He checks in when he senses something is off. They create rituals. They create small traditions. They create an emotional ecosystem. And that is where the bond deepens. Cancer feels cherished. Taurus feels needed in the right way. Cancer feels safe to be vulnerable. Taurus feels safe to stay. Emotional compatibility. This pairing works beautifully because each one gives the other something essential. Cancer gives Taurus emotional depth and softness. Taurus gives Cancer grounding and reliability. Cancer often needs reassurance that love is emotionally alive. Taurus often needs reassurance that love is stable and enduring. Together, they can provide both. Taurus teaches Cancer that love does not have to be dramatic to be real. Cancer teaches Taurus that emotional expression does not have to threaten peace. This relationship often feels nurturing, not weak, nurturing. There is a difference. It is a kind of strength built on care. Sexual chemistry. This can be deeply intimate, not just physical passion, emotional intimacy through touch. Cancer brings tenderness and emotional receptivity. Taurus brings sensuality and patience. The physical bond can become a place where both feel deeply met. Cancer feels emotionally held. Taurus feels physically connected in a meaningful way. Shadow work. The main challenge here is emotional sensitivity versus emotional stubbornness. Cancer can feel hurt quickly, especially if Taurus becomes too blunt or emotionally distant. Taurus can feel overwhelmed if Cancer becomes too moody, indirect, or emotionally reactive. Cancer may want to talk about feelings immediately. Taurus may want time to process. Cancer may interpret silence as rejection. Taurus may interpret emotional intensity as pressure. So the shadow lesson is pacing. Cancer has to learn not to flood the moment with emotional assumptions. Taurus has to learn that shutting down creates insecurity. When they learn this, they become much stronger. Cancer also helps Taurus face buried feelings. That can be healing, but it can also be uncomfortable. Taurus does not always love being emotionally pulled beneath the surface. But Cancer gently teaches Taurus that vulnerability can deepen peace rather than destroy it. Long-term potential. Very high. This is one of the sweetest and most emotionally fulfilling matches for Taurus when both are mature. It is especially strong for people who value family, home life, tenderness, and long-term devotion. 4. Taurus and Pisces. The dreamer and the anchor. Taurus and Pisces create a different kind of connection. It is softer, more romantic, more ethereal. Pisces is mutable water, ruled by Neptune traditionally and Jupiter in older systems. Pisces is imaginative, empathic, emotionally porous, spiritual, dreamy, and deeply intuitive. Taurus is earthy, sensual, grounded, and rooted in reality. When these two come together, Taurus often feels enchanted by Pisces, and Pisces often feels protected by Taurus. Taurus gives Pisces form. Pisces gives Taurus transcendence. Taurus says, "Here is the ground." Pisces says, "Here is the magic." Real-life story energy example. Imagine a Pisces woman who has lived much of her life feeling too much, too emotional, too idealistic, too sensitive, too dreamy, too affected by the world. People have told her to be more practical, more realistic, less soft. Then she meets a Taurus man, and for the first time, someone does not shame her sensitivity. He grounds it. He listens to her ideas. He smiles at her imagination. He makes dinner while she talks about a dream she had the night before. He does not force her to become less mystical. He gives her a safe place to be mystical. And she gives him something too. She reopens parts of him he forgot. The artistic part. The yearning part. The part that still believes in soul-level love. The part that wants beauty not just as decoration, but as spiritual experience. He feels calmer with her. She feels safer with him. That is the spell of Taurus and Pisces, emotional compatibility. This relationship often works because Taurus provides what Pisces desperately needs, steadiness. Pisces can become overwhelmed by life, by emotion, by environments, by the pain of others, by their own deep inner tides. Taurus gives Pisces something solid to lean on. Not domination, not control, stability. And Pisces gives Taurus emotional softness and imagination. Pisces helps Taurus remember that not everything meaningful can be measured, that there are realities beyond routine, that tenderness can be sacred, that love can be mystical and still real. This pairing can feel incredibly romantic. Not in a performative way, in a soul-soothing way. Sexual chemistry. Very strong when trust is present. Taurus brings physical depth. Pisces brings emotional and spiritual fluidity. This can become one of the most tender and enveloping intimate pairings in the zodiac. Taurus helps Pisces feel safe in the body. Pisces helps Taurus feel more emotionally and spiritually open. Shadow work. The challenge here is reality versus fantasy. Pisces can drift. Pisces can avoid hard truths. Pisces can sometimes hope something will heal on its own rather than address it directly. Taurus may become frustrated by that. Because Taurus wants what is real, clear, actionable, trustworthy. At the same time, Taurus can become too rigid, too skeptical, too anchored in what is practical. And Pisces may begin to feel unseen in their emotional depth. So the shadow lesson is mutual translation. Pisces has to learn consistency. To understand that love is not just feeling deeply, it is showing up clearly. Taurus has to learn receptivity. To understand that not every truth arrives in practical language. Some truths arrive in intuition, symbolism, softness, and silence. When they honor each other's languages, this pairing can feel deeply healing. Long-term potential. High, especially when both people are mature and honest. This is a beautiful match for Taurus, if Taurus wants both peace and romance, both grounded love and emotional magic. 5. Taurus and Scorpio, the magnetic opposite. This is one of the most intense pairings Taurus can experience. Taurus and Scorpio sit opposite each other on the zodiac wheel. And opposite sign relationships are not casual. They are often magnetic, karmic feeling, transformative, challenging, powerful. Taurus is fixed earth. Scorpio is fixed water. Both are loyal, both are intense, both are private, both are attachment-oriented, both take trust very seriously. Both can struggle to let go. Both feel deeply, though Taurus may hide it beneath calm, and Scorpio may hide it beneath control. When Taurus and Scorpio meet, the attraction can be immediate and profound, because each one carries what the other lacks. Taurus brings steadiness, softness, physical presence, and grounded love. Scorpio brings emotional depth, psychological intensity, and transformative force. Real-life story energy example. Imagine a Taurus man who is always presented as calm, composed, stable. He does not reveal much quickly. He does not trust easily. He likes peace. He likes predictability. He likes to know what something is before he gives himself to it. Then he meets a Scorpio woman, and suddenly he feels seen in a way that is unsettling. She notices his silences. She notices what he avoids. She notices the emotions he tucks underneath the calm. She is not fooled by appearances. And he finds that both terrifying and irresistible. Meanwhile, Scorpio has spent years feeling that most people cannot hold her depth. They want her mystery but not her truth. They like the intensity until the intensity becomes real. But Taurus does not run immediately. Taurus stays, looks back, feels, absorbs, and Scorpio senses that this person may actually have the strength to stay present with something deeper. So the bond begins, and once it begins, it can become extraordinary. Emotional compatibility. This pairing works because both signs crave commitment and both value trust. Neither wants shallow love. Neither wants casual betrayal. Neither wants a partner who treats the connection lightly. Taurus offers Scorpio grounding. Scorpio offers Taurus emotional penetration. Taurus teaches Scorpio that love can be stable without being superficial. Scorpio teaches Taurus that peace without emotional honesty can become emotional numbness. Together, they can help each other grow. But this is not always an easy match. It is often a powerful one. Sexual chemistry. Extremely high. This is one of the most sexually magnetic pairings in astrology. Taurus brings sensual endurance, embodied presence, and physical devotion. Scorpio brings intensity, depth, emotional fusion, and psychological seduction. The chemistry here is often undeniable. Shadow work. The challenges here are power, control, and emotional defensiveness. Both are fixed signs. That means both can dig in. Both can become stubborn. Both can hold on to hurt. Both can become possessive if insecure. Both can test trust in unhealthy ways if they are not healed. Scorpio may probe, test, or withhold as a form of self-protection. Taurus may resist, shut down, or become immovable as a form of self-protection. Then the relationship becomes a standoff. Who softens first? Who apologizes first? Who trusts first? Who yields first? This is where the relationship either evolves or becomes toxic. So the shadow lesson here is surrender, not surrender of self. Surrender of control. Scorpio has to learn that love cannot grow where constant testing lives. Taurus has to learn that avoidance does not protect intimacy. It starves it. When both people become emotionally honest, this can be one of the most transformative relationships of their lives. Long-term potential. High, but only with emotional maturity. This is not the easiest top match for Taurus, but it is one of the most profound. For some Taurus souls, Scorpio becomes the relationship that changes them forever. Now let's zoom out. Why do these 5 tend to work so well for Taurus? Because all 5 offer Taurus some form of what Taurus needs most. Virgo offers steadiness with thoughtfulness. Capricorn offers structure with loyalty. Cancer offers emotional safety with tenderness. Pisces offers romance with softness. Scorpio offers intensity with depth. Each one speaks to a different layer of Taurus. Virgo speaks to Taurus's need for consistency. Capricorn speaks to Taurus's need for permanence. Cancer speaks to Taurus's need for emotional shelter. Pisces speaks to Taurus's longing for beauty and tenderness. Scorpio speaks to Taurus's hunger for profound, all-in love. But compatibility is never just about sign matching. It is about maturity. An unevolved Virgo can become critical. An unevolved Capricorn can become emotionally cold. An unevolved Cancer can become overly reactive. An unevolved Pisces can become avoidant or unclear. An unevolved Scorpio can become controlling. And Taurus, unevolved, can become stubborn, emotionally shut down, possessive, resistant to change, and overly attached to what feels familiar. So compatibility is not destiny, it is potential. Potential becomes reality through emotional work. Why Taurus sometimes chooses the wrong people. Now we need to talk about something real. Taurus is often drawn to the idea of stability, but sometimes Taurus confuses familiarity with safety. This is a deep issue, because Taurus can endure discomfort for a long time if the discomfort is familiar. Taurus may remain in a relationship because the routine still exists, because the house still stands, because the person is still physically there, because leaving feels more destabilizing than staying. And that means Taurus can sometimes choose people who are not truly aligned, simply because the bond feels established. There is another pattern too. Taurus can be so hungry for dependable love that when someone initially seems stable, Taurus may project long-term safety too soon. Then when the emotional truth changes, Taurus struggles to update the picture. Taurus can say, but this is what we built, this is what we planned, this is what I invested in. And sometimes the grief for Taurus is not just losing the person, it is losing the structure around the person. That is why Taurus healing often involves learning to trust inner truth over outer routine. Learning that peace without reciprocity is not enough. Learning that a relationship being comfortable does not automatically mean it is alive. Learning that love should not require self-abandonment in order to preserve stability. How to know someone is a true match for Taurus. A true match for Taurus will feel like this. You do not have to guess where you stand. You do not have to beg for consistency. You do not have to shrink your needs to keep the peace. You do not have to become emotionally chaotic just to get their attention. You do not have to perform. You do not have to chase constantly. A true match for Taurus will be emotionally coherent. Their energy will make sense. Their actions will match their words. Their presence will help your nervous system soften rather than tense. Their love will feel like something you can lean into without fear of collapse. A true match for Taurus will also respect your pace. They will not shame you for taking time to trust. They will not punish you for being careful. They will not call your depth boring or your loyalty too much. They will understand that your slowness is sacred. That your heart opens like a gate, not a revolving door. That once you love with your whole being. The deeper soul lesson of Taurus in love. Taurus's deeper soul lesson in love is this: to learn the difference between security and attachment. Security is living truth. Attachment is clinging out of fear. Security nourishes. Attachment traps. Security says, this love supports my life. Attachment says, I do not know who I am without this. Taurus is here to learn devotion without self-erasure, stability without stagnation, loyalty without imprisonment, pleasure without avoidance, consistency without emotional deadness. And that is why the best matches for Taurus are not just the ones who feel good, they are the ones who help Taurus become more whole. Virgo helps Taurus refine. Capricorn helps Taurus build. Cancer helps Taurus soften. Pisces helps Taurus dream. Scorpio helps Taurus transform. Each one offers a doorway. If you are loving a Taurus, understand this. Taurus may not always say everything immediately. Taurus may not reveal their deepest emotions on day one. Taurus may take time. Taurus may seem composed even when feeling a lot. Do not mistake that for lack of depth. Taurus feels deeply. Taurus simply protects depth until trust has been earned. Be clear with Taurus. Be consistent with Taurus. Be affectionate with Taurus. Respect Taurus's pace. Do not play games with Taurus's sense of safety. And when Taurus gives you their heart, honor it. Because Taurus does not hand that kind of devotion to everyone. If you are a Taurus, remember this. You do not have to stay where you are no longer cherished just because you once were. You do not have to overvalue history at the expense of present truth. You do not have to confuse intensity with loyalty. You do not have to confuse comfort with compatibility. You are allowed to want both peace and passion, both tenderness and truth, both sensuality and commitment, both beauty and depth. And the right relationship for you will not ask you to choose between your nervous system and your heart. It will honor both. So Taurus, your top 5 zodiac matches are Virgo, Capricorn, Cancer, Pisces, and Scorpio. Virgo meets you with thoughtful devotion and grounded care. Capricorn meets you with structure, loyalty, and long-term vision. Cancer meets you with tenderness, emotional safety, and home-like love. Pisces meets you with softness, romance, and soulful connection. Scorpio meets you with intensity, transformation, and profound magnetic depth. Each one touches a different part of your heart. Each one reveals a different dimension of what love can mean for you. But the deepest truth is this. Your best match is not simply the sign that attracts you most. It is the sign and the person who helps you feel safe enough to open and alive enough to stay open. Because that is what Taurus love really needs. Not noise, not confusion, not endless uncertainty. It needs something real, something warm, something steady, something honest, something beautiful enough to savor and strong enough to last. 1. Gemini and Libra. The intellectual soulmate connection. Gemini and Libra are one of the most naturally harmonious matches in the zodiac. Both are air signs. Both live partly in the realm of thought. Both value communication. Both value connection. Both are socially intelligent. Both care about relationship energy. Both need stimulation more than stagnation. But the way they express air is different enough to make the relationship interesting. Gemini is mutable air. Quick, shifting, curious, playful, adaptable, mentally agile. Libra is cardinal air. Initiating, relational, refined, aesthetically aware, harmony-seeking, emotionally diplomatic. So Gemini brings movement and variety. Libra brings grace and balance. Gemini can move quickly between topics. Libra can hold the thread of the exchange beautifully. Gemini brings spontaneity. Libra brings relational intelligence. Gemini brings curiosity. Libra brings emotional proportion. Together, this can feel like mental music. Real-life story energy example. Imagine a Gemini woman who has spent years in relationships where she felt talked at rather than talked with. People liked the entertaining parts of her. They liked the easy conversation, they liked the sparkle. But over time, the relationships became heavy, repetitive, or controlling. Then she meets a Libra man. From the first conversation, something shifts. He listens in a way that invites more truth. He does not rush her. He does not make every conversation about himself. He does not seem threatened by the speed of her mind. He responds with elegance, with interest, with curiosity. They go from talking about music to childhood memories to relationship patterns to why people repeat family wounds to whether soulmates exist to how attraction changes over time. Hours pass. Neither one feels drained. That is one of the signature feelings of a strong Gemini-Libra match. Mental expansion without exhaustion. Now imagine Libra in that same dynamic. Libra may have spent years being the one who keeps the peace, the one who makes things pleasant, the one who smooths conflict, the one who tries to maintain harmony for everyone else. Then Gemini enters. Gemini brings freshness, unpredictability in the best way, laughter, perspective, permission to be less careful, permission to be more alive. Gemini invites Libra out of over-polished relational habits and into something more spontaneous. That is the medicine of this match. Emotional compatibility. Libra helps Gemini feel emotionally welcomed. This matters because Gemini does not always feel emotionally welcomed. Gemini often feels tolerated at the surface but not truly received at depth. Libra has a way of making Gemini feel socially and romantically accepted. Libra says, "In essence, your mind is not too much for me." Gemini helps Libra loosen up. Libra can get stuck in indecision, in image, in trying to keep everything balanced, in trying not to upset the relational field. Gemini brings flexibility and breadth into that. Gemini reminds Libra that not every choice has to be perfect to be real. Not every conversation has to be so measured. Not every emotional moment has to be curated. Together, they create a relationship that often feels enjoyable, intelligent, relationally alive, and socially compatible. Sexual chemistry. Often strong, especially because mental attraction feeds physical attraction here. Gemini is turned on by wit, playfulness, conversational rhythm, and mental surprise. Libra is turned on by beauty, responsiveness, harmony, flirtation, and romantic intelligence. So the chemistry can begin through conversation and deepen through mutual pleasure. There is often teasing, laughter, sensual play, verbal chemistry, and a feeling of being truly desired without being handled roughly. Shadow work. The challenge in this pairing is avoidance. Both signs can avoid emotional ugliness in different ways. Gemini may dodge through humor, distraction, or intellectualization. Libra may dodge through politeness, delay, or trying to preserve harmony. So what happens? The relationship can become pleasant on the outside, while important truths go unsaid underneath. Resentment builds quietly. Disappointment gets dressed up as diplomacy. Needs get edited down. Assumptions replace direct conversation. And because both signs are good at keeping things socially functional, they may not realize how much emotional honesty is being sacrificed until the distance becomes real. So the shadow lesson here is courageous honesty. Gemini has to learn not to joke past pain. Libra has to learn not to smooth over what needs to be named. Both have to understand that a relationship cannot stay truly beautiful if truth is constantly deferred. When they do that work, this becomes one of the strongest matches for Gemini. Long-term potential, very high. This is one of the pairings most capable of sustaining both friendship and romance over time, and friendship matters deeply to Gemini. Gemini often needs to genuinely like their partner as a person, to talk with them, to think with them, to enjoy them. Libra often provides exactly that, too. Gemini and Aquarius. The brilliant mind connection. Gemini and Aquarius often recognize each other quickly. There is a certain kind of energetic click that happens here. Both are air signs. Both value intellect. Both value freedom. Both value individuality. Both can be unconventional. Both can detach from emotion in order to analyze it. Both can connect deeply through ideas before emotional vulnerability fully arrives. But again, the expression is different. Gemini is mutable air. Aquarius is fixed air. Gemini explores. Aquarius defines. Gemini gathers information. Aquarius forms concepts. Gemini moves quickly through many possibilities. Aquarius locks onto the idea with meaning and vision. This creates a relationship that can feel mentally electrifying. Real-life story energy example. Imagine a Gemini man at a small gathering. He is drifting between conversations, not because he is unfocused, but because he is curious. He likes to sample energy. Different people, different topics, different moods. Then he starts talking to an Aquarius woman, and suddenly he stops drifting, because this conversation does not stay on the surface. It goes to systems, power, society, human behavior, technology, psychology, freedom, why people conform, why some relationships fail, why certain patterns repeat in families, how the future might change human connection. He feels engaged in a different way, not just entertained, activated. And Aquarius feels it too. Because Aquarius is often surrounded by people who either admire their uniqueness or feel intimidated by it. But Gemini is not intimidated. Gemini is interested. Gemini says, "Tell me more," and Aquarius lights up. That is the start of many Gemini-Aquarius connections. Mutual mental permission, emotional compatibility. This match works because both signs understand the need for space. That is huge for Gemini. Gemini often suffers in relationships where every pause is questioned, where every need for solitude is interpreted as abandonment, where every social interaction becomes a source of insecurity, where every shifting thought is judged. Aquarius does not usually do that. Aquarius respects individuality. Aquarius values autonomy. Aquarius is often less possessive than many other signs. Aquarius does not tend to build love through ownership. Gemini feels relief in that. At the same time, Gemini brings warmth and lightness to Aquarius. Aquarius can sometimes become too cerebral, too fixed in concept, too emotionally self-contained, too idealistic without enough interpersonal fluidity. Gemini loosens that. Gemini playfully invites Aquarius into more relational immediacy. So Gemini brings motion, Aquarius brings vision, and the relationship becomes a space where both can think freely without losing connection. Sexual chemistry. Often surprisingly strong. This is not always the most obviously sensual pair at first glance, but the mental electricity can translate powerfully into attraction. Gemini is stimulated by originality and intelligence. Aquarius is stimulated by authenticity and mental excitement. So the chemistry often grows out of fascination. There can be experimentation, openness, unconventional rhythms, strong verbal chemistry, and a sense that the connection operates outside normal relational rules. Shadow work. The challenge here is emotional detachment. Both signs can live in the mind. Both can talk around feelings instead of inhabiting them. Both can maintain functioning while disconnecting from emotional vulnerability. Both can convince themselves that understanding a feeling is the same as fully feeling it. It is not. So one risk in this relationship is that it becomes brilliant but undernourished emotionally. The conversations are amazing, the ideas are amazing, the bond is real. But the emotional body of the relationship can be neglected if neither person consciously tends to it. Gemini may secretly want more warmth than they admit. Aquarius may secretly need more tenderness than they admit. But both may hesitate to ask. Why? Because asking exposes need. And need can feel dangerous for both of these signs in different ways. So the shadow lesson here is emotional embodiment. Gemini has to learn to stay in the feeling rather than narrate past it. Aquarius has to learn to soften into vulnerability rather than rising above it. When they do that, this match can be one of the most fulfilling Gemini pairings in the zodiac. Long-term potential. Very high, especially for Gemini people who need friendship, stimulation, freedom, and originality in order to stay emotionally invested. This is one of the best matches for Gemini when Gemini wants both space and deep mental intimacy. 3. Gemini and Aries. The exciting fire and air match. Gemini and Aries often begin with momentum. This is one of those pairings where things can move quickly. The attraction can feel immediate. The chemistry can feel alive from the start. Why? Because Aries is fire. Gemini is air, and air feeds fire. Aries is bold, direct, energetic, and Mars-ruled. Gemini is curious, quick, witty, and Mercury-ruled. Aries acts, Gemini thinks. Aries initiates. Gemini responds and amplifies. Aries says, let's go. Gemini says, where and why, and what happens if we do. Together, there is motion. Real-life story energy example. Imagine a Gemini woman who has grown tired of relationships that feel emotionally heavy before they even become real. She meets an Aries man. He is decisive. Not controlling, just clear. He does not wait forever to express interest. He is direct, confident, alive. Instead of feeling pressured, Gemini feels intrigued. Because Aries energy gives Gemini something many partners do not. Momentum. He asks her out. He chooses the place. He has ideas. He is not emotionally vague. He is not hiding in mixed signals. He is there. And Gemini responds beautifully to clarity when it is not controlling. They start going places, trying things, laughing, arguing playfully, texting constantly, flirting in a way that feels fast and electric. Now imagine Aries in that connection. Aries has likely met people who want to slow them down, tame them, overanalyze them, or react fearfully to their intensity. Then Gemini arrives. Gemini does not shrink from their energy. Gemini plays with it, teases it, matches it mentally, makes it fun. Aries feels stimulated instead of judged. And that can be intoxicating. Emotional compatibility. This pairing works because both signs need movement. Aries needs relational energy. Gemini needs mental energy. Together, they create a relationship that feels active. Aries can help Gemini become more decisive. Gemini can help Aries become more thoughtful. Aries pushes Gemini into action. Gemini softens Aries' impulsiveness by bringing perspective. There is often strong chemistry because both signs bring liveliness to the bond. Gemini loves that Aries is not passive. Aries loves that Gemini is not boring. Sexual chemistry, very high. Aries brings passion, pursuit, heat, confidence. Gemini brings play, experimentation, teasing, verbal seduction, curiosity. So the physical dynamic can feel fresh, exciting, and spontaneous. This is often a couple that keeps things alive through variety and momentum, shadow work. The challenge here is pace and reactivity. Aries can be impulsive and quick-tempered. Gemini can be changeable and emotionally elusive when overwhelmed. If Aries wants certainty and Gemini is still processing, Aries may get frustrated. If Gemini wants discussion and Aries wants action, Gemini may feel rushed. If Aries becomes too demanding, Gemini pulls away. If Gemini becomes too detached or inconsistent, Aries becomes impatient. So the shadow lesson here is timing. Aries has to learn that not every pause means disinterest. Gemini has to learn that constant ambiguity destabilizes the bond. Aries also has to learn to listen without turning everything into a challenge. Gemini has to learn not to stay so mental that Aries feels emotionally unfed. When these lessons are integrated, this becomes a powerful match. Long-term potential. Strong, especially when both partners are mature enough to respect each other's independence without confusing that with a lack of commitment. This pairing can stay exciting for a long time, which is especially important for Gemini. 4. Gemini and Leo. The playful creative match. Gemini and Leo create a relationship that often feels fun, vibrant, expressive, and full of life. Leo is fixed fire. Gemini is mutable air. Leo wants to radiate. Gemini wants to exchange. Leo wants devotion and appreciation. Gemini wants stimulation and aliveness. At first glance, these needs may seem different, but in practice they often complement each other beautifully. Leo loves being admired. Gemini loves noticing things worth admiring. Gemini is often generous with words, attention, curiosity, and praise when genuinely interested. Leo thrives in warm appreciation. At the same time, Leo gives Gemini something that many air signs do not. Heart. Leo brings warmth, generosity, presence, consistency of affection, a certain emotional sincerity that can help Gemini feel more anchored. Real-life story energy example. Imagine a Gemini man who moves easily through social situations. He can talk to anyone, he can read a room quickly, he can charm people without trying too hard. Then he meets a Leo woman. She is radiant, not because she is loud, though she may be, but because she is fully present in herself. She does not chase him. She does not overcomplicate the vibe, she just shines. Gemini is fascinated. He begins doing what Gemini does best. Observing, flirting, making her laugh, drawing her out, reflecting her energy back to her in clever ways. Leo enjoys it. Because Gemini does not just stare. Gemini engages. And for Gemini, Leo offers something delicious. A person with a strong center. That matters. Because Gemini can get tired of people who are all reaction and no core. Leo has a core. Now imagine Leo in that dynamic. Leo has likely met people who enjoy the warmth, attention, or glow but fail to actually keep up. They admire from a distance but do not participate fully. Then Gemini arrives and suddenly everything becomes more alive. There is banter, there is spark, there is novelty, there is play, there is verbal affection, there is laughter. Leo feels seen in a lively way, not just worshipped from afar. Emotional compatibility. This match works because each gives the other something important. Leo gives Gemini emotional warmth and loyalty. Gemini gives Leo mental stimulation and playful aliveness. Leo can help Gemini stay more emotionally present. Gemini can help Leo stay flexible, curious, and less fixed. Gemini often appreciates that Leo is relatively direct. Leo often appreciates that Gemini keeps the energy moving. This can become a relationship full of creativity, social fun, attraction, and mutual fascination. Sexual chemistry. Strong. Leo brings passion, confidence, dramatic warmth, and devotion. Gemini brings variety, wit, experimentation, and mental arousal. There is often a lively, flirtatious, expressive chemistry here. Leo likes to feel desired. Gemini is very good at creating that through words, focus, and playful intensity. Shadow work. The challenge is attention and loyalty perception. Leo wants to feel special, chosen, important, prioritized. Gemini can absolutely provide that, but Gemini is also socially curious and mentally open. Gemini may talk to many people, move around easily, need variety, appear less fixed. If Leo is insecure, this can trigger possessiveness. If Gemini feels monitored, this triggers resistance. At the same time, Leo's desire for steadiness can sometimes feel heavy to Gemini if expressed as ownership rather than heart. So the shadow lesson here is reassurance without control. Gemini has to learn that Leo's need to feel valued is not necessarily drama. Often it is tenderness. Leo has to learn that Gemini's social curiosity is not automatically betrayal. Often it is simply Gemini being alive. When both do that work, this can be a warm and deeply enjoyable match. Long-term potential. High, especially when Gemini wants a relationship with both fun and heart. Leo can help Gemini open emotionally without crushing the spontaneity Gemini needs. 5. Gemini and Sagittarius. The opposite attraction. Gemini and Sagittarius sit across from each other on the zodiac wheel. And opposite sign matches often feel magnetic for a reason. Each sign contains something the other needs. Gemini is the collector of information. Sagittarius is the seeker of meaning. Gemini asks, what are the possibilities? Sagittarius asks, what is the truth? Gemini explores the details. Sagittarius chases the vision. Gemini moves horizontally through many experiences. Sagittarius moves vertically toward deeper meaning. So when they come together, there can be enormous fascination. Gemini sees Sagittarius as bold, expansive, honest, adventurous, and philosophical. Sagittarius sees Gemini as bright, clever, versatile, curious, and mentally alive. This is often a pairing that begins with excitement. Real-life story energy example. Imagine a Gemini woman who loves ideas, variety, and conversation. She can talk to almost anyone, but not everyone can truly expand her world. Then she meets a Sagittarius man. He does not just respond, he opens horizons. He talks about places she has not seen, beliefs she has not considered, questions she has not asked, worldviews she has not explored. He is not just interesting, he is expansive. Gemini is captivated. Now imagine Sagittarius in that same bond. Sagittarius is used to intensity, philosophy, passion, and bold movement. But not everyone can follow the quickness of their mind when it starts leaping from one big idea to another. Then Gemini arrives. Gemini keeps up, challenges, laughs, questions, complicates the conversation in the best way, brings detail to Sagittarius's vision, brings play to Sagittarius's seriousness. Suddenly Sagittarius feels mentally accompanied. That can be deeply bonding. Emotional compatibility. This match works because both signs value freedom. That is huge. Neither one thrives in a relationship built on control. Neither one wants constant emotional micromanagement. Neither one wants to feel trapped by routine alone. Neither one wants to be emotionally caged. So there is often a natural respect for space. At the same time, Sagittarius can help Gemini go deeper into truth. Gemini can help Sagittarius stay flexible and curious rather than dogmatic. Gemini sharpens Sagittarius. Sagittarius expands Gemini. This pairing often thrives through adventure, travel, ideas, debate, humor, and mutual exploration. Sexual chemistry, often very high. Sagittarius brings passion, spontaneity, enthusiasm, and physical openness. Gemini brings playfulness, curiosity, variety, and verbal stimulation. This can become an adventurous and exciting physical connection. Shadow work. The challenge here is consistency and bluntness. Both signs love freedom, but that can become instability if neither person grounds the relationship intentionally. Gemini may become scattered. Sagittarius may become unavailable. Gemini may talk in circles when uncertain. Sagittarius may say things too bluntly and unintentionally wound. Another challenge is truth style. Sagittarius often values direct truth. Gemini often values nuanced truth. Sagittarius can say, "This is the truth." Gemini can say, "Yes, but it depends." That difference can create both chemistry and frustration. So the shadow lesson here is respect for different processing styles. Sagittarius has to learn that nuance is not dishonesty. Gemini has to learn that clarity is not cruelty. Both have to learn that freedom without accountability becomes emotional distance. When they do the work, this is one of the most exciting and growth-oriented matches for Gemini. Long-term potential. Strong when both are emotionally mature and choose the relationship with intention. This can be a soulmate-level expansion bond for Gemini when both people are honest, awake, and willing to keep growing. Now let's zoom out and look at the deeper pattern. Why do Libra, Aquarius, Aries, Leo, and Sagittarius tend to work so well for Gemini? Because each one offers Gemini some form of aliveness. Libra offers intellectual connection and relational harmony. Aquarius offers mental brilliance and freedom. Aries offers excitement and momentum. Leo offers warmth and playful devotion. Sagittarius offers expansion and adventurous truth. All five keep Gemini engaged. And engagement matters more to Gemini than many people realize, because when Gemini is engaged, Gemini becomes present. When Gemini is present, Gemini becomes invested. When Gemini is invested, Gemini can be loyal in a deeply surprising way. Gemini does not usually stay where the mind and spirit have gone dead. But Gemini will stay where they feel mentally seen, emotionally free, and relationally alive. That is the pattern. Why Gemini sometimes chooses the wrong people. Now we need to talk about something real. Gemini does not only choose based on compatibility, Gemini also chooses based on stimulation, and that can become a problem. Because stimulation and safety are not always the same thing. Gemini can become fascinated very quickly by a voice, a mind, a conversation, a mystery, a possibility, an idea of who someone might be. And because Gemini falls in love partly through curiosity, Gemini can sometimes stay attached to a potential rather than a reality. Gemini may think, maybe they will open up more. Maybe this will get deeper. Maybe if we keep talking, something real will emerge. Maybe the inconsistency is just complexity. Maybe the mixed signals mean they are overwhelmed, not unavailable. Sometimes that is true. But sometimes Gemini is intellectually romanticizing what their nervous system already knows is unstable. There is another pattern too. Gemini can be so afraid of stagnation that they mistake emotional steadiness for boredom. This is especially true if Gemini has grown up around chaotic or inconsistent emotional environments. In those cases, healthy love can initially feel too quiet, too predictable, too normal. And Gemini may become drawn to emotionally confusing people simply because confusion keeps the mind activated. That is not compatibility, that is nervous system conditioning. So Gemini's healing work involves learning the difference between engagement and anxiety, between fascination and actual intimacy, between novelty and emotional nourishment. How to know someone is a true match for Gemini. A true match for Gemini will feel mentally stimulating, yes. But not only that. A true match for Gemini will also feel emotionally spacious. You will not feel shamed for needing freedom. You will not feel punished for being curious. You will not feel forced into a rigid emotional script. You will not feel like every conversation becomes a burden. You will not feel like your mind has to become smaller in order to be loved. A true match for Gemini will talk with you, not at you. Laugh with you, not at you. Challenge you without controlling you. Stay interesting without playing games. Allow movement without withdrawing love. A true match for Gemini will also make you want to stay. That matters. Because Gemini can meet many people. Gemini can like many people. Gemini can connect with many minds. But a true match is the person who makes Gemini want depth without losing breath. The person who makes Gemini feel both free and chosen. Both alive and safe. Both mentally excited and emotionally welcomed. The deeper soul lesson of Gemini in love. Gemini's deeper soul lesson in love is this: to learn that emotional depth and freedom can coexist. Gemini often begins life believing, consciously or unconsciously, that they must choose, either be free or be committed, either be interesting or be stable, either stay alive or stay loyal, either keep moving or be loved. But Gemini's real lesson is integration. The right relationship does not kill Gemini's movement, it gives it direction. The right relationship does not punish Gemini's complexity, it honors it. The right relationship does not demand that Gemini become one note in order to be trustworthy. It understands that multiplicity is part of Gemini's nature. Gemini is here to learn presence without imprisonment, commitment without deadness, communication without avoidance, curiosity without fragmentation, freedom without emotional distance. And that is why the best matches for Gemini are the ones who can hold paradox. Libra holds relational intelligence, Aquarius holds individuality, Aries holds action, Leo holds heart, Sagittarius holds expansion. Each one teaches Gemini something necessary. If you are loving a Gemini, understand this. Gemini needs conversation the way some signs need constant reassurance. Talk to them, respond to them, ask them things. Let the relationship breathe. Be playful, be mentally present. Do not punish them for curiosity. Do not assume that every need for space means a lack of love. Do not reduce them to stereotypes. Gemini is not shallow because they laugh. Gemini is not unreliable because they adapt. Gemini is not disloyal because they need freedom. Gemini is not unserious because they change their mind after learning something new. If you want Gemini to stay alive with them. Not chaotic. Alive. If you are a Gemini, remember this. You do not have to perform lightness all the time. You do not have to keep moving just because stillness feels unfamiliar. You do not have to confuse confusion with chemistry. You do not have to stay in emotionally vague relationships just because the person is interesting. You do not have to shrink your need for freedom, but you also do not have to weaponize it to avoid intimacy. You are allowed to want a love that is bright, intelligent, playful, emotionally safe, and spiritually awake. You are allowed to want both conversation and commitment, both variety and loyalty, both freedom and tenderness, both excitement and depth. The right person will not ask you to become less alive in order to be lovable. So Gemini, your top 5 zodiac matches are Libra, Aquarius, Aries, Leo, and Sagittarius. Libra meets you with balance, beauty, intelligence, and relationship grace. Aquarius meets you with originality, freedom, and mental brilliance. Aries meets you with momentum, passion, and excitement. Leo meets you with warmth, playfulness, and a strong, loving heart. Sagittarius meets you with expansion, honesty, and adventurous energy. Each one touches a different part of your nature. Each one meets a different need. Each one offers Gemini something essential. But the deepest truth is this: your best match is not just the one who fascinates you, it is the one who keeps your mind lit and your heart open at the same time. Because that is what Gemini love truly needs. Not just stimulation, not just novelty, not just talk, but a living connection, a breathing relationship, a love that can move and still remain, a love that can evolve and still stay true, a love that does not cage your mind or dismiss your depth, a love that understands that your spirit was never meant to be trapped, only met. 1. Cancer and Scorpio, the deep soul bond. Cancer and Scorpio are often considered one of the strongest emotional matches in the zodiac, and when both people are mature, there is a very good reason for that. Both are water signs, both feel deeply, both crave intimacy, both take trust seriously, both are private, both are protective. Both want real love, not shallow performance. But they express water differently. Cancer is cardinal water. Cancer initiates emotional connection, creates emotional space, builds home, opens the heart carefully but with deep sincerity. Scorpio is fixed water. Scorpio intensifies, protects, contains, penetrates emotional truth, guards vulnerability fiercely until trust is proven, so Cancer brings warmth and emotional invitation. Scorpio brings depth and powerful emotional focus. When this works, it can feel like two people recognizing each other beneath the surface. Real-life story energy example. Imagine a Cancer woman who has spent years feeling that her tenderness was too much for other people. Some called her sensitive. Some appreciated her care but did not know how to return it. Some loved being nurtured by her but disappeared when she needed emotional depth in return. Then she meets a Scorpio man. At first, he is not easy to read. He does not spill everything immediately. He is observant, quietly intense, protective of his inner world. But unlike others, he is not dismissive of feeling. He does not mock depth. He does not treat emotion like an inconvenience. He sees her. Not only the softness, the strength inside the softness, the intelligence inside the feeling, the protective instinct beneath the nurturing, the pain she does not always say out loud. And something in Cancer relaxes, because finally there is someone who does not treat emotional depth as too much. Now imagine Scorpio in that same connection. Scorpio has often felt that few people can handle the truth of their interior world. People may want Scorpio's passion, magnetism, loyalty, or mystery, but they do not always know how to hold Scorpio's vulnerability. Then Cancer arrives. Cancer does not rush. Cancer does not pry carelessly. Cancer senses. Cancer waits. Cancer creates an atmosphere where emotional truth can emerge. Scorpio feels that. And when Scorpio trusts Cancer, the bond can become incredibly powerful. Emotional compatibility. This match works because both signs crave real intimacy. Cancer wants emotional safety. Scorpio wants emotional truth. These are not opposites. They are deeply compatible. Cancer helps Scorpio soften. Scorpio helps Cancer deepen. Cancer brings emotional tenderness that can soothe Scorpio's defensiveness. Scorpio brings emotional intensity that can make Cancer feel profoundly chosen. Both value loyalty. Both value trust. Both feel betrayal deeply. Both want relationships that mean something. This can create a bond where both people feel emotionally significant to each other in a very real way. Sexual chemistry. Extremely strong. This is one of the most magnetically intimate pairings in astrology. Cancer brings tenderness, receptivity, and emotional warmth. Scorpio brings intensity, depth, and transformative passion. Together, intimacy can feel both physically powerful and emotionally consuming. For Cancer, physical closeness is often about emotional bonding. For Scorpio, physical closeness can become a profound way of expressing trust and devotion. So the chemistry here often runs much deeper than surface attraction. Shadow work. The challenge in this pairing is emotional defensiveness, control, and the tendency to withdraw into self-protection when hurt. Cancer may become indirect when wounded. Scorpio may become silent, guarded, or testing. Cancer may want reassurance in softer ways. Scorpio may want proof in deeper, more intense ways. If trust is broken, both can struggle. Cancer becomes hurt and reactive. Scorpio becomes mistrustful and controlled. Both may remember the wound for a long time. So the shadow lesson here is emotional transparency. Cancer has to learn to name needs directly instead of hoping Scorpio will always intuit them perfectly. Scorpio has to learn that true trust is not built through testing, it is built through honesty. Both also have to learn that protecting themselves too fiercely can starve the relationship of the very closeness they both want. When they do the work, this is one of Cancer's most profound matches. Long-term potential. Very high. This pairing can become a soul-level bond for Cancer when both people are emotionally mature and willing to let trust deepen without turning fear into control. 2. Cancer and Pisces. The romantic heart connection. Cancer and Pisces create one of the softest, most emotionally intuitive, and most spiritually tender bonds in the zodiac. Both are water signs. Both feel deeply. Both are compassionate. Both are relational. Both understand that love is not only logic, it is atmosphere, energy, tenderness, sensitivity, devotion, emotional resonance. But again, the water expresses differently. Cancer is cardinal water. Cancer builds emotional safety. Cancer protects. Cancer tends. Cancer creates intimacy through care. Pisces is mutable water. Pisces flows, dreams, merges, feels without boundaries, loves through empathy, imagination, and spiritual openness. So Cancer gives Pisces container. Pisces gives Cancer softness beyond defense. This can feel like a deeply healing match. Real-life story energy example. Imagine a Cancer man who has always been the strong emotional one for others. He checks in. He remembers. He cares. He protects. He notices. He gives. But deep down, he longs for someone who understands him without him having to explain everything. Then he meets a Pisces woman. She senses him almost immediately. Not in a dramatic way. In a quiet, emotional way. She hears what he is not saying. She feels when his energy shifts. She brings tenderness instead of pressure. She does not demand that he harden himself into emotional simplicity. For the first time, he feels emotionally met in a softer way than he expected. Now imagine Pisces in that same relationship. Pisces has often felt too open for the world, too feeling, too permeable, too affected by energy, pain, hope, beauty, loss. Then Cancer arrives and gives that softness somewhere to land. Cancer does not shame Pisces for being sensitive. Cancer protects it. Cancer values it. Cancer helps Pisces feel that being soft does not mean being unsafe. That is the medicine in this match. Emotional compatibility. This relationship often works because both signs speak the language of feeling. Cancer brings reliability to the emotional field. Pisces brings spiritual and romantic depth. Cancer says, I will hold you. Pisces says, I will feel with you. This can create an enormous sense of mutual understanding. Cancer feels less alone in their sensitivity. Pisces feels less uncontained in their emotional openness. Both may enjoy creating a cozy, emotionally rich world together. Shared rituals, private jokes, music, memories, tender nights, quiet understanding, feeling emotionally at home in each other's presence, sexual chemistry, deeply intimate and often very romantic. Cancer brings emotional warmth, touch, and protective closeness. Pisces brings surrender, imagination, softness, and soulful merging. This can become a bond where physical intimacy feels emotional, spiritual, and nourishing all at once. Shadow work. The challenge here is boundaries, avoidance, and emotional overwhelm. Because both are water signs, this pairing can sometimes become too flooded if neither person grounds the relationship enough. Cancer may become moody or protective. Pisces may become vague or avoidant when reality feels too harsh. Cancer may want reassurance through consistency. Pisces may drift when overwhelmed. Cancer may personalize shifts. Pisces may disappear into fantasy or emotional fog. So the shadow lesson here is grounding. Cancer has to learn not to overfunction emotionally for the relationship. Pisces has to learn not to disappear into passivity or confusion when directness is needed. Both have to learn that emotional connection must be supported by clarity, not only feeling. When they do that, this becomes one of Cancer's sweetest and most compassionate matches. Long-term potential. Very high, especially for Cancers who want tenderness, emotional intimacy, and a strong, soulful component in love. This is often one of the most healing matches for Cancer. 3. Cancer and Taurus. The home and heart match. Cancer and Taurus create a relationship that often feels safe, warm, loyal, and deeply comforting. Cancer is water. Taurus is earth. Water nourishes earth. Earth contains water. Cancer brings emotional depth. Taurus brings stability. Cancer nurtures. Taurus protects. Cancer senses. Taurus steadies. This can become one of the most home-like matches in the zodiac. Real-life story energy example. Imagine a Cancer woman who has spent years with emotionally inconsistent partners. People who were exciting for a moment but unreliable over time. People who liked her depth until that depth required actual responsibility. People who loved being cared for but did not know how to create safety in return. Then she meets a Taurus man. He is calm, steady, consistent. He does not rush. He does not disappear. He does not make her guess where she stands every day. At first, she may almost not trust how stable it feels. Because Cancer, especially when wounded, can become accustomed to emotional volatility. But Taurus remains. He remembers. He shows up. He calls. He creates rhythm. He builds trust through repetition. And Cancer begins to relax. Now imagine Taurus in that same relationship. Taurus has often wanted peace but found themselves in chaotic emotional spaces. Or loved deeply only to discover that devotion was not mutual. Then Cancer arrives. Cancer notices the softness beneath the Taurus calm. Cancer appreciates the loyalty. Cancer values the quiet ways Taurus loves. Cancer creates emotional warmth around the steadiness Taurus offers. Taurus feels cherished. That matters deeply. Emotional compatibility. This match works because both value security. Cancer wants emotional security. Taurus wants relational and physical security. These needs support each other beautifully. Cancer helps Taurus soften emotionally. Taurus helps Cancer feel more grounded. Cancer brings nurturing to Taurus's life. Taurus brings consistency to Cancer's heart. This relationship often feels like a shared world, a cozy world, a protective world, a real world. There can be a strong desire to build a life together rather than just date casually. A home, a family, traditions, rituals, comfort, loyalty, peace, sexual chemistry, strong and deeply bonding. Taurus brings sensuality, patience, and physical devotion. Cancer brings emotional receptivity, warmth, and tenderness. Together, intimacy can become a way of reaffirming security and closeness. Shadow work. The challenge here is emotional pace and stubbornness. Cancer may need more verbal or emotional reassurance than Taurus naturally offers. Taurus may assume consistency should be enough. Cancer may still need the emotional language. Taurus may feel pressured if Cancer becomes too reactive or indirect. Cancer may feel unseen if Taurus becomes quiet rather than expressive. Both can also struggle with letting go of hurt. Cancer remembers emotionally. Taurus holds on stubbornly. So the shadow lesson here is communication. Cancer has to learn to express needs clearly rather than hoping safety will automatically create emotional mind reading. Taurus has to learn that emotional reassurance is not weakness. It is nourishment. When they do that, this becomes one of the most secure and enduring matches for Cancer. Long-term potential. Very high. This is one of the best matches for Cancer when Cancer wants warmth, reliability, and true emotional home energy. 4. Cancer and Virgo. The caretaker bond. Cancer and Virgo often create a beautiful bond because both signs are deeply attentive in love, though they express that attentiveness differently. Cancer is water and moon ruled. Virgo is earth and Mercury ruled. Cancer feels what is needed. Virgo notices what is needed. Cancer nurtures emotionally. Virgo supports practically. Cancer protects through care. Virgo protects through service and thoughtfulness. Together, this can become a relationship built on mutual support, reliability, and quiet devotion. Real-life story energy example. Imagine a Cancer man who has always been the one reading the room, sensing the emotional climate, trying to make sure everyone else is okay. It is a heavy role to carry, especially when few people notice the effort. Then he meets a Virgo woman. She notices. She sees the way he looks after everyone else. She sees the emotional labor. She sees the exhaustion beneath the kindness. And instead of taking it for granted, she helps. She brings order. She anticipates details. She creates practical relief. She does not just receive his care, she reciprocates in concrete ways. He feels deeply touched by that. Now imagine Virgo in that dynamic. Virgo has often been misunderstood as overly analytical, too careful, too perfectionistic, too mentally busy. People appreciate what Virgo does, but not always the love inside the doing. Then Cancer arrives. Cancer feels the devotion behind Virgo's details. Cancer understands that helping is a form of loving. Cancer softens Virgo's self-criticism with warmth and appreciation. Virgo feels emotionally valued. That matters more than people realize. Emotional compatibility. This match works because both signs care deeply about the well-being of the relationship. Cancer creates emotional safety. Virgo creates practical support. Cancer brings heart. Virgo brings steadiness of effort. Cancer can help Virgo access deeper emotional vulnerability. Virgo can help Cancer feel less alone in carrying the relational load. Both are often loyal. Both are thoughtful. Both can be devoted. Both often want love to feel meaningful rather than performative. This can become a very strong everyday love. A love built in small moments. A love built in consistency. A love built in concern for each other's inner world and outer life. Sexual chemistry. Often quieter at first but deeply intimate over time. Cancer brings emotional closeness and tenderness. Virgo brings attentiveness and care. This can create a physical bond that feels safe, personal, and deeply responsive. Shadow work. The challenge here is worry, criticism, and emotional sensitivity. Virgo can become critical when anxious. Cancer can become hurt when feeling criticized. Virgo may think they are helping by pointing out what needs attention. Cancer may hear emotional rejection. At the same time, Cancer's moodiness or indirectness can confuse Virgo, who may prefer clarity and solutions. Cancer may want emotional soothing. Virgo may respond with analysis or advice. So the shadow lesson here is translation. Virgo has to learn to offer care without overcorrecting. Cancer has to learn not to internalize every suggestion as a threat to love. Both have to understand each other's style of caring. When they do, this match can be deeply supportive and long-lasting. Long-term potential. High. This is an excellent match for Cancer, when both partners appreciate thoughtful love and are willing to communicate clearly about emotional needs. 5. Cancer and Capricorn. The opposite sign destiny match. Cancer and Capricorn sit opposite each other on the zodiac wheel, and opposite sign relationships often feel fated because each sign mirrors what the other lacks and needs. Cancer is home. Capricorn is structure. Cancer is emotion. Capricorn is responsibility. Cancer is softness. Capricorn is endurance. Cancer protects the inner world. Capricorn protects the outer world. This can create an incredibly powerful partnership when both people are mature. Real-life story energy example. Imagine a Cancer woman who has spent most of her life feeling deeply, carrying emotional reality for others, and wanting a partner who feels strong enough to hold life with her. Then she meets a Capricorn man. He is not emotionally performative, he is not overly expressive at first, but he is solid, he is serious, he is dependable, he does what he says. At first, Cancer may feel both drawn and frustrated, drawn to the strength, frustrated by the emotional reserve. But over time, something powerful happens. She begins to see that his steadiness is a form of love, that his reliability is emotional care in action, that his protection is real, even if not always expressed in the language she first expected. Now imagine Capricorn in that same connection. Capricorn has often felt that people want results from them, strength from them, leadership from them, reliability from them, but do not always see the vulnerable human underneath all that control. Then Cancer arrives. Cancer sees the softness beneath the armor. Cancer sees the exhaustion beneath the discipline. Cancer sees the longing beneath the restraint. Capricorn feels understood in a way that can be deeply disarming. This is often the hidden beauty of Cancer and Capricorn. They can become exactly what the other secretly needs. Emotional compatibility. This pairing works because each offers the other balance. Cancer brings warmth and emotional intelligence to Capricorn's life. Capricorn brings grounding and structure to Cancer's life. Cancer helps Capricorn feel. Capricorn helps Cancer feel protected. Cancer teaches Capricorn that tenderness is strength. Capricorn teaches Cancer that stability can be trusted. When healthy, this relationship can become a true partnership. One person tending the emotional world, the other tending the practical world, both learning from each other, both balancing each other. Sexual chemistry. Often strong, especially because of the polarity. Cancer brings emotional warmth and receptive intimacy. Capricorn brings control, depth, and grounded physical presence. The chemistry can deepen over time as trust builds. Shadow work. The challenge here is emotional expression and timing. Cancer may need more immediate emotional reassurance than Capricorn naturally offers. Capricorn may feel overwhelmed by emotional intensity, or not know how to respond at first. Cancer may interpret reserve as indifference. Capricorn may interpret strong emotional waves as destabilizing. This can create a painful cycle if misunderstood. Cancer reaches for closeness. Capricorn retreats into work, silence, or control. Cancer feels abandoned. Capricorn feels pressured. So the shadow lesson here is patience and translation. Cancer has to learn that Capricorn's slower emotional opening is not always rejection. Capricorn has to learn that emotional reassurance is not optional for Cancer. It is essential. When both do the work, this becomes one of the most powerful growth pairings for Cancer. Long-term potential. Very high, though it often requires maturity. This is not always the easiest Cancer match, but it can become one of the most meaningful, enduring, and transformational. Now let's step back and look at the pattern. Why do Scorpio, Pisces, Taurus, Virgo, and Capricorn tend to work so well for Cancer? Because each one offers Cancer some form of emotional safety, meaningful reciprocity, or stable depth. Scorpio offers profound intimacy and emotional truth. Pisces offers tenderness, spiritual softness, and emotional understanding. Taurus offers consistency, loyalty, and home-like stability. Virgo offers support, thoughtfulness, and devoted care. Capricorn offers structure, protection, and mature partnership potential. Each one touches a different part of Cancer's heart. Scorpio meets Cancer's need to feel deeply chosen. Pisces meets Cancer's need to feel emotionally understood. Taurus meets Cancer's need to feel safe and steady. Virgo meets Cancer's need to feel supported and appreciated. Capricorn meets Cancer's need to feel protected and partnered in life. This is important because Cancer does not only need chemistry. Cancer needs security. Cancer needs emotional reliability. Cancer needs reciprocity. Cancer needs to feel that love is something both people are tending together. When Cancer has that, Cancer becomes extraordinary in love. Why Cancer sometimes chooses the wrong people. Now we need to talk honestly about something deeper. Cancer does not only choose from desire. Cancer often chooses from emotional familiarity. And that can be beautiful or painful, because familiarity is not always safety. Cancer may be drawn to people who recreate old emotional patterns. The unavailable person who feels familiar. The inconsistent person who activates the longing to finally be chosen. The wounded person Cancer believes they can heal. The emotionally vague person whose distance makes Cancer try harder. The relationship where Cancer overfunctions because overfunctioning feels like love. Why does this happen? Because Cancer often learns early that love involves care, attunement, emotional labor, and protection. So Cancer can start believing that the way to secure love is to give more, understand more, forgive more, nurture more, wait longer, hold more. But love cannot be built by one nervous system carrying the whole bond. This is one of Cancer's deepest lessons. To learn that being needed is not the same as being loved. That rescuing is not the same as receiving. That emotional intensity is not the same as emotional safety. That just because a bond feels deep does not mean it is healthy. Cancer can also stay too long because of memory. Cancer remembers the good times vividly. The tenderness, the early closeness, the moments that felt real. And Cancer may hold on to those moments long after the relationship has changed. This is not weakness. It is attachment. It is loyalty. It is emotional memory. But Cancer's healing requires learning to honor the present more than the past. How to know someone is a true match for Cancer. A true match for Cancer will not make you beg for emotional consistency. A true match for Cancer will not punish your tenderness. They will not mock your sensitivity. They will not call your depth too much. They will not disappear and expect you to remain emotionally unchanged. They will not make you carry the whole emotional labor of the relationship alone. A true match for Cancer will feel emotionally safe. Not perfect, safe. You will feel that your heart can soften, that your body can exhale, that your feelings are not an inconvenience, that you matter, that your care is reciprocated, that the relationship has roots, not only spark. A true match for Cancer will also understand your emotional rhythm. They will not demand that you become emotionally simple in order to be easier to love. They will not treat your intuition like irrationality. They will not dismiss what you feel just because it was not spoken aloud yet. They will listen, they will reassure. They will help create security instead of constantly eroding it. And perhaps most importantly, a true match for Cancer will not only enjoy being loved by you. They will know how to love you back. The deeper soul lesson of Cancer in love. Cancer's deeper soul lesson in love is this: to learn that emotional safety cannot be earned through overgiving. It must be mutual. Cancer often begins life believing that if they love enough, understand enough, nurture enough, forgive enough, anticipate enough, and stay enough, they can create secure love. But the deeper lesson is discernment. Not everyone deserves access to that level of heart. Not every wounded person is yours to heal. Not every intense bond is meant to be permanent. Not every longing means destiny. Cancer is here to learn sacred reciprocity, to learn devotion without self-erasure, tenderness without self-sacrifice, emotional openness without losing boundaries, care without control, intimacy without over-functioning, loyalty without enduring emotional starvation. And that is why the best matches for Cancer are not simply the signs who feel good at first. They are the signs who help Cancer become more secure in love, not more anxious. Scorpio teaches Cancer depth with truth. Pisces teaches Cancer softness with mutual empathy. Taurus teaches Cancer steadiness with reliability. Virgo teaches Cancer care with practical reciprocity. Capricorn teaches Cancer partnership with structure and protection. Each one teaches something different. Each one meets a different layer of Cancer's heart. If you are loving a Cancer, understand this. Cancer feels more than they always say. Cancer notices more than you think. Cancer remembers everything that carried emotional weight. The tenderness, the distance, the promise, the silence, the moment you showed up, the moment you did not. So be careful with Cancer's heart. Not fearful, careful, be consistent, be kind, be clear, be emotionally present. Do not mock vulnerability. Do not play games with reassurance. Do not create emotional insecurity and then blame Cancer for feeling it. Cancer can love you beautifully, but Cancer needs to know it is safe to remain open. If you want Cancer to trust you, let your actions become a place they can rest. If you are a Cancer, remember this: your sensitivity is not a flaw. Your need for depth is not weakness. Your longing for true intimacy is not too much. Your emotional intelligence is not something to apologize for. But you do need to protect your heart wisely. Not everyone who feels familiar is safe. Not everyone who needs care deserves unlimited access. Not every strong bond is reciprocal. Not every painful relationship is a soulmate lesson you must suffer forever. You are allowed to want tenderness and consistency. You are allowed to want passion and peace. You are allowed to want closeness and emotional safety. You are allowed to want someone who does not merely receive your love but values it, honors it, and returns it. The right relationship for you will not keep activating your fear of abandonment just to prove your devotion. The right relationship will help your nervous system learn trust. And that changes everything. So Cancer, your top 5 zodiac matches are Scorpio, Pisces, Taurus, Virgo, and Capricorn. Scorpio meets you with depth, loyalty, and soul bond intensity. Pisces meets you with softness, empathy, and romantic emotional understanding. Taurus meets you with stability, comfort, and home-like devotion. Virgo meets you with attentiveness, thoughtful support, and quiet care. Capricorn meets you with structure, reliability, and the kind of partnership that can stand the test of time. Each one touches a different part of your emotional world. Each one offers a different kind of medicine. Each one reveals something powerful about what Cancer truly needs in love. But the deepest truth is this: your best match is not simply the one who makes you feel deeply. It is the one who makes you feel deeply safe. Because that is what Cancer love truly needs. Not only passion, not only attraction, not only chemistry, not only memory. Cancer needs tenderness that lasts, security that is real, closeness that is mutual, love that protects the heart instead of repeatedly testing how much the heart can endure. The right person will not make you feel foolish for loving deeply. They will understand that your depth is sacred. And when Cancer feels safe enough to fully open, the love you give is one of the most beautiful forces in the zodiac. 1. Leo and Aries, the firepower match. Leo and Aries often create immediate chemistry. This is one of the classic fire pairings in astrology, and when it works, it feels passionate, lively, magnetic, and full of momentum. Both are fire signs. Both are bold. Both are expressive. Both value courage. Both respond strongly to energy. Both like love that feels alive. Both dislike lukewarm connection. But they express fire differently. Leo is fixed fire. Leo radiates, sustains, and loves with a strong center. Aries is cardinal fire. Aries initiates, pursues, and moves with instinctive force. So Aries brings spark. Leo brings flame. Aries starts. Leo sustains. Aries pursues boldly. Leo responds with presence and pride. This can create a pairing that feels exciting right away. Real-life story energy example. Imagine a Leo woman who is used to being admired, but not always deeply met. People notice her beauty, her charisma, her presence, her confidence. They like the glow. They like the energy. But many of them hesitate when it comes to real pursuit, real consistency, real devotion. Then she meets an Aries man. He is direct. He is not timid. He does not circle around his interest. He makes it clear. He pursues with confidence. And she likes that. Because Leo often appreciates strong energy when it is sincere. Aries does not leave her guessing. He wants her, and he acts like it. Now imagine Aries in that connection. Aries has often grown tired of people who cannot match their fire. People who hesitate, people who shrink from passion, people who want safety but fear aliveness. Then Leo arrives, and Leo does not fear the heat. Leo meets it, expands it, turns it into something radiant. Aries feels admired. Leo feels pursued. Both feel activated. That is the medicine in this pairing. Emotional compatibility. This match works because both signs love with visible energy. There is often little confusion about attraction here, little confusion about desire, little confusion about whether the connection matters. That clarity can feel good to both. Aries helps Leo feel wanted. Leo helps Aries feel appreciated. Aries brings initiative. Leo brings emotional warmth and loyalty. Aries can energize Leo. Leo can stabilize Aries. There is often a strong mutual respect too. Both admire courage. Both appreciate authenticity. Both respond well to partners who are confident rather than overly hesitant. Sexual chemistry, very high. This is one of the most passionate pairings for Leo. Aries brings pursuit, heat, spontaneity, and Mars-driven desire. Leo brings warmth, dramatic magnetism, generosity, and confidence. There is often strong attraction, strong playfulness, and strong physical momentum. Shadow work. The challenge here is ego, reactivity, and competition. Because both signs are strong, both can want to lead. Both can become defensive if they feel disrespected. Both can escalate quickly in conflict. Aries can become impulsive. Leo can become proud. Aries may speak without thinking. Leo may feel wounded and then react from pride. If they start competing instead of collaborating, the relationship can burn too hot. So the shadow lesson here is mutual admiration without power struggle. Aries has to learn that not every disagreement is a battle to win. Leo has to learn that not every wound should be hidden behind pride. Both have to remember that the relationship is not a stage for dominance, it is a place for shared fire. When they do that work, this can be one of Leo's strongest and most exciting matches. Long-term potential. Very high when both people are mature enough to honor each other's strength without turning the relationship into a constant contest. This can become a true power couple bond for Leo. 2. Leo and Sagittarius, the joyful expansive fire match. Leo and Sagittarius create a fire pairing with a different quality than Leo and Aries. Where Aries brings direct heat and pursuit, Sagittarius brings openness, adventure, humor, and expansion. Leo is fixed fire. Sagittarius is mutable fire. Leo sustains warmth and heart. Sagittarius brings freedom and exploration. This often creates a relationship that feels uplifting. There is joy here, movement, optimism, generosity, laughter. A feeling that life is bigger and brighter together. Real-life story energy example. Imagine a Leo man who has spent years in relationships where he had to dim himself, where his enthusiasm felt like too much, where his romantic nature was met with indifference, where his desire for fun, beauty, and emotional vitality was treated as frivolous. Then he meets a Sagittarius woman. She laughs with him. She encourages his big ideas. She does not shame his brightness. She adds fuel to it. He feels bigger around her in the best way. Not because she flatters him endlessly, but because she welcomes his aliveness. Now imagine Sagittarius in that same relationship. Sagittarius has often felt confined by people who want certainty more than growth. People who try to control the future. People who fear change. People who become possessive when Sagittarius simply needs space to breathe. Then Leo arrives. Leo is passionate, yes, but also warm. Leo is expressive, but not cold. Leo wants adventure too, though perhaps with more relational devotion. Sagittarius feels both inspired and emotionally warmed. That can be deeply attractive. Emotional compatibility. This match works because both signs value vitality. Leo wants love to feel warm, alive, and meaningful. Sagittarius wants love to feel expansive, honest, and free. These needs can complement each other beautifully. Sagittarius helps Leo not take everything so personally. Leo helps Sagittarius take the heart more seriously. Sagittarius brings perspective and optimism. Leo brings devotion and emotional consistency. This can become a relationship that feels alive without being stagnant, passionate without being suffocating, and inspiring without being emotionally empty. Sexual chemistry. Very strong. Leo brings romantic intensity, confidence, and warmth. Sagittarius brings spontaneity, adventurousness, and enthusiasm. There is often a playful and physically alive chemistry here that stays exciting. Shadow work. The challenge here is freedom versus reassurance. Sagittarius needs space and hates feeling caged. Leo needs to feel valued and emotionally prioritized. If Sagittarius becomes too detached or inconsistent, Leo may feel unimportant. If Leo becomes too demanding or prideful about attention, Sagittarius may feel trapped. Another challenge is truth style. Sagittarius can be blunt. Leo can be proud and more emotionally affected by tone. Sagittarius may think they are just being honest. Leo may experience it as insensitive or dismissive. So the shadow lesson here is balancing freedom with warmth. Sagittarius has to learn that reassurance is not emotional imprisonment. Leo has to learn that space is not always rejection. Both have to understand that love can stay alive without constant proving if the bond is rooted in real trust. When they do the work, this becomes one of the most joyful and growth-filled matches for Leo. Long-term potential. Very high when both partners share values around adventure, truth, and emotional generosity. This can be one of Leo's happiest matches. 3. Leo and Libra. The beauty, charm, and devotion match. Leo and Libra often make an exceptionally attractive couple, but the true power of this match goes far beyond appearance. Yes, there is often beauty here. Charm, social ease, aesthetic connection, romance, mutual admiration. But beneath that, there is also something psychologically meaningful. Leo wants to feel cherished. Libra wants to create harmony and relationship beauty. Leo likes warmth and visible affection. Libra understands the relational art of appreciation. Leo wants to feel chosen. Libra often excels at making love feel intentional and elegant. Leo is fire. Libra is air. Air feeds fire. So Libra often knows how to keep Leo glowing without suffocating the flame. Real-life story energy example. Imagine a Leo woman who has had enough of emotionally clumsy love. She is tired of being adored initially and then neglected. Tired of partners who enjoy her sparkle but do not know how to sustain romance. Tired of love that starts bright and then becomes dull, careless, or emotionally lazy. Then she meets a Libra man. He is attentive, refined, thoughtful in the way he speaks, careful in the way he makes her feel included. He notices beauty, and he notices her. She feels appreciated in a different way. Not just pursued, valued. Now imagine Libra in that connection. Libra has often wanted a relationship that feels alive, beautiful, and emotionally warm, but may have found themselves with people who are too cold, too harsh, too chaotic, or too indifferent to the art of partnership. Then Leo arrives. Leo brings warmth, heart, fun, devotion, generosity of feeling. Libra feels emotionally brightened. This can create a very compelling bond, emotional compatibility. This match works because each gives the other something they naturally appreciate. Leo gives Libra emotional warmth, decisiveness, and passionate devotion. Libra gives Leo appreciation, romantic intelligence, and social grace. Libra often knows how to soothe Leo's ego without making it feel manipulative. Leo often knows how to make Libra feel adored and protected. Libra also helps Leo soften conflict. Leo helps Libra become more direct. This relationship can become both romantic and socially smooth, heartfelt and elegant, fun and relationally satisfying. Sexual chemistry, strong and often very romantic. Leo brings warmth, confidence, and visible desire. Libra brings sensual refinement, charm, flirtation, and pleasure consciousness. There is often strong chemistry built through mutual attraction, aesthetics, and the enjoyment of pleasing one another. Shadow work. The challenge here is conflict avoidance and approval needs. Libra may avoid direct conflict to keep the peace. Leo may want clearer acknowledgement of the issue. Libra may soften too much. Leo may become frustrated if they sense that real truth is being delayed. At the same time, Leo's stronger emotional expression can feel overwhelming to Libra if it becomes too forceful. Both can also become attached to image, to how the relationship looks, to being admired as a couple, to maintaining relational beauty at the expense of deeper truth. So the shadow lesson here is authenticity beneath polish. Libra has to learn that true harmony requires honesty. Leo has to learn that not every emotional wound needs to become a dramatic moment in order to be heard. Both must protect the real heart of the relationship, not just its appearance. When they do that, this becomes one of Leo's most elegant and emotionally rewarding matches. Long-term potential. High to very high. This match can be deeply satisfying for Leo when both people value romance, beauty, emotional appreciation, and partnership as an art. 4. Leo and Gemini, the playful spark match. Leo and Gemini create a relationship that often feels bright, lively, youthful, and mentally stimulating. Leo is fixed fire. Gemini is mutable air. Leo wants warmth, recognition, and heart. Gemini wants curiosity, conversation, and movement. Fire and air naturally energize each other. Gemini keeps Leo interested. Leo keeps Gemini emotionally engaged. This can be a very charming, playful, and exciting match. Real-life story energy example. Imagine a Leo man who is tired of carrying the whole emotional energy of the relationship. He is used to being the one bringing fun, bringing romance, bringing momentum, bringing warmth. He is used to being the one trying to keep the connection alive. Then he meets a Gemini woman. She is funny, quick, responsive, interesting, never stale, never emotionally dead. She teases him in ways that make him laugh. She sees him but not with heavy seriousness, with spark. He feels young around her, alive around her, mentally turned on. Now imagine Gemini in that same relationship. Gemini has often been with people who either try to pin them down too fast or fail to emotionally engage them deeply enough to keep them interested. Either the connection feels controlling or it feels dull. Then Leo arrives. Leo is warm, confident, expressive, direct about affection, proud to love openly. Gemini finds this refreshing. Because Leo is not vague, Leo is not passive. Leo brings real emotional presence. That combination can be deeply attractive to Gemini. Emotional compatibility. This match works because each gives the other stimulation in a different language. Leo gives Gemini emotional warmth and visible devotion. Gemini gives Leo mental spark and playful novelty. Leo often appreciates that Gemini keeps things lively. Gemini often appreciates that Leo makes love feel meaningful rather than careless. Leo can help Gemini stay more emotionally present. Gemini can help Leo stay flexible, curious, and less stuck in one emotional frame. This can be a relationship full of laughter, creativity, strong conversation, and mutual fascination. Sexual chemistry, strong. Leo brings confidence, warmth, playfulness, and romantic fire. Gemini brings flirtation, variety, wit, and intellectual seduction. The chemistry can feel exciting because there is both physical attraction and verbal spark. Shadow work. The challenge here is consistency and attention style. Leo wants to feel uniquely special. Gemini can be socially broad and mentally scattered when overstimulated. Leo may feel insecure if Gemini seems too distracted, too available to everyone, or not anchored enough. Gemini may feel constrained if Leo becomes too prideful, too emotionally demanding, or too fixed. Another challenge is emotional tone. Leo often wants heart-centered sincerity. Gemini may shift tones quickly, joke through discomfort, or intellectualize feelings. Leo may interpret that as not taking the relationship seriously enough. So the shadow lesson here is focused presence. Gemini has to learn that Leo needs emotional intentionality, not just charm. Leo has to learn that Gemini's changing mental weather is not always a lack of love. Both have to create a bond that balances fun with steadiness. When they do the work, this becomes one of Leo's most enjoyable and sparkling matches. Long-term potential. High when both partners are emotionally mature and willing to balance attention, freedom, playfulness, and reassurance. This pairing can keep Leo feeling alive. 5. Leo and Aquarius. The opposite sign fate match. Leo and Aquarius sit opposite each other on the zodiac wheel, and opposite sign matches often feel deeply magnetic because each sign holds what the other lacks. Leo is ruled by the sun. Aquarius is traditionally ruled by Saturn and in modern astrology by Uranus. Leo is personal heart. Aquarius is collective mind. Leo says, see me. Aquarius says, free me. Leo is warmth, expression, devotion, and emotional centrality. Aquarius is detachment, originality, perspective, and individuality. These differences can create friction, but they can also create extraordinary growth. Real-life story energy example. Imagine a Leo woman who is used to being the emotional center in relationships, used to radiating, used to bringing warmth, used to drawing others toward her energy. Then she meets an Aquarius man. He does not respond in the usual way. He is interested, but not easily swept, present, but not possessive, intelligent, but emotionally self-contained, independent, but undeniably intriguing. She feels challenged, not insulted, activated, because Aquarius does not mirror back the kind of immediate emotional validation Leo may be used to. Instead, Aquarius offers something else. Respect, interest, mental engagement, a different kind of attention. And that can be fascinating to Leo. Now imagine Aquarius in that connection. Aquarius has often felt emotionally misunderstood. People want closeness from Aquarius, but do not always understand Aquarius's need for space, originality, and non-traditional rhythms. People may project coldness onto Aquarius when Aquarius is simply processing differently. Then Leo arrives. Leo brings warmth, heart, life, emotion, pride and love, visibility, courage. Aquarius feels something rare, a person who dares to live from the heart. And that can be deeply moving to Aquarius, even if Aquarius does not always show it immediately. Emotional compatibility. This pairing works when both people appreciate difference rather than trying to erase it. Leo teaches Aquarius embodiment, heart, presence, and emotional courage. Aquarius teaches Leo detachment, perspective, freedom, and less reliance on external validation. Leo can help Aquarius soften and become more emotionally available. Aquarius can help Leo become more self-defined and less wounded by every shift in approval. When healthy, this becomes a growth match of enormous depth, because each person confronts the other with something essential. Leo asks Aquarius to come closer to the heart. Aquarius asks Leo to become more secure within themselves. Sexual chemistry. often strong, especially because of polarity. Opposites can create a very magnetic attraction. Leo brings warmth, sensual confidence, and emotional intensity. Aquarius brings unpredictability, originality, and a kind of cool electricity. There can be a strong push-pull that becomes deeply compelling. Shadow work. The challenge here is validation versus distance. Leo needs warmth and appreciation. Aquarius needs autonomy and emotional space. If Aquarius becomes too detached, Leo can feel unseen or unimportant. If Leo becomes too centered on reassurance, Aquarius can feel constrained or emotionally managed. Another challenge is tone. Leo is heart-forward. Aquarius is mind-forward. Leo may want immediate emotional acknowledgement. Aquarius may respond with perspective instead of warmth. Leo may feel hurt. Aquarius may feel confused by the intensity of Leo's reaction. So the shadow lesson here is honoring different nervous system languages. Aquarius has to learn that Leo's need for affection is not vanity. It is heart hunger. Leo has to learn that Aquarius's need for autonomy is not rejection. It is part of their emotional functioning. Both must stop interpreting difference as threat. When they do, this can become one of Leo's most profound and transformative matches. Long-term potential. High, though rarely effortless. This is often not the easiest match for Leo, but it can become one of the most meaningful because it asks both people to evolve. Now let's step back and look at the deeper pattern. Why do Aries, Sagittarius, Libra, Gemini, and Aquarius tend to work so well for Leo? Because each one meets Leo's need for aliveness, recognition, energy, or growth in a different way. Aries offers passion, pursuit, and equal fire. Sagittarius offers joy, adventure, and expansion. Libra offers admiration, romance, and relational beauty. Gemini offers playfulness, stimulation, and lively connection. Aquarius offers polarity, growth, and profound contrast that can deepen self-awareness. Each one speaks to a different part of Leo's heart. Aries meets Leo's desire to feel wanted. Sagittarius meets Leo's desire to feel uplifted. Libra meets Leo's desire to feel cherished. Gemini meets Leo's desire to feel engaged. Aquarius meets Leo's deeper destiny lesson around identity, validation, and love beyond performance. This matters because Leo does not only need love. Leo needs responsive love. Love that sees, love that engages, love that warms, love that celebrates, love that protects the dignity of the bond. When Leo receives that, Leo gives magnificently. Why Leo sometimes chooses the wrong people. Now we need to talk about something very real. Leo does not only choose from love, Leo sometimes chooses from longing. The longing to be deeply seen, deeply chosen, deeply appreciated, deeply adored, and that longing can make Leo vulnerable to certain patterns. Leo may stay too long with people who only admire the surface. People who love the glow but not the inner truth. People who enjoy the charisma but do not know how to care for the tenderness underneath. People who take Leo's effort for granted because Leo makes loving look easy. People who give intermittent validation, which can become addictive to an unhealed Leo heart. Why? Because intermittent validation can trigger the desire to win love fully, to earn what should have been given freely, to prove worth, to reclaim dignity, to turn lukewarm attention into wholehearted devotion. This is one of Leo's deepest wounds, confusing being wanted with being cherished, confusing admiration with emotional safety, confusing chemistry with loyalty, confusing grand gestures with consistent devotion. Leo can also over-identify with being strong in love. Leo may think, I can carry this, I can keep the spark alive, I can love enough for both of us, I can stay generous, I can stay romantic, I can keep reaching. But love cannot survive on one person's radiance forever. This is one of Leo's healing lessons. To learn that you should not have to perform your heart into being valued. The right person will recognize what you give. The right person will not make you audition for appreciation over and over again. The right person will not only enjoy your light, they will help protect it. How to know someone is a true match for Leo. A true match for Leo will not make you feel ridiculous for wanting real love. They will not mock your romance. They will not diminish your heart. They will not call your desire for appreciation ego when what you really want is recognition. They will not enjoy your warmth while refusing to reciprocate it. They will not hide you, starve you emotionally, or make you compete for scraps of affection. A true match for Leo will feel responsive, not necessarily perfect. Responsive. You will feel that your effort lands, that your love matters, that your presence is welcomed, that your softness is safe, that your dignity is respected, that your heart is not being used as a stage prop in someone else's emotional confusion. A true match for Leo will also understand your tenderness. Because beneath the confidence, Leo often has a very innocent way of loving, a sincere way, a wholehearted way, and the right person will treat that with care, not cynicism. The deeper soul lesson of Leo in love. Leo's deeper soul lesson in love is this: to learn the difference between being admired and being truly loved. Admiration feels good. Attention feels good. Praise feels good. Desire feels good. But true love goes deeper. True love stays, sees, values, responds, protects, honors, reciprocates. Leo is here to learn heart without performance, confidence without armor, radiance without self-abandonment, generosity without overgiving, pride without emotional shutdown, visibility without dependence on constant applause. Leo is here to learn that the right relationship does not require constant proving. The right relationship lets the heart rest in mutual warmth. And that is why the best matches for Leo are not simply the signs who are attracted to Leo. They are the signs who know how to meet Leo's fire with their own energy, appreciation, or depth in a way that creates a real bond. Aries teaches Leo mutual fire. Sagittarius teaches Leo joyful expansion. Libra teaches Leo relational grace and appreciation. Gemini teaches Leo playfulness and movement. Aquarius teaches Leo individuation and love beyond ego. Each one touches a different part of Leo's growth. If you are loving a Leo, understand this. Leo is not asking for empty flattery. Leo is asking to know that their heart matters. So notice them, appreciate them, acknowledge effort, return warmth with warmth. Do not let their generosity become invisible just because it comes naturally to them. Do not assume that because they seem strong, they do not need tenderness too. Be loyal, be proud of them, be emotionally present, and if you hurt them, do not just argue the logic. See the wound. Because Leo may act angry when they are actually devastated. If you want Leo to stay soft with you, make your love a place where their dignity is safe. If you are a Leo, remember this. You do not have to beg to be seen. You do not have to perform constantly to be valued. You do not have to stay where your warmth is consumed but not honored. You do not have to call emotional starvation maturity. You do not have to make yourself smaller just to avoid being called dramatic. You do not have to accept crumbs from someone just because they once made you feel chosen. You are allowed to want romance. You are allowed to want devotion. You are allowed to want visible love. You are allowed to want both passion and loyalty. You are allowed to want someone who admires your light and protects your heart. The right relationship for you will not make you feel ashamed of how fully you love. It will recognize that your heart is one of your greatest gifts. And when Leo feels safe enough to love without armor, the love you give can be extraordinary. So Leo, your top 5 zodiac matches are Aries, Sagittarius, Libra, Gemini, and Aquarius. Aries meets you with passion, pursuit, and equal fire. Sagittarius meets you with joy, adventure, and expansive warmth. Libra meets you with admiration, romance, and relationship grace. Gemini meets you with playfulness, curiosity, and lively connection. Aquarius meets you with polarity, transformation, and a deeper lesson in love and individuality. Each one touches a different part of your nature. Each one offers a different kind of compatibility. Each one reveals something essential about what Leo truly needs in love. But the deepest truth is this. Your best match is not simply the one who notices your shine. It is the one who honors your heart, because that is what Leo love truly needs. Not only attraction, not only chemistry, not only praise, not only passion. Leo needs warmth that is mutual, recognition that is sincere, loyalty that is steady, love that is proud, open, and real. A bond where the heart is not merely admired from afar but welcomed up close. The right person will not make you feel foolish for loving boldly. They will understand that your boldness is devotion. Your radiance is generosity. Your heart is sacred. And when Leo feels safe enough to give their full light, the love you offer can change the entire atmosphere of a relationship. 1. Virgo and Taurus, the grounded devotion match. Virgo and Taurus are one of the strongest earth pairings in the zodiac, and for Virgo this match can feel like an enormous exhale. Both are earth signs. Both value reliability. Both respect consistency. Both take love seriously. Both tend to be careful rather than reckless. Both appreciate real-world stability. Both prefer sincerity over performance. But the way they express earth is different enough to create balance. Virgo is mutable earth, responsive, refining, observing, adjusting. Taurus is fixed earth, steady, grounded, patient, stable, consistent. Virgo analyzes, Taurus settles. Virgo notices movement, Taurus provides stillness. Virgo thinks ahead, Taurus creates presence. This can create a relationship where Virgo feels calmer simply by being in the other person's energy. Real life story energy example. Imagine a Virgo woman who has spent years in relationships where she had to mentally carry everything. She had to remember every detail, anticipate every issue, manage every emotional inconsistency, hold the structure together, think for 2 people. She became tired. Then she meets a Taurus man. He is not flashy, he is not loud, he is not constantly trying to impress, but he is steady. He remembers what he says, he follows through, he calls when he says he will. He does not create unnecessary chaos. He does not emotionally jerk her around. He does not make her guess every day how he feels. At first, she almost does not trust the calm, because Virgo, especially when wounded, can become accustomed to relationships that keep the nervous system on alert. But Taurus remains steady, and gradually Virgo's body begins to soften. Now imagine Taurus in that connection. Taurus has often wanted sincerity but may have found themselves with people who enjoyed stability without truly appreciating the effort it takes to build it, or people who brought too much emotional noise into the peace Taurus was trying to create. Then Virgo arrives. Virgo notices. Virgo appreciates. Virgo supports. Virgo understands the value of consistency. Virgo respects routine rather than mocking it. Virgo adds thoughtfulness to the steadiness Taurus offers. Taurus feels seen. That matters deeply. Emotional compatibility. This match works because each provides something the other deeply values. Taurus gives Virgo steadiness. Virgo gives Taurus attentiveness. Taurus helps Virgo feel grounded. Virgo helps Taurus feel understood in the subtle layers of everyday life. Virgo often feels safer with people who are emotionally coherent. Taurus is often emotionally coherent, even if not always verbally expressive. Taurus may not analyze every feeling out loud, but Taurus shows up. And for Virgo, that counts. Virgo in turn helps Taurus refine and improve without destabilizing the bond. At best, Virgo helps Taurus grow gently. At best, Taurus helps Virgo relax enough to stop monitoring every variable. This can become a relationship built on trust, routine, sensory comfort, and mutual devotion. Sexual chemistry. Deeply sensual and steady. Taurus brings embodiment, patience, physical affection, and earthy desire. Virgo brings attentiveness, responsiveness, and a desire to care through intimacy. This can become a quietly powerful physical connection. Not always the loudest from the outside, but deeply satisfying and emotionally grounding. Shadow work. The challenge here is stubbornness versus overcorrection. Virgo may try to improve what Taurus wants to leave alone. Taurus may resist feedback that feels too frequent or too sharp. Virgo may become critical when anxious. Taurus may become immovable when feeling pushed. Then a cycle begins. Virgo feels unheard and tries harder. Taurus feels controlled and digs in. So the shadow lesson here is softness in communication. Virgo has to learn that not every problem must be addressed immediately or perfectly. Taurus has to learn that feedback is not always an attack. Sometimes it is an attempt at care. Both also need to guard against becoming too practical while neglecting romance or emotional expression. This pairing can become very stable, but stability still needs tenderness to stay alive. When they do the work, this becomes one of Virgo's most secure and enduring matches. Long-term potential, extremely high. For Virgo, Taurus can feel like a relationship where trust grows roots. 2. Virgo and Capricorn. The respect, structure, and future match. Virgo and Capricorn create a deeply serious and often highly compatible earth pairing, but it feels different from Virgo and Taurus. Where Taurus brings softness, sensuality, and calming presence, Capricorn brings structure, ambition, discipline, and long-range reliability. Virgo is mutable earth. Capricorn is cardinal earth. Virgo refines. Capricorn builds. Virgo tends. Capricorn plans. Virgo notices what is needed. Capricorn takes responsibility for what must be done. This can create a partnership built on mutual respect. And respect matters immensely to Virgo. Virgo wants to trust the character of the person they love. Capricorn often inspires that trust because Capricorn usually does not take commitment lightly. Real-life story energy example. Imagine a Virgo man who has spent years feeling like the adult in every room. He notices everything, handles details, anticipates needs, carries responsibility quietly, but he also secretly longs for someone strong enough to stand beside him without becoming one more problem he has to manage. Then he meets a Capricorn woman. She is composed, focused, intentional, not careless with her life, not emotionally sloppy, not unserious. He respects her. And for Virgo, respect is one of the strongest foundations for love. Now imagine Capricorn in that connection. Capricorn has often been admired for strength but not always deeply understood. People rely on them, but do not always see the pressure underneath the competence. They may feel that many relationships ask for emotional labor without offering enough maturity in return. Then Virgo arrives. Virgo understands the value of responsibility. Virgo notices the hidden effort. Virgo does not romanticize chaos. Virgo brings intelligence, care, and practical devotion. Capricorn feels partnered. That is powerful. Emotional compatibility. This match works because both signs value effort and integrity. Neither wants to build on fantasy, neither wants a reckless bond, neither wants to waste time on what has no real foundation. Both are often willing to work on a relationship rather than abandon it at the first sign of difficulty. Virgo can help Capricorn soften emotionally. Capricorn can help Virgo trust structure, instead of feeling they must hold everything together alone. Virgo tends the daily details. Capricorn tends the long-term direction. Virgo improves the system. Capricorn defines the mission. This can create a bond where both people feel useful, respected, and serious about each other. Sexual chemistry. Often slower to ignite than some pairings, but very strong over time. Capricorn can have a controlled exterior and a deep reservoir of passion underneath. Virgo may be cautious at first, but becomes deeply responsive once trust is established. This physical relationship can become grounded, attentive, and increasingly intimate as the bond deepens. Shadow work. The challenge here is emotional reserve and overfunctioning. Both can become too focused on responsibility, too focused on tasks, too focused on maintaining life, too focused on doing rather than feeling. Virgo may keep fixing and helping while secretly needing tenderness. Capricorn may keep carrying and providing while secretly needing softness. Neither may say enough. Another challenge is tone. Capricorn can become blunt or emotionally contained. Virgo can become overly analytical or critical when stressed. This can create a relationship that functions well on paper but starves emotionally if not consciously nourished. So the shadow lesson here is emotional permission. Virgo has to learn to ask for reassurance, not only offer competence. Capricorn has to learn to reveal vulnerability, not only offer stability. Both need to remember that love is not just responsibility, it is warmth. When they do that, this becomes one of Virgo's strongest life partner matches. Long-term potential. Very high. This is one of Virgo's best matches for building a future with substance, reliability, and mature partnership. 3. Virgo and Cancer. The caretaker and the healer match. Virgo and Cancer often create a deeply nurturing bond because both signs care intensely, though they express care through different languages. Virgo is Earth and Mercury ruled. Cancer is water and moon ruled. Virgo notices and helps. Cancer feels and nurtures. Virgo supports through practical care. Cancer supports through emotional care. Virgo wants to improve life. Cancer wants to protect the heart. Together they can create a relationship that feels deeply supportive. Real life story energy example. Imagine a Virgo woman who has always been the one paying attention, the one anticipating, the one helping, the one staying up mentally long after everyone else has stopped thinking, the one carrying invisible tasks and emotional concern in silence. Then she meets a Cancer man. He notices how much she does. But unlike others, he does not only benefit from it. He cares for her too. He checks in, he senses her stress. He creates comfort. He offers emotional warmth instead of expecting endless usefulness. He makes space for her humanity. For the first time, she feels that she does not have to earn tenderness through constant efficiency. Now imagine Cancer in that same relationship. Cancer has often loved deeply and been taken for granted, or given emotional care to people who lacked the maturity to protect the bond. Cancer longs for sincerity and attentiveness. Then Virgo arrives. Virgo remembers. Virgo helps. Virgo shows love through effort. Virgo pays attention in ways that make Cancer feel valued. Cancer feels cherished in the details. That can be profoundly bonding. Emotional compatibility. This match works because both signs value meaningful care. Cancer brings softness to Virgo's nervous system. Virgo brings steadiness to Cancer's emotional world. Cancer teaches Virgo that tenderness is healing. Virgo teaches Cancer that practical support is also a form of devotion. Virgo may help organize and stabilize the life that Cancer is trying to emotionally hold together. Cancer may help Virgo feel less alone in carrying invisible burdens. This relationship often becomes very personal, full of rituals, concern, thoughtful care, and the sense that both people genuinely want each other well. Sexual chemistry. Quietly intimate and deeply bonding. Cancer brings receptivity, tenderness, and emotional depth. Virgo brings attentiveness, patience, and a desire to respond carefully. This can create a private, healing, emotionally meaningful physical bond. Shadow work. The challenge here is criticism versus sensitivity. Virgo may speak in ways that are analytical when stressed. Cancer may hear emotional rejection even when Virgo means concern. Cancer may become moody or indirect when hurt. Virgo may become confused or overly solution-oriented when emotional soothing is actually needed. So a cycle can happen. Cancer wants comfort. Virgo offers analysis. Cancer feels unseen. Virgo feels unappreciated. Virgo becomes sharper. Cancer becomes more hurt. The shadow lesson here is translation. Virgo has to learn that not every pain wants a fix first. Sometimes it wants warmth. Cancer has to learn that Virgo's desire to improve things is often love, not condemnation. Both need to name their needs more clearly instead of assuming the other should naturally translate everything. When they do that, this becomes one of Virgo's sweetest and most healing matches. Long-term potential. High to very high. This is an excellent match for Virgo when both people value care, sincerity, and emotional maturity. 4. Virgo and Scorpio. The depth and discernment match. Virgo and Scorpio can create one of the most quietly intense pairings in the zodiac. At first glance, some people underestimate this match, but underneath the surface, it is often deeply compelling. Virgo is mutable earth. Scorpio is fixed water. Virgo observes. Scorpio penetrates. Virgo analyzes. Scorpio senses beneath the analysis. Virgo wants honesty and coherence. Scorpio wants truth and depth. Virgo is careful. Scorpio is intense. Together they often create a bond built on trust, depth, and emotional seriousness. Real-life story energy example. Imagine a Virgo man who is used to being underestimated emotionally. People see his composure and intelligence. They see the practical side. They see the discipline. But they do not always recognize how much he feels, how much he notices, how deeply he is affected by loyalty, trust, and emotional integrity. Then he meets a Scorpio woman. She sees through him, not in a way that feels invasive, in a way that feels precise. She notices the self-control, the hidden tenderness, the caution, the devotion beneath the reserve. He feels both exposed and understood. Now imagine Scorpio in that same dynamic. Scorpio has often felt that few people are strong enough to handle their depth without fear, judgment, or superficiality. People may want intensity, but not always the truth behind it. Then Virgo arrives. Virgo is not careless. Virgo is not shallow. Virgo does not rush into false intimacy. Virgo respects complexity. Virgo takes emotional reality seriously. Scorpio feels trust begin, and once trust begins here, the bond can become extraordinary. Emotional compatibility. This match works because both signs value sincerity. Neither Virgo nor Scorpio enjoys fake intimacy. Neither wants a shallow bond. Neither wants carelessness. Both can be private, both can be selective. Both often need to trust deeply before fully opening. Virgo gives Scorpio steadiness and thoughtfulness. Scorpio gives Virgo emotional depth and intensity. Scorpio can help Virgo access deeper feeling beneath the constant analysis. Virgo can help Scorpio create order and discernment around emotional intensity. This is often a relationship where both feel deeply seen, not superficially liked, seen. Sexual chemistry, very strong. Scorpio brings depth, magnetism, emotional intensity, and transformative sexual energy. Virgo brings attentiveness, presence, and a deeply responsive quality once trust is established. This can become a bond where physical intimacy is both passionate and psychologically meaningful. Shadow work. The challenge here is control, defensiveness, and overinterpretation. Scorpio may test or guard when insecure. Virgo may analyze or criticize when anxious. Both can become hyper-aware of subtle shifts. Both can hold on to hurt. Both can become harder to reach if trust is strained. Virgo may try to make sense of everything when Scorpio wants emotional truth, not dissection. Scorpio may become silent or intense when Virgo wants clarity and reassurance. So the shadow lesson here is trust through directness. Virgo has to learn that not everything can be solved by analysis alone. Scorpio has to learn that intensity without communication can become emotional punishment. Both must choose transparency over control. When they do that, this becomes one of Virgo's most profound and deeply bonded matches. Long-term potential. High. For Virgo, Scorpio can become one of the relationships that changes how deeply they allow themselves to feel. 5. Virgo and Pisces. The opposite sign healing match. Virgo and Pisces sit opposite each other on the zodiac wheel. And opposite sign matches often feel fated because each sign holds what the other lacks and secretly longs for. Virgo is discernment. Pisces is surrender. Virgo is form. Pisces is flow. Virgo is detail. Pisces is intuition. Virgo is analysis. Pisces is feeling without needing to dissect every layer. Virgo is precision. Pisces is softness. This can create confusion, but it can also create profound healing. Real-life story energy example. Imagine a Virgo woman who has spent most of her life trying to keep things together. Doing the right thing. Handling details. Being careful. Improving everything. Staying aware. Staying responsible. And secretly, she is tired. Tired of being the one who always notices. Tired of carrying mental pressure. Tired of feeling that relaxation is unsafe because something might fall apart if she stops monitoring. Then she meets a Pisces man. He is softer, more intuitive, more emotionally porous, more imaginative, less rigid, less obsessed with controlling every variable. At first, this may unsettle her, but it also awakens something, because he reminds her of a part of herself she has neglected, the part that can dream, the part that can feel without fixing, the part that can rest in mystery rather than always needing an answer. Now imagine Pisces in that relationship. Pisces has often felt misunderstood by the world. Too emotional, too fluid, too dreamy, too affected, too hard to categorize. Then Virgo arrives. Virgo gives structure, clarity, safety, containment, real-life support, a way of bringing form to all the feeling. Pisces feels steadied instead of shamed. This is why Virgo and Pisces can be so powerful. Each one becomes medicine for the other. Emotional compatibility. This match works when both people honor difference as complementary rather than threatening. Virgo gives Pisces grounding. Pisces gives Virgo softness. Virgo helps Pisces translate feelings into reality. Pisces helps Virgo remember that not everything meaningful is measurable. Virgo teaches Pisces steadiness. Pisces teaches Virgo grace. Virgo creates order. Pisces creates emotional and spiritual spaciousness. This can become a relationship where each person grows beyond their default defenses. Virgo becomes less rigid. Pisces becomes less lost. Virgo becomes more trusting. Pisces becomes more grounded. Virgo becomes more tender with themselves. Pisces becomes more anchored in life. Sexual chemistry. Very strong when trust is present. Pisces brings emotional surrender, romance, and soulful softness. Virgo brings attentiveness, care, and a desire to understand the partner deeply. This can create a bond that feels both healing and transcendent. Shadow work. The challenge here is reality versus idealization. Virgo may see Pisces as too vague, too avoidant, too impractical, or too difficult to pin down. Pisces may see Virgo as too critical, too controlling, too analytical, or too suspicious of feeling. Virgo may try to fix Pisces. Pisces may retreat from Virgo's corrections. Pisces may hope things will resolve through feeling alone. Virgo may insist on solutions too quickly. So the shadow lesson here is compassion without rescue, and clarity without cruelty. Virgo has to learn that softness is not weakness. Pisces has to learn that structure is not punishment. Virgo must stop using precision as armor against uncertainty. Pisces must stop using vagueness as escape from reality. When both do the work, this becomes one of Virgo's most spiritually and emotionally transformative matches. Long-term potential. High, though not always easy. This is often not Virgo's simplest match, but it can become one of Virgo's deepest if both people are willing to grow. Now let's step back and look at the deeper pattern. Why do Taurus, Capricorn, Cancer, Scorpio, and Pisces tend to work so well for Virgo? Because each one offers Virgo something essential. Taurus offers steadiness and peace. Capricorn offers structure and mature partnership. Cancer offers tenderness and emotional care. Scorpio offers depth and trust. Pisces offers softness, spiritual balance, and emotional surrender. Each one touches a different part of Virgo's heart. Taurus helps Virgo rest. Capricorn helps Virgo build. Cancer helps Virgo feel cared for. Scorpio helps Virgo go deeper. Pisces helps Virgo soften into mystery and compassion. And this matters because Virgo does not only need attraction. Virgo needs relief. Relief from overthinking. Relief from overfunctioning. Relief from carrying too much. Relief from pretending composure means they do not need tenderness too. The best matches for Virgo are the ones who do not add more chaos to Virgo's nervous system. They help create trust, why Virgo sometimes chooses the wrong people. Now we need to talk about something deeply real. Virgo does not only choose from chemistry, Virgo often chooses from potential. Potential for growth, potential for improvement, potential for healing, potential for stability if only the right adjustments are made. And that can become painful. Because Virgo can fall in love not only with what someone is, but with what they could be if they became fully honest, responsible, mature, or emotionally available. Virgo may think, this could work if we communicate better, if they heal this wound, if I support them enough, if I explain clearly enough, if I keep showing up, if I stay patient, if I love carefully enough. Sometimes that hope is wise, but sometimes it becomes self-abandonment. Virgo can stay too long in relationships where they are doing too much emotional labor simply because they can see the blueprint of what the relationship could be. But a blueprint is not a building. Potential is not presence. Virgo's healing lesson is learning to love what is actually being offered, not only what could be created in a best-case scenario. There is another Virgo pattern too. Virgo can become so afraid of chaos that they overvalue control. And sometimes that leads Virgo toward relationships that appear stable on the surface but are emotionally dry underneath. Virgo may say, at least this is predictable. At least this is not dramatic. At least this is functional. But functionality without tenderness eventually becomes emptiness. So Virgo's deeper learning is not only to avoid chaos, it is to choose living, reciprocal love. Love with both order and heart. How to know someone is a true match for Virgo. A true match for Virgo will not make you carry the whole relationship alone. They will not leave you to do all the noticing, all the improving, all the remembering, all the emotional responsibility. They will not dismiss your concerns as overthinking when your intuition is actually picking up something real. They will not punish your discernment. They will not take your devotion for granted. A true match for Virgo will feel trustworthy, not perfect. Trustworthy, you will feel that their words and actions line up, that their character has coherence, that your nervous system does not have to stay hyper-alert all the time, that you can say what matters without being made to feel difficult, that your care is reciprocated, that your efforts are seen, that your humanity matters as much as your usefulness. A true match for Virgo will also help you soften, not by making life chaotic so you are forced to let go, but by becoming safe enough that you choose to let go. That is the difference. The deeper soul lesson of Virgo in love. Virgo's deeper soul lesson in love is this: to learn that love is not earned only through usefulness, perfection, or effort. It is also received through openness. Virgo often begins life believing that they must be good enough, careful enough, helpful enough, responsible enough, intelligent enough, or composed enough to deserve lasting love. But the deeper lesson is grace. Love is not only something you maintain, it is also something you allow, something you receive, something you rest into, something you trust. Virgo is here to learn devotion without overfunctioning, discernment without defensiveness, improvement without impossible perfectionism, care without self-erasure, standards without emotional rigidity, service without forgetting the soul. And that is why the best matches for Virgo are not simply the people who admire Virgo's competence. They are the people who cherish Virgo's heart. Taurus teaches Virgo peace. Capricorn teaches Virgo respect and structure. Cancer teaches Virgo tenderness. Scorpio teaches Virgo depth and truth. Pisces teaches Virgo compassion and surrender. Each one offers a different medicine. If you are loving a Virgo, understand this. Virgo often notices far more than they say. Virgo may appear composed while quietly carrying a great deal. Virgo may show love through acts, details, and consistency more than dramatic declarations. Do not miss it just because it is subtle. Appreciate their effort. Respect their discernment. Do not mock their standards. Do not dismiss their concerns too quickly. Do not make them feel like emotional safety depends entirely on how well they manage everything. And most importantly, remind Virgo that they do not have to earn tenderness from you by being useful every second. Let your love become a place where Virgo can unclench. If you are a Virgo, remember this. You do not have to fix everything to deserve love. You do not have to be endlessly useful to be valued. You do not have to stay where there is only potential and no real reciprocity. You do not have to carry the whole emotional architecture of a relationship in silence. You do not have to apologize for needing honesty, maturity, and coherence. But you also do not have to hide your softer heart behind endless composure. You are allowed to want tenderness. You are allowed to want reassurance. You are allowed to want both stability and romance, both clarity and warmth, both truth and gentleness. The right relationship for you will not only admire your competence, it will protect your peace, it will honor your heart, it will see the love inside your carefulness. And when Virgo feels safe enough to love without constant self-protection, the devotion you give is extraordinary. So Virgo, your top 5 zodiac matches are Taurus, Capricorn, Cancer, Scorpio, and Pisces. Taurus meets you with steadiness, peace, and grounded devotion. Capricorn meets you with respect, structure, and long-term reliability. Cancer meets you with tenderness, emotional care, and heartfelt reciprocity. Scorpio meets you with depth, trust, and powerful emotional truth. Pisces meets you with softness, spiritual balance, and healing through surrender. Each one touches a different part of your nature. Each one offers a different kind of compatibility. Each one reveals something essential about what Virgo truly needs in love. But the deepest truth is this. Your best match is not simply the person who benefits from your care. It is the person who helps you feel safe enough to stop carrying everything alone. Because that is what Virgo love truly needs. Not only chemistry, not only shared values, not only attraction, not only admiration for your mind. Virgo needs trust, reciprocity, maturity, gentleness. A bond where care goes both ways. A relationship where the nervous system can rest and the heart can open without fear of being mishandled. The right person will not make you feel difficult for needing sincerity. They will understand that your carefulness is love, your standards are protection, your thoughtfulness is devotion. Your heart is far softer than the world often realizes. And when Virgo feels safe enough to offer their full love, what you give is one of the most sincere and life-improving forms of devotion in the zodiac. 1. Libra and Gemini. The intellectual romantic match. Libra and Gemini are one of the most naturally harmonious air sign pairings in the zodiac, and for Libra this match can feel light, exciting, and deeply mentally satisfying. Both are air signs. Both value communication. Both enjoy ideas. Both appreciate conversation. Both tend to be socially aware. Both often need relational movement rather than emotional stagnation. Both dislike unnecessary heaviness. Both want a bond that can breathe, but they express air differently. Libra is cardinal air. Libra initiates connection, creates relational atmosphere, and seeks balance. Gemini is mutable air. Gemini explores, questions, moves, adapts, and keeps mental energy alive. So Libra brings relational elegance. Gemini brings curiosity and mental play. Libra refines connection. Gemini animates it. This can create a relationship that feels mentally alive and emotionally enjoyable. Real-life story energy example. Imagine a Libra woman who has spent years in relationships where conversation slowly died, where the bond became functional but not fascinating, where tension was not talked through elegantly, just buried, where the relationship lost sparkle. Then she meets a Gemini man. He is quick, funny, responsive, interested, easy to talk to. He does not make her drag emotional energy through mud just to create connection. He meets her in motion. They talk for hours, not only about obvious things, about memories, psychology, music, attraction, people, power, longing, why relationships fail, why some love stories stay alive and others go flat. She feels mentally accompanied. That matters deeply to Libra. Now imagine Gemini in that connection. Gemini has often grown bored with partners who want certainty without conversation, stability without curiosity, commitment without aliveness. Then Libra arrives. Libra listens beautifully, responds thoughtfully, makes interaction feel pleasant and meaningful, brings grace to the conversation, charm to the atmosphere, beauty to the exchange. Gemini feels mentally and socially engaged. That is a strong foundation for Gemini. Emotional compatibility. This match works because both understand that connection lives through communication. Libra helps Gemini bring more relational intention into the bond. Gemini helps Libra loosen, laugh, and stay mentally stimulated. Libra often appreciates Gemini's responsiveness and wit. Gemini often appreciates Libra's softness and elegance. Libra brings emotional diplomacy. Gemini brings flexibility and movement. Together they can create a relationship that feels social, romantic, curious, playful, and full of mutual interest. Sexual chemistry. Often strong, especially because of verbal chemistry and flirtation. Libra is often turned on by beauty, charm, and mutual responsiveness. Gemini is turned on by wit, banter, novelty, and mental spark. So attraction often begins in the mind and then deepens into playful, lively physical chemistry. Shadow work. The challenge here is avoidance and inconsistency. Both signs can delay the difficult conversation for different reasons. Libra may delay to preserve harmony. Gemini may delay because they are still mentally processing or do not want the emotional heaviness. This can create a bond that feels wonderful on the surface while deeper truths remain underaddressed. Another challenge is focus. Gemini can be scattered. Libra can become indecisive. So the relationship may sometimes struggle with grounding or deeper emotional anchoring if both avoid discomfort. The shadow lesson here is staying with the truth long enough for it to become intimate. Libra has to learn to ask directly for what they need instead of hinting through tone. Gemini has to learn that mental stimulation alone is not enough to sustain the bond forever. Both need to practice emotional presence, not just conversational brilliance. When they do the work, this becomes one of Libra's most naturally enjoyable matches. Long-term potential, very high. For Libra, Gemini can feel like a relationship where beauty and aliveness coexist. 2. Libra and Aquarius. The mental equality and freedom match. Libra and Aquarius create a different kind of air sign magic. Where Gemini brings playfulness and quick movement, Aquarius brings depth of idea, independence, originality, and a larger vision. Libra is cardinal air. Aquarius is fixed air. Libra initiates relationship and seeks mutuality. Aquarius stabilizes identity and seeks freedom. This can create a relationship full of fascination. Libra is often drawn to Aquarius because Aquarius feels different, less conventional, less easy to predict, less controlled by social expectation, more self-defined. Aquarius may be drawn to Libra because Libra brings warmth, beauty, relational skill, and an ability to create connection without emotional chaos. Real-life story energy example. Imagine a Libra man who has always been surrounded by people who want easy charm but cannot hold deeper complexity. People who like his grace but not his mind. People who enjoy being around him but do not really expand him. Then he meets an Aquarius woman. She is intelligent, independent, a little hard to read at first, not cold, just self-contained. She speaks from a place of originality. She does not echo the crowd. He feels intrigued, because Aquarius does not simply respond. Aquarius challenges the frame. Now imagine Aquarius in that connection. Aquarius has often felt emotionally and mentally outside the norm. People admire their uniqueness, but may also misunderstand their distance, autonomy, or unconventional way of loving. Then Libra arrives. Libra is relational without being invasive, charming without being shallow, emotionally aware without being suffocating. Aquarius feels less judged and more invited. That can be deeply attractive. Emotional compatibility. This match works because both signs value fairness and freedom. Libra wants mutuality. Aquarius wants autonomy. When balanced, these are not enemies, they are complementary. Libra can help Aquarius become more emotionally relational. Aquarius can help Libra become more self-defined inside love. Libra often teaches Aquarius the art of two. Aquarius often teaches Libra not to disappear into partnership. This is powerful for Libra, because one of Libra's growth edges is learning not to over-identify with the bond. Aquarius naturally models individuality. That can challenge Libra, but it can also strengthen them. Sexual chemistry, strong, especially when there is mutual fascination. Aquarius can bring originality, mental electricity, and unpredictability. Libra brings sensual refinement, charm, and relational responsiveness. This can create a chemistry that feels mentally stimulating, aesthetically pleasing, and intriguingly different. Shadow work. The challenge here is emotional temperature. Libra often wants more visible warmth and responsiveness. Aquarius often needs more space and may process emotion more intellectually. If Aquarius becomes too detached, Libra may feel unimportant. If Libra seeks too much reassurance through the relationship itself, Aquarius may feel constrained. Another challenge is style of engagement. Libra may want to discuss the emotional field delicately and relationally. Aquarius may leap into ideas, principles, or broader patterns rather than the immediate feeling. So the shadow lesson here is honoring difference without pathologizing it. Aquarius has to learn that Libra's need for relational care is not superficiality, it is emotional intelligence. Libra has to learn that Aquarius's need for space is not always rejection, it is part of their emotional design. When they do the work, this can become one of Libra's most growth-oriented and mentally fulfilling matches. Long-term potential. High to very high. For Libra, Aquarius can become a powerful partner in both love and self-evolution. 3. Libra and Leo. The romance, beauty, and devotion match. Libra and Leo often create one of the most visually and energetically magnetic couples in the zodiac, but this pairing is much deeper than appearance. Leo is fire. Libra is air. Air feeds fire. Leo radiates. Libra responds. Leo brings warmth and heart. Libra brings grace and relational artistry. This can create a bond that feels romantic, beautiful, lively, and mutually admiring. Real-life story energy example. Imagine a Libra woman who has grown tired of emotionally flat love. Tired of relationships where attraction existed but romance slowly disappeared. Tired of people who wanted her presence but not the actual effort of keeping love warm. Then she meets a Leo man. He notices her, not casually, fully. He compliments her thoughtfully, pursues with confidence, makes the connection feel intentional, brings warmth into the room, brings emotional energy into the bond. She feels chosen. That matters deeply to Libra. Now imagine Leo in that same relationship. Leo has often wanted a partner who understands the emotional art of love, someone who values beauty, effort, and tenderness. Someone who knows how to receive warmth and return it. Then Libra arrives. Libra brings elegance, appreciation, attention to atmosphere, a romantic instinct. Leo feels mirrored in a language they recognize. That can become deeply bonding. Emotional compatibility. This match works because both signs care about the quality of love. Leo wants love that is warm, proud, and visibly alive. Libra wants love that is harmonious, intentional, and mutually satisfying. Leo helps Libra become more emotionally bold. Libra helps Leo become more relationally refined. Libra may soothe some of Leo's rougher edges with grace. Leo may help Libra move from indecision into confidence. There is often admiration here. And admiration is important for both of them, though in different forms. Libra wants to feel valued and chosen. Leo wants to feel appreciated and loved wholeheartedly. This can become a very satisfying exchange. Sexual chemistry, strong and romantic. Leo brings fire, devotion, confidence, and visible desire. Libra brings sensuality, flirtation, beauty, and relational responsiveness. This often creates a chemistry that is both passionate and aesthetically pleasing. There is often a sense of delight in pleasing one another. Shadow work. The challenge here is image, pride, and conflict style. Both signs may care deeply about how the relationship feels and looks. That is not inherently bad, but it can create a temptation to preserve the image of harmony or romance, even when deeper tensions need direct attention. Leo may become proud or reactive if they feel underappreciated. Libra may soften or delay the truth to avoid relational ugliness. Then resentment builds. Libra may also feel overwhelmed if Leo becomes too emotionally forceful. Leo may feel hurt if Libra becomes too detached, overly diplomatic, or indirect. So the shadow lesson here is honest warmth. Leo has to learn that intensity must still leave room for listening. Libra has to learn that grace does not require avoidance. Both need to protect the real heart of the bond, not only the feeling of romance around it. When they do that, this becomes one of Libra's most beautiful and fulfilling matches. Long-term potential. Very high. For Libra, Leo can feel like love that is both romantic and alive. 4. Libra and Sagittarius. The adventure and possibility match. Libra and Sagittarius create a pairing that often feels expansive, social, optimistic, and full of movement. Libra is cardinal air. Sagittarius is mutable fire. Libra brings charm, partnership skill, and emotional grace. Sagittarius brings honesty, humor, exploration, and a larger sense of possibility. This can become a very energizing match for Libra. Real-life story energy example. Imagine a Libra man who has spent years trying to keep relationships emotionally balanced while secretly feeling bored, unseen, or confined. Then he meets a Sagittarius woman. She is open, lively, unapologetically herself, not emotionally manipulative, not trying to micromanage the connection. She brings energy, perspective, fun, truth. He feels lighter around her, not because she is shallow, because she is alive. Now imagine Sagittarius in that same connection. Sagittarius has often felt trapped by people who want commitment without room to breathe, control without trust, stability without wonder. Then Libra arrives. Libra is relational, yes, but also open-minded, social, curious, appreciative of beauty and new experience. Sagittarius feels less caged and more accompanied. That can be deeply attractive. Emotional compatibility. This match works because both signs often enjoy growth through relationship. Libra wants connection that feels meaningful. Sagittarius wants connection that feels expansive. Libra brings consideration. Sagittarius brings freedom from overthinking. Sagittarius helps Libra stop getting stuck in endless weighing of options. Libra helps Sagittarius consider impact and nuance. This can be a relationship full of travel, conversation, social life, shared discovery, and an emotional tone that feels bright rather than heavy. Sexual chemistry, often very strong. Sagittarius brings spontaneity, enthusiasm, and bold energy. Libra brings flirtation, sensuality, and aesthetic intelligence. This can create a bond that feels fresh, playful, and mutually energizing. Shadow work. The challenge here is bluntness versus sensitivity to tone. Sagittarius can be direct to the point of sharpness. Libra is highly sensitive to how things are said. Sagittarius may think they are simply being honest. Libra may experience it as careless or harsh. Another challenge is commitment rhythm. Libra may want more relational intentionality. Sagittarius may need more space and freedom. If Libra becomes too dependent on the partnership for emotional grounding, Sagittarius may resist. If Sagittarius becomes too inconsistent, Libra may feel emotionally unheld. So the shadow lesson here is truth with care. Sagittarius has to learn that honesty does not lose power when delivered with tenderness. Libra has to learn that not every difference in tone means a lack of love. Both need to create a relationship where growth does not come at the expense of emotional consideration. When they do that, this can become one of Libra's most exciting and liberating matches. Long-term potential. High, especially when both share values around exploration, honesty, and mutual respect. For Libra, Sagittarius can feel like love that expands the horizon. 5. Libra and Aries. The opposite sign fate match. Libra and Aries sit opposite each other on the zodiac wheel, and opposite sign matches often feel magnetic because each sign contains what the other lacks and needs. Libra is the sign of partnership. Aries is the sign of self. Libra says, how do we create balance? Aries says, this is what I want. Libra weighs. Aries moves. Libra harmonizes. Aries initiates. Libra considers impact. Aries trusts instinct. This can create enormous attraction, and enormous friction, but also enormous growth. Real-life story energy example. Imagine a Libra woman who has spent much of her life reading every room, considering every angle, trying to be fair, trying to keep connection flowing smoothly, trying not to be too much, too harsh, too direct. Then she meets an Aries man. He is clear, immediate, alive, not endlessly circling his feelings, not trying to refine every thought before speaking. He just is. She feels electrified. Because Aries brings something Libra often secretly craves: certainty, decisiveness, the courage of unfiltered desire. Now imagine Aries in that same bond. Aries has often been frustrated by people who hesitate, hold back, overcomplicate, or fear directness. Then Libra arrives. Libra is beautiful, yes, but also smart, nuanced, relationally aware, able to bring softness where Aries might otherwise bulldoze. Aries feels challenged in a good way, not diminished, balanced. That is the medicine of this pairing. Emotional compatibility. This match works because each teaches the other something essential. Aries teaches Libra selfhood. Libra teaches Aries partnership. Aries teaches Libra courage and directness. Libra teaches Aries patience and consideration. Aries helps Libra act. Libra helps Aries reflect. This is powerful for Libra because Libra can sometimes lose the self inside the bond. Aries forces the question. What do you want? Not what is fair to everyone, not what preserves the atmosphere. What do you want? And Libra can be deeply changed by that. At the same time, Libra teaches Aries that love cannot thrive on desire alone. It also requires mutuality, timing, listening, and grace. Sexual chemistry. Very strong. This is classic polarity. Aries brings heat, urgency, and pursuit. Libra brings allure, responsiveness, sensuality, and relational play. There is often an undeniable magnetism here because each embodies what the other lacks. Shadow work. The challenge here is conflict style. Aries confronts directly. Libra often delays confrontation. Aries may see Libra as evasive. Libra may see Aries as too harsh. Aries may push. Libra may retreat into politeness. Then Aries gets louder and Libra gets quieter. Or Libra becomes quietly resentful while Aries believes everything has been said openly. This can be a very painful cycle if not handled consciously. Another challenge is autonomy versus dependence. Aries needs freedom of self-expression. Libra needs relational balance. If Aries becomes too self-focused, Libra feels unseen. If Libra becomes too dependent on relational harmony, Aries feels restricted. So the shadow lesson here is integration. Aries has to learn that truth without tact can damage love. Libra has to learn that tact without truth can suffocate it. Both have to stop treating their differences as proof of incompatibility and instead see them as invitations to grow. When they do that, this can become one of Libra's most transformative and karmic matches. Long-term potential. High, though rarely effortless. For Libra, Aries can become the relationship that teaches them how to love without disappearing. Now let's step back and look at the deeper pattern. Why do Gemini, Aquarius, Leo, Sagittarius, and Aries tend to work so well for Libra? Because each one offers Libra some combination of movement, responsiveness, admiration, stimulation, or growth. Gemini offers conversation, curiosity, and airy ease. Aquarius offers mental equality, freedom, and originality. Leo offers romance, warmth, and visible devotion. Sagittarius offers openness, growth, and adventurous aliveness. Aries offers polarity, passion, and the challenge of selfhood. Each one touches a different part of Libra's heart. Gemini helps Libra breathe. Aquarius helps Libra individuate. Leo helps Libra feel cherished. Sagittarius helps Libra expand. Aries helps Libra become brave. And this matters because Libra does not only need love, Libra needs reciprocity with life in it. Not stagnant partnership. Living partnership. The best matches for Libra are the ones who do not make Libra do all the relational balancing alone. They bring energy of their own, truth of their own, presence of their own, a way of meeting Libra in the exchange rather than simply receiving Libra's grace. Why Libra sometimes chooses the wrong people. Now we need to talk honestly about something deeper. Libra does not only choose from compatibility, Libra often chooses from relational possibility. How beautiful this could be, how meaningful this could become, how right this might feel if the other person would meet them fully, how good the chemistry is, how elegant the dynamic looks from the outside, how much potential exists if balance can just be restored. This can become painful, because Libra may stay in the field of possibility longer than they should, trying to keep the tone beautiful, trying to translate, trying to understand, trying to find the right words, trying to maintain connection without fully admitting that mutuality is missing. Libra can also be vulnerable to people who adore them but do not truly partner them. People who enjoy Libra's warmth, beauty, listening, social skill, and emotional intelligence, but do not bring equal effort into their relationship. People who like being loved by Libra more than they know how to love Libra back. Why? Because appreciation can feel close to reciprocity at first, but it is not the same thing. Libra's healing lesson is learning the difference between being admired and being met, between chemistry and fairness, between beauty and integrity, between being chosen and being truly partnered. There is another pattern too. Libra may avoid endings too long because endings disturb harmony, because walking away can feel ugly, because conflict feels unpleasant, because hope remains, because Libra wants to believe beauty can be restored. But sometimes staying too long damages beauty more than honest departure would have. This is one of Libra's deepest lessons. How to know someone is a true match for Libra. A true match for Libra will not make you carry the whole emotional atmosphere of the relationship alone. They will not leave you to do all the smoothing, all the adjusting, all the translating, all the tone management, all the fairness checking, all the effort to keep connection gracious. They will not make you feel that your desire for harmony is weakness. They will not repeatedly bring carelessness into something you are trying to protect. They will not force you to choose between truth and peace. A true match for Libra will feel reciprocal. Not perfect, reciprocal. You will feel considered, respected, listened to, chosen, met, not merely admired from the outside, but partnered from the inside. A true match for Libra will also allow you to be real. Not only pleasant, not only elegant, not only accommodating. Real. You will be able to say what you want, what hurts, what you need, what feels off, what you desire. And the bond will not collapse because you told the truth. That is essential for Libra. The deeper soul lesson of Libra in love. Libra's deeper soul lesson in love is this: to learn that harmony is not the same as self-abandonment. Libra often begins life believing, consciously or unconsciously, that love must be maintained through grace, diplomacy, accommodation, understanding, and beauty. And yes, those things are gifts. But the deeper lesson is that true love also requires directness, self-respect, boundaries, and the courage to disturb false peace for the sake of real intimacy. Libra is here to learn mutuality without disappearing, beauty without suppression, partnership without self-loss, romance without illusion, grace without silence, love without overcompensating. And that is why the best matches for Libra are not simply the people who are attracted to Libra's charm, they are the people who know how to stand in the exchange and truly meet Libra as an equal. Gemini teaches Libra movement and curiosity. Aquarius teaches Libra individuality and freedom. Leo teaches Libra warmth and open-hearted devotion. Sagittarius teaches Libra expansion and adventurous truth. Aries teaches Libra selfhood and courage. Each one offers a different medicine. If you are loving a Libra, understand this. Libra often notices far more than they say. Libra cares deeply about how love feels, not only whether it exists, how it feels in the room, how it sounds in your voice, how it moves in conflict, how it returns after hurt, how mutual it is, how respectful it is, how beautiful it remains under pressure. Do not mistake Libra's grace for not needing care. Do not mistake their diplomacy for not feeling pain. Do not mistake their patience for endless tolerance. Do not assume that because they are trying to keep things balanced, they are not quietly carrying too much. Appreciate them, reciprocate, speak kindly, be fair, be intentional. Do not make them do all the emotional choreography alone. And most importantly, create a bond where Libra does not have to disappear just to keep the peace. If you are a Libra, remember this. You do not have to be endlessly graceful in order to deserve love. You do not have to keep every atmosphere soft while your own heart grows heavy. You do not have to stay where there is chemistry but no reciprocity. You do not have to keep translating someone's behavior when their effort is simply not enough. You do not have to confuse being desired with being truly partnered. You are allowed to want beauty and truth. You are allowed to want romance and fairness. You are allowed to want peace and passion. You are allowed to want someone who not only admires your light but helps carry the relationship with you. The right relationship for you will not make honesty feel like a threat to love. It will make honesty part of the beauty. And when Libra feels safe enough to love without over-accommodating, the love you give is extraordinary. So Libra, your top 5 zodiac matches are Gemini, Aquarius, Leo, Sagittarius, and Aries. Gemini meets you with curiosity, conversation, and airy aliveness. Aquarius meets you with originality, mental equality, and freedom. Leo meets you with warmth, romance, and visible devotion. Sagittarius meets you with growth, optimism, and adventurous energy. Aries meets you with passion, polarity, and the life-changing lesson of selfhood inside love. Each one touches a different part of your nature. Each one offers a different kind of compatibility. Each one reveals something essential about what Libra truly needs in love. But the deepest truth is this: your best match is not simply the one who is attracted to your beauty. It is the one who knows how to create balance with you. Because that is what Libra love truly needs. Not only chemistry, not only admiration, not only romantic potential, not only shared aesthetics. Libra needs reciprocity, respect, emotional intelligence, partnership that feels alive. Love that is beautiful not because it never faces difficulty, but because both people know how to meet difficulty with care. The right person will not make you feel foolish for wanting mutuality. They will understand that your longing for balance is sacred, your softness is strength, your grace is labor, your heart is deeper than many people realize. And when Libra feels safe enough to love without self-erasure, the love you give becomes one of the most elegant, healing, and relationally intelligent forms of devotion in the zodiac. 1. Scorpio and Cancer, the soul bond of emotional loyalty. Scorpio and Cancer are often considered one of the deepest emotional matches in the zodiac, and for Scorpio, this pairing can feel incredibly meaningful. Both are water signs, both value loyalty, both bond deeply, both feel more than they always say, both protect the heart carefully, both understand that love is not casual emotional weather, it is an inner world, but they express water differently. Scorpio is fixed water. Scorpio holds, intensifies, protects, and penetrates. Cancer is cardinal water. Cancer initiates feeling, creates emotional environment, nurtures, protects, and tends. So Scorpio brings depth and intensity. Cancer brings warmth and emotional care. Scorpio goes inward. Cancer reaches toward. This can create a powerful emotional ecosystem. Real-life story energy example. Imagine a Scorpio man who has spent years surrounded by people who were fascinated by his mystery but could not actually hold his emotional truth. People wanted the magnetism, the chemistry, the depth in theory. But when things became real, vulnerable, messy, or deeply intimate, they became avoidant, shallow, or careless. Then he meets a Cancer woman. She does not fear feeling. She does not mock tenderness. She notices shifts in him before he names them. She senses when something is off and, instead of panicking or withdrawing, she creates warmth. For the first time in a long time, he feels that someone is not only attracted to his power, but responsive to his heart. Now imagine Cancer in that same connection. Cancer has often loved deeply and overgiven emotionally to people who did not know how to protect the bond. Cancer longs for sincerity, emotional significance, and loyalty. Then Scorpio arrives. He is serious, present, intense, not casual with emotion, not careless with trust, not flat. Cancer feels depth immediately, and that depth can feel like home. Emotional compatibility. This match works because both understand emotional loyalty. Cancer wants closeness, security, care, and belonging. Scorpio wants truth, trust, devotion, and deep bonding. These desires support each other beautifully. Cancer helps Scorpio soften. Scorpio helps Cancer deepen. Cancer brings warmth to Scorpio's emotional fortress. Scorpio brings psychological strength to Cancer's tender heart. This can become a relationship where both people feel deeply significant to one another. Sexual chemistry. Extremely strong. Cancer brings tenderness, receptivity, emotional warmth, and bonding through touch. Scorpio brings intensity, passion, magnetism, and total presence. Together, intimacy often becomes both deeply emotional and powerfully physical. Shadow work. The challenge here is defensiveness and emotional fear. Cancer may become indirect when hurt. Scorpio may become silent or suspicious when hurt. Cancer may want reassurance through tenderness. Scorpio may want reassurance through proof and consistency. If both are wounded, the relationship can become heavy with unspoken pain. Cancer may retreat into mood. Scorpio may retreat into control. Both may feel deeply but struggle to say the most vulnerable thing directly. So the shadow lesson here is emotional transparency. Cancer has to learn to name needs more clearly. Scorpio has to learn to ask instead of test. Both need to understand that softness is not weakness, and silence is not always protection. When they do that work, this becomes one of Scorpio's most profound and enduring matches. Long-term potential. Very high. For Scorpio, Cancer can feel like a bond that is emotionally intimate, loyal, and deeply alive without becoming emotionally hollow. 2. Scorpio and Pisces. The mystical depth match. Scorpio and Pisces create a different kind of water bond than Scorpio and Cancer. Where Cancer brings emotional warmth and home, Pisces brings spiritual softness, intuitive openness, and emotional permeability. Scorpio is fixed water. Pisces is mutable water. Scorpio holds and intensifies. Pisces flows and merges. Scorpio seeks truth beneath the surface. Pisces feels the invisible field almost instantly. This can create a bond that feels psychic. Real-life story energy example. Imagine a Scorpio woman who has spent years feeling that people either fear her depth or try to reduce it. They want something simple from her, something easy to explain, something that does not require entering the underworld with her. Then she meets a Pisces man. He does not seem afraid of emotional complexity. He does not try to categorize her too quickly. He listens with feeling. He responds intuitively. He understands things she did not fully say. She feels less alone. Now imagine Pisces in that same connection. Pisces has often felt too open for the world, too affected, too sensitive, too impressionable, too filled with longing and emotional depth that other people dismiss as fantasy. Then Scorpio arrives. Scorpio takes emotion seriously. Scorpio does not mock darkness. Scorpio does not demand shallowness. Scorpio can create a powerful container around Pisces' fluid emotional world. Pisces feels protected instead of scattered. That can be incredibly healing. Emotional compatibility. This match works because both speak the language of depth, but in different dialects. Scorpio brings containment, loyalty, and focus. Pisces brings empathy, softness, imagination, and emotional openness. Pisces can help Scorpio melt where Scorpio would otherwise harden. Scorpio can help Pisces ground where Pisces would otherwise drift. This can create a bond where both feel emotionally and spiritually touched. Sexual chemistry. Very strong. Scorpio brings intensity and totality. Pisces brings surrender and emotional spiritual fluidity. Physical intimacy can feel sacred, healing, and all-consuming in the best way when trust is present. Shadow work. The challenge here is boundaries and emotional reality. Pisces can be vague when overwhelmed. Scorpio can become suspicious when things feel vague. Pisces may avoid hard truths because they do not want pain. Scorpio may push hard for truth because pain without clarity feels intolerable. This can create a difficult cycle. Scorpio presses. Pisces drifts. Scorpio mistrusts the drift. Pisces feels overwhelmed by the pressure. Another challenge is projection. Both signs are deeply intuitive, but intuition is not always the same as clear communication. Scorpio may assume they know what Pisces feels. Pisces may assume Scorpio should already sense everything. Then misunderstandings deepen. So, the shadow lesson here is grounding emotion in direct language. Pisces has to learn that softness must still include clarity. Scorpio has to learn that not every ambiguity is betrayal. Both need to build trust through honest communication, not only emotional sensing. When they do the work, this becomes one of Scorpio's most magical and healing matches. Long-term potential. Very high. For Scorpio, Pisces can feel like a deep spiritual bond where pain, passion, tenderness, and devotion all have room to exist. 3. Scorpio and Virgo, the trust and precision match. Scorpio and Virgo are often underestimated, but this can be one of Scorpio's strongest and most psychologically satisfying matches. Scorpio is water, Virgo is earth. Water needs container. Earth needs depth. Scorpio is fixed, Virgo is mutable. Scorpio intensifies, Virgo analyzes and adjusts. Scorpio penetrates emotional truth. Virgo notices practical truth. Scorpio wants loyalty and depth. Virgo wants sincerity and integrity. This can create a relationship built on trust, seriousness, and quiet devotion. Real-life story energy example. Imagine a Scorpio man who has grown tired of superficial attraction, tired of people who are curious about him but not steady, tired of emotional performance without real character. Then he meets a Virgo woman. She is observant, careful, not easily seduced by image alone, not careless with trust, not chaotic, not impulsive with her heart. He respects that, and respect matters deeply to Scorpio. Now imagine Virgo in that connection. Virgo has often felt they must stay alert in love, must notice everything, must keep the system working, must carry the details others ignore. Then Scorpio arrives. Scorpio is serious, protective, focused, not casual with emotional commitment. Virgo feels that there is substance here. That can create deep trust. Emotional compatibility. This match works because both signs value sincerity and emotional truth. Virgo helps Scorpio slow down and become more discerning rather than purely reactive. Scorpio helps Virgo go deeper beneath analysis into feeling. Virgo can offer Scorpio steadiness, thoughtfulness, and careful devotion. Scorpio can offer Virgo passion, psychological intimacy, and the feeling of being deeply known. This is often a bond where both people feel seen beyond the obvious. Sexual chemistry. Strong and quietly intense. Scorpio brings depth, magnetism, and transformative physical presence. Virgo brings attentiveness, care, and the willingness to fully study and respond to the partner. This can create a very intimate and private chemistry that becomes stronger with trust. Shadow work. The challenge here is control through different languages. Scorpio controls through emotional intensity, silence, or strategic withholding when wounded. Virgo controls through analysis, correction, or overmanagement when anxious. If both become defensive, the relationship can feel tense. Scorpio may feel Virgo is over-examining or criticizing. Virgo may feel Scorpio is too closed, too intense, or too difficult to interpret. Another challenge is vulnerability style. Virgo may want to discuss and improve. Scorpio may want to protect and contain. Virgo may seek clarity. Scorpio may distrust excessive explanation if it feels detached from emotional truth. So the shadow lesson here is translating fear more gently. Virgo has to learn that not everything can be solved through refinement. Scorpio has to learn that not everything is safer when hidden. Both need to trust that honesty does not have to become exposure without safety. When they do that work, this becomes one of Scorpio's strongest matches for long-term depth and stability. Long-term potential. High. For Scorpio, Virgo can feel like a deeply trustworthy and quietly intimate partner who takes love seriously. 4. Scorpio and Capricorn. The power, loyalty, and respect match. Scorpio and Capricorn create one of the strongest power pairings in the zodiac when healthy. Both are highly serious signs. Both value loyalty. Both can be private. Both respect strength. Both dislike emotional foolishness. Both can endure. Both understand pressure. Both take trust seriously. Scorpio is fixed water. Capricorn is cardinal earth. Scorpio protects inner truth. Capricorn structures outer reality. Scorpio moves through depth. Capricorn moves through discipline. Scorpio senses power dynamics. Capricorn manages them. This can create enormous mutual respect. Real-life story energy example. Imagine a Scorpio woman who has grown tired of emotionally weak connections. Not weak in the sense of softness, weak in the sense of lacking backbone, integrity, or stability. Then she meets a Capricorn man. He is solid, measured, reliable. Not emotionally loud but not unserious. Not careless, not chaotic. He does what he says. She feels safer with that than with endless declarations. Now imagine Capricorn in that bond. Capricorn has often felt that people lean on their strength without truly seeing the emotional depth underneath the responsibility. Then Scorpio arrives. Scorpio sees the hidden layers, the burden, the restraint, the desire, the control, the softness hidden under structure. Capricorn feels deeply understood. That can become a powerful bond. Emotional compatibility. This match works because both signs respect resilience and depth. Capricorn gives Scorpio stability, seriousness, and reliability. Scorpio gives Capricorn emotional intensity, intimacy, and the courage to go beneath the surface. Capricorn can help Scorpio ground big feelings into reality. Scorpio can help Capricorn feel more emotionally alive and less defended by function. There is often a strong sense that this relationship matters. Not casual, not flimsy, not decorative. substantial. Sexual chemistry, very strong. Capricorn brings grounded physicality, control, and depth that grows over time. Scorpio brings intensity, emotional totality, and passionate magnetism. The chemistry can become deeply compelling, especially because both tend to take intimacy seriously once trust develops. Shadow work. The challenge here is emotional rigidity and power struggle. Both signs can become guarded. Both can become controlling in different ways. Both may prefer strength over visible vulnerability. Both may hide pain behind composure. Then the relationship can become too hard. Capricorn may retreat into work, silence, or pragmatism. Scorpio may retreat into suspicion, control, or emotional distance. Neither says the soft thing first. Neither wants to feel weak. So the shadow lesson here is tenderness inside strength. Capricorn has to learn that emotional reassurance is not inefficiency. Scorpio has to learn that asking directly is stronger than testing. Both must remember that respect and depth are not enough by themselves. Warmth is needed too. When they do the work, this becomes one of Scorpio's most powerful life partner matches. Long-term potential. Very high. For Scorpio, Capricorn can feel like a relationship built on trust, endurance, and shared strength. 5. Scorpio and Taurus. The opposite sign destiny match. Scorpio and Taurus sit opposite each other on the zodiac wheel, and this is one of the most magnetic pairings in astrology. Opposite sign relationships are often compelling because each sign embodies what the other lacks and longs for. Scorpio is depth, intensity, transformation, emotional truth, and control through the invisible realm. Taurus is stability, peace, sensuality, consistency, and trust through the tangible realm. Scorpio asks, "Can I trust your soul?" Taurus asks, "Can I trust your presence?" Scorpio wants emotional merging. Taurus wants embodied safety. Scorpio goes down into the underworld. Taurus roots into the earth. This can create a bond that feels fated. Real-life story energy example. Imagine a Scorpio man who is used to intensity, used to scanning people, used to feeling that he must guard himself because few people are stable enough to hold what he really feels. Then he meets a Taurus woman. She is steady. Not performative, not chaotic, not easily shaken. She has a calm center. He is drawn in. Because Taurus offers something Scorpio deeply craves but does not always know how to ask for. Peace. Now imagine Taurus in that same relationship. Taurus has often wanted love that feels deeply loyal and significant, but may have encountered people who are either too inconsistent or too shallow. Then Scorpio arrives. Scorpio does not love lightly. Scorpio does not bond halfway. Scorpio does not treat intimacy like a game. Taurus feels depth. That can be enormously compelling. Emotional compatibility. This match works because each gives the other something essential. Taurus gives Scorpio grounded security. Scorpio gives Taurus emotional depth and intensity. Taurus teaches Scorpio that love can be steady, sensual, and calm without being superficial. Scorpio teaches Taurus that love can transform, deepen, and reveal hidden truth, rather than only staying comfortable. This can become a profoundly bonded relationship. Sexual chemistry, extremely high. This is one of the strongest physical and sensual pairings in the zodiac. Taurus brings embodiment, patience, sensuality, and loyalty. Scorpio brings intensity, magnetism, emotional power, and total presence. The chemistry here can feel undeniable. Shadow work. The challenge here is stubbornness, possessiveness, and control. Both are fixed signs. Both can hold on to hurt. Both can become defensive. Both can dig in. Both can have difficulty letting go or yielding. Taurus may become immovable when pushed. Scorpio may become more intense when met with resistance. Taurus may want peace. Scorpio may want confrontation of the deeper truth. Taurus may shut down. Scorpio may escalate. This can become a painful standoff if unhealed. So the shadow lesson here is surrender without loss of self. Taurus has to learn that avoiding emotional depth does not create security. Scorpio has to learn that controlling emotional intensity does not create trust. Both need to choose mutual softness before the power struggle hardens. When they do that work, this becomes one of Scorpio's most transformative and unforgettable matches. Long-term potential. High, though intense. For Scorpio, Taurus can become the relationship that teaches the deepest lessons about trust, peace, attachment, and surrender. Now let's step back and look at the deeper pattern. Why do Cancer, Pisces, Virgo, Capricorn, and Taurus tend to work so well for Scorpio? Because each one offers Scorpio some form of what Scorpio needs most. Cancer offers emotional loyalty, tenderness, and home. Pisces offers softness, spiritual depth, and intuitive understanding. Virgo offers sincerity, discernment, and trustworthy devotion. Capricorn offers strength, stability, and mature partnership. Taurus offers peace, sensuality, and opposite sign grounding. Each one touches a different layer of Scorpio's heart. Cancer meets Scorpio's need to feel emotionally bonded. Pisces meets Scorpio's need to feel spiritually understood. Virgo meets Scorpio's need to trust the character of the bond. Capricorn meets Scorpio's need for strength and stability. Taurus meets Scorpio's deepest polarity around control and surrender. And this matters because Scorpio does not only need attraction. Scorpio needs security at the soul level. Not shallow reassurance, not pretty words, not half presence, real trust, real devotion, real emotional depth, real character. The best matches for Scorpio do not run from depth. They know how to meet it, ground it, or soften it. Why Scorpio sometimes chooses the wrong people. Now we need to talk honestly about something deeper. Scorpio does not only choose from compatibility, Scorpio often chooses from intensity. If something feels powerful, fated, psychologically charged, sexually magnetic, emotionally consuming, Scorpio may interpret that as significance. And sometimes it is significant. But significance is not always safety. Scorpio can become attached to depth that is not healthy, to chemistry that is not reciprocal, to secrecy that feels intimate but is actually evasive, to pain that feels meaningful because it runs deep. Why? Because Scorpio understands depth so naturally that they may overvalue it. Scorpio may think, if it feels this intense, it must be real. If it hurts this much, it must mean something. If I cannot let go, maybe this is destiny. Sometimes that is trauma bonding, not destiny. This is one of Scorpio's hardest lessons, learning the difference between intensity and trust, between obsession and intimacy, between being emotionally hooked and being emotionally safe, between power struggle and real devotion. Scorpio can also stay too long in wounded bonds because Scorpio wants truth before release, closure before surrender, meaning before ending. Scorpio wants to understand what happened, why it happened, what was real, what was false, what the hidden motive was, whether the love was ever true. But not every wound yields complete answers. Sometimes healing requires letting go before perfect understanding arrives. That is very difficult for Scorpio. How to know someone is a true match for Scorpio. A true match for Scorpio will not make you live in constant suspicion. They will not make you guess their loyalty every day. They will not use your depth against you. They will not enjoy your intensity while refusing to offer emotional integrity. They will not call you too much simply because you take trust seriously. They will not demand vulnerability from you while remaining slippery themselves. A true match for Scorpio will feel trustworthy. Not perfect, trustworthy. You will feel that their actions line up, that they can handle emotional truth, that they are not terrified of depth, that they respect loyalty, that they do not treat intimacy casually, that they do not provoke insecurity and then blame you for feeling it. A true match for Scorpio will also allow you to soften. That is huge for Scorpio, because Scorpio is so used to protecting, scanning, containing, watching, reading beneath the surface, staying ready. The right person will not reward only your strength. They will create safety for your tenderness too. The deeper soul lesson of Scorpio in love. Scorpio's deeper soul lesson in love is this: to learn that true intimacy is not built through control. It is built through honest trust. Scorpio often begins life believing that if they can read everything, feel everything, anticipate everything, and protect themselves enough, they can avoid betrayal. But love does not work that way. Love asks risk. Love asks surrender. Love asks discernment, yes, but not total control. Love asks courage not only to see the shadow, but to remain open to goodness too. Scorpio is here to learn depth without domination, loyalty without possession, intensity without destruction, privacy without secrecy, truth without cruelty, protection without emotional imprisonment. And that is why the best matches for Scorpio are not simply the ones who can handle intensity. They are the ones who help Scorpio feel safe enough to stop living in survival mode inside love. Cancer teaches Scorpio tenderness. Pisces teaches Scorpio surrender. Virgo teaches Scorpio careful trust. Capricorn teaches Scorpio strength with structure. Taurus teaches Scorpio peace. Each one offers a different medicine. If you are loving a Scorpio, understand this. Scorpio often feels more than they say. Scorpio often notices more than they reveal. Scorpio often protects the heart so fiercely because the heart underneath is incredibly deep. Do not play games with Scorpio's trust. Do not ask for vulnerability while offering inconsistency. Do not enjoy their loyalty while acting casually with the bond. Do not dismiss their intuition just because it makes you uncomfortable. Be clear. Be honest, be loyal, be emotionally brave. And if they are hurt, do not respond only to the anger. See the wound beneath it, because Scorpio may look powerful when they are actually bleeding. If you want Scorpio to truly open, become someone whose integrity feels stronger than their fear. If you are a Scorpio, remember this. You do not have to be in pain for love to be profound. You do not have to be consumed for a bond to be real. You do not have to stay where trust is constantly under threat just because the chemistry is strong. You do not have to confuse obsession with destiny. You do not have to punish yourself by trying to extract perfect truth from people who never intended to love honestly. You are allowed to want peace and depth. You are allowed to want loyalty and softness. You are allowed to want passion and emotional safety. You are allowed to want someone who does not fear your heart once they truly see it. The right relationship for you will not only awaken your intensity, it will soothe your vigilance. And when Scorpio feels safe enough to love without constant armor, the devotion you give is one of the most powerful forces in the zodiac. So Scorpio, your top 5 zodiac matches are Cancer, Pisces, Virgo, Capricorn, and Taurus. Cancer meets you with emotional loyalty, tenderness, and home-like intimacy. Pisces meets you with softness, intuition, and soulful depth. Virgo meets you with sincerity, trustworthiness, and careful devotion. Capricorn meets you with strength, stability, and mature loyalty. Taurus meets you with sensual grounding, peace, and the transformational mirror of your opposite sign. Each one touches a different part of your nature. Each one offers a different kind of compatibility. Each one reveals something essential about what Scorpio truly needs in love. But the deepest truth is this: your best match is not simply the one who can handle your intensity, it is the one who helps your heart feel safe enough to soften. Because that is what Scorpio love truly needs. Not only passion, not only chemistry, not only emotional power, not only mystery. Scorpio needs trust, truth, loyalty, depth with integrity, a bond that can survive honesty. A relationship where the heart does not have to stay armed at all times in order to remain safe. The right person will not make you feel foolish for loving deeply. They will understand that your depth is sacred, your loyalty is sacred, your heart is sacred, and your love, when fully given, can change everything. 1. Sagittarius and Aries, the wildfire match. Sagittarius and Aries are one of the most naturally electric pairings in the zodiac. Both are fire signs, both value momentum, both hate emotional deadness, both like directness, both enjoy risk, both appreciate boldness, both tend to prefer living over hesitating, but they express fire differently. Aries is cardinal fire. Aries initiates, pursues, acts, and pushes forward. Sagittarius is mutable fire. Sagittarius explores, expands, questions, wanders, and opens. So Aries brings ignition. Sagittarius brings range. Aries says, let's go now. Sagittarius says, and let's see what else is possible once we get there. This can create an incredibly alive relationship. Real life story energy example. Imagine a Sagittarius woman who has spent years in relationships where she felt slowly shrunk. The person loved her at first because she was vibrant, adventurous, and full of ideas. But over time, they became threatened by the very freedom they were once attracted to. They wanted the spark without the movement, the excitement without the independence. Then she meets an Aries man. He does not fear momentum. He brings it. He is direct, interested, bold, not waiting 3 weeks to decide how he feels, not trying to control her into stillness. He likes the fire. She feels met in energy. That matters deeply to Sagittarius. Now imagine Aries in that same connection. Aries has often grown impatient with partners who overcomplicate everything. Partners who hesitate too much. Partners who want safety but fear aliveness. Then Sagittarius arrives. She laughs, she says yes, she challenges him, she keeps up. She expands the horizon instead of shrinking it. He feels alive with her. That can be incredibly bonding for Aries. Emotional compatibility. This match works because both signs thrive on momentum. Aries helps Sagittarius choose and act. Sagittarius helps Aries broaden perspective and loosen rigidity. Aries brings focus. Sagittarius brings optimism and range. Aries makes things happen. Sagittarius makes life feel larger. There is often a strong sense that life together could become an adventure, and Sagittarius loves that. Sexual chemistry, very high. Aries brings heat, pursuit, urgency, and passion. Sagittarius brings spontaneity, enthusiasm, experimentation, and fire that stays playful. This can be a very physically alive match. Shadow work. The challenge here is impulsivity and emotional pacing. Both signs can move quickly, both can react strongly, both may prefer action over emotional processing. Aries can become confrontational. Sagittarius can become avoidant through motion or humor. If conflict arises, Aries may want to deal with it immediately and directly. Sagittarius may need a little more space and may resist if the energy feels too controlling. Aries can become possessive under stress. Sagittarius can become restless under pressure. So the shadow lesson here is respecting each other's fire without turning it into a war. Aries has to learn that not every need for space is rejection. Sagittarius has to learn that staying in the conversation does not automatically mean surrendering freedom. Both need to channel the fire toward shared growth rather than mutual escalation. When they do the work, this becomes one of Sagittarius's strongest and happiest matches. Long-term potential. Very high when both are mature enough to honor independence without mistaking it for distance. For Sagittarius, Aries can feel like life in motion with real passion behind it. 2. Sagittarius and Leo. The joy, loyalty, and brightness match. Sagittarius and Leo create another fire sign pairing, but it feels different from Sagittarius and Aries. Where Aries brings raw ignition and instinct, Leo brings heart, warmth, devotion, and a steady, radiant center. Sagittarius is mutable fire, Leo is fixed fire. Sagittarius moves, Leo sustains. Sagittarius explores, Leo anchors in heart. Sagittarius opens possibility. Leo creates warmth around what matters. This can create a relationship that feels both expansive and emotionally alive. Real-life story energy example. Imagine a Sagittarius man who has spent years moving through life with enormous energy, but also with a quiet loneliness he does not always admit. He meets people who enjoy the fun side of him, the humor, the spontaneity, the big stories, the openness. But not everyone knows how to truly cherish him. Then he meets a Leo woman. She is warm, present, proud, emotionally generous. She sees his light and does not just enjoy it, she values it. He feels appreciated in a way that goes deeper than attraction. Now imagine Leo in that same connection. Leo has often felt that they give a lot in relationships. Warmth, affection, pride, presence, effort. But some partners respond with indifference or emotional heaviness. Then Sagittarius arrives. He brings joy, humor, movement, new experiences, freshness, optimism. Leo feels more alive with him. That is deeply attractive to Leo. Emotional compatibility. This match works because both signs value vitality. Leo wants love that feels warm, loyal, and meaningful. Sagittarius wants love that feels alive, honest, and expansive. These desires can complement each other beautifully. Leo gives Sagittarius heart and consistency. Sagittarius gives Leo freedom and possibility. Leo helps Sagittarius feel chosen without feeling trapped. Sagittarius helps Leo stay open to life beyond routine. This relationship can feel like being in love with life together. Sexual chemistry, strong. Leo brings romantic fire, confidence, devotion, and warmth. Sagittarius brings spontaneity, playfulness, boldness, and adventurous passion. The chemistry often stays vibrant because both signs feed each other's energy. Shadow work. The challenge here is reassurance versus freedom. Leo needs to feel valued, seen, and prioritized. Sagittarius needs space, honesty, and room to breathe. If Sagittarius becomes too inconsistent or emotionally unavailable, Leo may feel unimportant. If Leo becomes too demanding for certainty in ways that feel restrictive, Sagittarius may feel caged. Another challenge is emotional tone. Leo tends to take matters of the heart deeply. Sagittarius may reframe quickly, laugh quickly, or move through emotions faster. Leo may experience this as not taking the bond seriously enough. So the shadow lesson here is warmth with room. Sagittarius has to learn that reassurance is not the enemy of freedom. Leo has to learn that space is not the enemy of devotion. Both have to understand that the relationship can stay joyful without becoming careless. When they do the work, this becomes one of Sagittarius's most radiant and fulfilling matches. Long-term potential, very high. For Sagittarius, Leo can feel like a love that celebrates life while still honoring the heart. 3. Sagittarius and Aquarius. The freedom, friendship, and vision match. Sagittarius and Aquarius create one of the most expansive and mentally liberating matches in the zodiac. Sagittarius is fire, Aquarius is air. Air feeds fire. But Aquarius is not just any air sign. Aquarius is fixed air, which means it has ideals, originality, and a strong, independent center. Sagittarius loves movement and possibility. Aquarius loves vision and autonomy. Together, they can feel like companions on a mission. Real-life story energy example. Imagine a Sagittarius woman who is deeply intelligent, full of ideas, and always hungry for a life that feels true. She has been with people who loved her beauty, her energy, or her humor, but not her mind. Or people who wanted her close but not free. Then she meets an Aquarius man. He is original, unconventional, mentally alive, not threatened by her independence, not trying to claim ownership over her spirit. She feels relief. Now imagine Aquarius in that connection. Aquarius has often felt misunderstood in love, too distant for some, too different for others, too self-defined for people who need conventional emotional reassurance. Then Sagittarius arrives. She is open-minded, curious, less judgmental about difference, more interested in truth than in control. Aquarius feels respected. That can become a strong bond. Emotional compatibility. This match works because both signs value freedom and authenticity. Sagittarius gives Aquarius warmth, enthusiasm, and emotional movement. Aquarius gives Sagittarius space, originality, and mental equality. Neither sign usually wants to possess the other. Neither sign thrives in emotional suffocation. This creates relief. Sagittarius often appreciates that Aquarius does not require constant performance of closeness. Aquarius often appreciates that Sagittarius is honest and alive, rather than overly managed or manipulative. This can become a relationship built on friendship, shared ideals, growth, and mutual expansion. Sexual chemistry. Strong, especially when there is intellectual attraction. Sagittarius brings fire, spontaneity, and adventure. Aquarius brings experimentation, originality, and an electric unpredictability. This can create a bond that feels exciting and fresh. Shadow work. The challenge here is emotional embodiment. Both signs can prioritize freedom and idea-level connection so much that emotional tenderness gets undernourished. Sagittarius may keep moving. Aquarius may keep analyzing. Neither may always pause long enough to ask, what is happening in the heart right now? Another challenge is detachment. Aquarius can become cool or distant when overstimulated. Sagittarius can become elusive when feeling emotionally constrained. Then both drift without fully addressing it. So the shadow lesson here is choosing presence, not only possibility. Aquarius has to learn that emotional warmth does not threaten individuality. Sagittarius has to learn that emotional depth does not threaten freedom. Both need to consciously nourish intimacy instead of assuming shared ideals are enough to carry the entire bond. When they do the work, this becomes one of Sagittarius's most fulfilling and future-oriented matches. Long-term potential. High to very high. For Sagittarius, Aquarius can feel like a partner who understands freedom from the inside. 4. Sagittarius and Libra. The charm, balance, and adventure match. Sagittarius and Libra often create a relationship that feels socially easy, mentally engaging, aesthetically enjoyable, and full of movement. Sagittarius is mutable fire. Libra is cardinal air. Sagittarius brings honesty, humor, and adventure. Libra brings grace, charm, relational intelligence, and the desire to create beauty in connection. Fire and air often pair well because they activate each other. And in this match, Libra's refinement meets Sagittarius's raw openness in a fascinating way. Real-life story energy example. Imagine a Sagittarius man who has spent years feeling that relationships either become too heavy too quickly or stay too shallow to matter. Then he meets a Libra woman. She is elegant, thoughtful, and easy to be around, but also smart, curious, socially graceful without being boring. She can discuss ideas, beauty, relationships, culture, and emotional nuance with ease. He feels both stimulated and soothed. Now imagine Libra and that same connection. Libra has often wanted love that feels alive, not stagnant, attractive, not emotionally dead, meaningful, not merely functional. Then Sagittarius arrives. He brings laughter, openness, adventure, perspective, a sense that life together could be larger than routine. Libra feels brightened. That can be deeply appealing. Emotional compatibility. This match works because both enjoy growth through relationship, but with different styles. Sagittarius brings directness and expansion. Libra brings harmony and relational awareness. Sagittarius helps Libra loosen and become more spontaneous. Libra helps Sagittarius become more considerate and balanced. Libra often appreciates Sagittarius's honesty and aliveness. Sagittarius often appreciates Libra's charm and social intelligence. This can become a relationship that feels vibrant and enjoyable, while still having romantic depth. Sexual chemistry. Strong. Sagittarius brings enthusiasm, boldness, and spontaneity. Libra brings flirtation, sensuality, beauty, and relational responsiveness. The chemistry often feels playful, attractive, and mutually energizing. Shadow work. The challenge here is tone and truth style. Sagittarius can be blunt. Libra is highly sensitive to tone and fairness. Sagittarius may think they are simply being honest. Libra may feel hurt by how the truth is delivered. Another challenge is indecision versus impatience. Libra likes to weigh, consider, and find balance. Sagittarius likes movement and may lose patience with too much deliberation. So the shadow lesson here is care without distortion. Sagittarius has to learn that truth becomes more powerful when carried with grace. Libra has to learn that directness is not automatically aggression. Both need to avoid smoothing over real issues just because the chemistry feels pleasant enough to delay discomfort. When they do the work, this becomes one of Sagittarius's most enjoyable and socially rewarding matches. Long-term potential. High. For Sagittarius, Libra can feel like a relationship where beauty and freedom coexist more gracefully than expected. 5. Sagittarius and Gemini. The opposite sign magnetism match. Sagittarius and Gemini sit opposite each other on the zodiac wheel, and this is one of the most mentally and energetically fascinating pairings in astrology. Opposite sign matches often attract because each sign holds what the other lacks. Sagittarius seeks meaning. Gemini gathers information. Sagittarius moves toward wisdom. Gemini moves through curiosity. Sagittarius believes. Gemini questions. Sagittarius sees the big picture. Gemini sees the details. Sagittarius says, "What is the truth?" Gemini says, "What are the possibilities?" This creates enormous fascination. Real-life story energy example. Imagine a Sagittarius woman who has always craved relationships that feel mentally alive. Not just physically attractive, not just emotionally dependent, alive in the mind. Then she meets a Gemini man. He is curious, funny, quick, endlessly responsive. He can talk for hours. He can follow her leaps of thought. He can challenge her beliefs without shutting down the energy. She feels fascinated. Now imagine Gemini in that same bond. Gemini has often enjoyed connection, but become bored when the relationship loses movement, or felt mentally underfed by people who wanted emotional certainty without conversational spark. Then Sagittarius arrives. Big ideas, big honesty, big energy, adventure, perspective, vision. Gemini feels stimulated immediately. This can create a very strong pull. Emotional compatibility. This match works because both signs need movement. Gemini needs mental variety. Sagittarius needs experiential and philosophical expansion. Gemini keeps Sagittarius mentally awake. Sagittarius keeps Gemini moving toward meaning rather than endless fragmentation. This can feel like a relationship that is constantly opening new doors. They may learn together, travel together, debate together, laugh together, challenge each other, and keep each other intellectually alive. Sexual chemistry. Strong and lively. Sagittarius brings heat, enthusiasm, and adventurous fire. Gemini brings wit, novelty, teasing, and mental seduction. This often creates a very playful and energized chemistry. Shadow work. The challenge here is consistency and groundedness. Both signs can keep moving. Both may resist emotional heaviness. Both can become restless if the bond loses aliveness. Gemini may become scattered or ambiguous. Sagittarius may become blunt or emotionally evasive through motion. Another challenge is truth style. Sagittarius may believe in a strong, singular truth. Gemini often sees multiple angles at once. Sagittarius may see Gemini as inconsistent. Gemini may see Sagittarius as too dogmatic. So the shadow lesson here is integrating breadth and meaning. Sagittarius has to learn that questioning does not weaken truth. Gemini has to learn that commitment to meaning does not automatically kill curiosity. Both need to create enough grounding that the relationship becomes a living bond, not just an endless stream of stimulation. When they do the work, this can become one of Sagittarius's most mentally exciting and expansive matches. Long-term potential. High, though it often needs conscious effort to stay emotionally anchored. For Sagittarius, Gemini can feel like a bond that keeps the world open. Now let's step back and look at the deeper pattern. Why do Aries, Leo, Aquarius, Libra, and Gemini tend to work so well for Sagittarius? Because each one offers Sagittarius some form of what Sagittarius needs most. Aries offers fire, courage, and momentum. Leo offers warmth, devotion, and radiant joy. Aquarius offers freedom, vision, and individuality. Libra offers charm, balance, and relational beauty. Gemini offers curiosity, movement, and mental aliveness. Each one touches a different part of Sagittarius's heart. Aries meets Sagittarius's need for action. Leo meets Sagittarius's need for heartfelt vitality. Aquarius meets Sagittarius's need for freedom and authenticity. Libra meets Sagittarius's need for elegance and companionship. Gemini meets Sagittarius's need for curiosity and mental stimulation. And this matters because Sagittarius does not only need attraction. Sagittarius needs expansion that feels emotionally safe enough to stay with. A connection that does not deaden the spirit. A bond that can hold truth. A relationship with room, with air, with fire, with possibility, with genuine trust. The best matches for Sagittarius do not try to shrink the soul. They help the soul keep moving while staying connected. Why Sagittarius sometimes chooses the wrong people. Now we need to talk honestly about something deeper. Sagittarius does not only choose from compatibility. Sagittarius often chooses from possibility. Who makes life feel exciting? Who awakens movement? Who creates a sense of aliveness? Who offers the next horizon? And that can become painful. Because excitement is not always intimacy. Freedom is not always health. Adventure is not always alignment. Intensity of possibility is not always emotional safety. Sagittarius can sometimes stay in relationships that are stimulating but not grounded. Relationships that feel exciting because they are unstable. Relationships that feel alive because they are inconsistent. Relationships that keep the mind and body activated but do not actually nourish the heart. This happens especially when Sagittarius has learned to equate emotional calm with boredom. If early life taught Sagittarius that closeness comes with pressure, criticism, or confinement, then a healthy relationship may initially feel strangely quiet. And quiet may be interpreted as deadness. That is a very important healing point. Sometimes Sagittarius is not bored. Sometimes Sagittarius is simply unused to peace. There is another pattern too. Sagittarius can leave too early when emotional discomfort appears because discomfort gets interpreted as loss of freedom. But not every difficult conversation is a cage. Not every need from a partner is control. Not every pause means stagnation. Sometimes love is asking Sagittarius to stay long enough to become deeper. Sagittarius's healing lesson is learning the difference between true freedom and emotional flight, between aliveness and instability. between expansion and avoidance. How to know someone is a true match for Sagittarius. A true match for Sagittarius will not punish your need for space. They will not turn every breath of independence into a crisis. They will not interpret your growth as betrayal. They will not demand emotional performances that feel false to you. They will not reduce your need for meaning to immaturity or your need for movement to disloyalty. A true match for Sagittarius will feel open. Not vague, open. You will feel that you can be truthful, you can breathe, you can evolve, you can say when something feels off. You can still have a self inside the relationship, you can still feel the horizon. A true match for Sagittarius will also help you stay. This matters. Because Sagittarius often knows how to begin, how to ignite, how to explore, how to envision. But the right match makes staying feel like freedom too. That is rare, and it is sacred when found. The deeper soul lesson of Sagittarius in love. Sagittarius's deeper soul lesson in love is this: to learn that freedom and devotion do not have to be enemies. Sagittarius often begins life believing, consciously or unconsciously, that love will cost them too much space, too much selfhood, too much openness, too much possibility. But the deeper lesson is that the right love does not kill the journey, it becomes part of the journey. Sagittarius is here to learn honesty without cruelty, freedom without disappearance, passion without instability, expansion without emotional escape, adventure without self-fragmentation, commitment without confinement. And that is why the best matches for Sagittarius are not simply the people who admire the wildness, they are the people who understand the truth underneath it. Aries teaches Sagittarius courageous momentum. Leo teaches Sagittarius joyful devotion. Aquarius teaches Sagittarius freedom with individuality. Libra teaches Sagittarius relational beauty and balance. Gemini teaches Sagittarius curiosity and mental movement. Each one offers a different medicine. If you are loving a Sagittarius, understand this. Sagittarius often needs more emotional truth and more breathing room than many people realize. Do not confuse that with not caring. Sagittarius often feels trapped by emotional manipulation, passive aggression, control, constant guilt, or relationships, where every need for independence gets interpreted as disloyalty. Be honest, be direct, be open, be interesting, be willing to grow. Do not try to own their spirit. And most importantly, understand that Sagittarius often hides pain behind humor or movement. If they seem overly upbeat when something is clearly difficult, there may be more underneath than they are ready to say. If you want Sagittarius to open, become someone whose love feels like space, truth, and companionship all at once. If you are a Sagittarius, remember this. You do not have to run every time emotion gets complicated. You do not have to confuse being needed with being trapped. You do not have to stay only where there is chaos to feel alive. You do not have to keep choosing possibility over presence. You do not have to treat your softer feelings like they threaten your freedom. You are allowed to want adventure and stability. You are allowed to want truth and tenderness. You are allowed to want expansion and devotion. You are allowed to want a love that does not shrink you and does not require you to keep one foot out the door. The right relationship for you will not ask you to betray your spirit. It will help your spirit trust that staying can be a form of freedom too. And when Sagittarius feels safe enough to love without needing escape routes everywhere, the love you give is one of the most inspiring forces in the zodiac. So Sagittarius, your top 5 zodiac matches are Aries, Leo, Aquarius, Libra, and Gemini. Aries meets you with courage, fire, and fearless momentum. Leo meets you with warmth, joy, and open-hearted devotion. Aquarius meets you with freedom, vision, and authentic independence. Libra meets you with beauty, companionship, and relational balance. Gemini meets you with curiosity, movement, and lively mental connection. Each one touches a different part of your nature. Each one offers a different kind of compatibility. Each one reveals something essential about what Sagittarius truly needs in love. But the deepest truth is this: your best match is not simply the one who excites your spirit. It is the one who makes your spirit feel free enough to stay. Because that is what Sagittarius love truly needs. Not only passion, not only movement, not only chemistry, not only adventure. Sagittarius needs truth, room, meaning, growth. A relationship that does not turn love into a cage. A bond where the soul can keep expanding without losing intimacy. A connection where freedom is not the opposite of devotion, but part of how devotion stays alive. The right person will not make you feel foolish for needing both closeness and space. They will understand that your wildness is sacred, your honesty is sacred, your spirit is sacred, and your love, when fully given, can awaken life in extraordinary ways. 1. Capricorn and Taurus, the ground, trust, and peace match. Capricorn and Taurus are one of the strongest earth sign pairings in astrology, and for Capricorn this match can feel like a profound exhale. Both are earth signs. Both value stability, both respect consistency, both understand long-term thinking. Both tend to prefer sincerity over emotional drama. Both want relationships that are real, not performative. But their earth is different. Capricorn is cardinal earth. Capricorn initiates, builds, plans, and structures. Taurus is fixed earth. Taurus stabilizes, holds, sustains, and roots. Capricorn builds upward. Taurus roots downward. Capricorn works. Taurus settles. Capricorn pushes. Taurus calms. This can create a relationship with extraordinary balance. Real-life story energy example. Imagine a Capricorn woman who has spent years feeling that she always has to be the strong one. She handles things, plans things, works hard, keeps everything from falling apart. Even in love, she often finds herself carrying too much because few people feel truly reliable. Then she meets a Taurus man. He is steady. Not loud, not chaotic, not full of promises he cannot keep. He does not create unnecessary stress. He shows up. He remains. At first, she may not even realize how much her body relaxes around him. Because Taurus offers something Capricorn often secretly craves. Peace. Now imagine Taurus in that same relationship. Taurus has often wanted devotion without chaos, consistency without emotional games, a partner who understands responsibility and loyalty. Then Capricorn arrives. She is strong, dependable, intentional. She respects time, structure, and the seriousness of real life. Taurus feels that this person is substantial. That creates trust, emotional compatibility. This match works because both signs respect the value of stability. Taurus gives Capricorn softness, sensory grounding, and an atmosphere of calm. Capricorn gives Taurus direction, structure, and mature reliability. Taurus can help Capricorn slow down, receive, and enjoy life more. Capricorn can help Taurus stay focused and feel protected by long-term planning. This is important for Capricorn because Capricorn often forgets to rest. Taurus reminds Capricorn that life is not only work, that pleasure, warmth, and peace matter too. At the same time, Capricorn can make Taurus feel safe in the future. Safe in the practical world, safe in the long arc of commitment. This often becomes a relationship built on trust, respect, shared values, and very real partnership energy. Sexual chemistry, strong and deeply grounding. Taurus brings sensuality, embodiment, patience, and physical devotion. Capricorn brings control, depth, endurance, and a slow-burning intensity. This can become a very satisfying physical bond because both signs tend to value consistency and real presence. Shadow work. The challenge here is rigidity and emotional silence. Both signs can become stubborn. Both can hold on to hurt. Both may prefer control over vulnerable emotional messiness. If problems arise, Taurus may dig in quietly and Capricorn may become colder or more withdrawn. Another challenge is emotional language. Taurus may assume stability should speak for itself. Capricorn may assume responsibility should speak for itself. But both people still need tenderness. And if tenderness goes unspoken for too long, the relationship can become functional, but emotionally underfed. So the shadow lesson here is warmth inside stability. Taurus has to learn that comfort is not always enough if deeper emotions stay buried. Capricorn has to learn that reliability alone is not the same as emotional intimacy. Both need to make room for softness, not only endurance. When they do the work, this becomes one of Capricorn's strongest and most enduring matches. Long-term potential. Extremely high. For Capricorn, Taurus can feel like a life partner who brings both peace and permanence. 2. Capricorn and Virgo. The respect, effort, and devotion match. Capricorn and Virgo are another powerful earth pairing, but it has a different emotional texture than Capricorn and Taurus. Where Taurus brings softness and calm, Virgo brings intelligence, attentiveness, refinement, and thoughtful devotion. Capricorn is cardinal earth. Virgo is mutable earth. Capricorn structures, Virgo improves. Capricorn builds the framework. Virgo tends the details. Capricorn sees the mountain. Virgo sees the path. This can create a relationship with tremendous practical compatibility and deep mutual respect. Real-life story energy example. Imagine a Capricorn man who is used to being admired for competence but rarely deeply understood. People depend on him, rely on him, expect him to know what to do. But not many people notice the emotional cost of always being the one who holds things together. Then he meets a Virgo woman. She notices the small signs of fatigue, the way he overcarries responsibility, the subtle moments where his jaw tightens because there is too much pressure. She does not only admire his strength, she understands the effort inside it. He feels seen. Now imagine Virgo in that same relationship. Virgo has often felt responsible, observant, and quietly burdened by everything others miss. She pays attention, she helps, she carries invisible emotional and practical labor. Then Capricorn arrives. He respects that, does not trivialize it, does not romanticize irresponsibility, does not create more chaos for her to manage. She feels partnered. That is powerful for Virgo. Emotional compatibility. This match works because both signs value integrity and effort. Virgo gives Capricorn thoughtful care, detail, and sensitivity to what is needed day to day. Capricorn gives Virgo structure, reliability, and a sense that the relationship is going somewhere meaningful. Virgo can help Capricorn become more emotionally aware of the subtle inner life beneath the work. Capricorn can help Virgo feel safer by creating stronger outer stability. There is often a deep respect here, and respect matters profoundly to Capricorn. Capricorn often bonds deeply where there is mutual admiration for character, discipline, and the quiet forms of devotion that many other people miss. Sexual chemistry. Often slower to build than flashy pairings, but strong and deeply satisfying over time. Virgo brings attentiveness, care, and responsiveness. Capricorn brings restraint, intensity, and grounded desire. This can create a physical bond that becomes more powerful as trust deepens. Shadow work. The challenge here is emotional reserve and perfectionism. Both signs can become too focused on improvement, responsibility, or maintenance. Both can become self-critical. Both may repress needs in order to stay functional. Then the relationship can become very capable but not always emotionally nourished. Virgo may become overly critical when anxious. Capricorn may become colder or more defensive when feeling judged. Virgo may seek reassurance through helpfulness. Capricorn may seek reassurance through maintaining control. So the shadow lesson here is allowing tenderness to matter as much as competence. Virgo has to learn that not every problem needs correction immediately. Capricorn has to learn that emotional softness is not inefficiency. Both need to remember that love is not a project to perfect. It is a bond to inhabit. When they do the work, this becomes one of Capricorn's most respectful and quietly profound matches. Long-term potential. Very high. For Capricorn, Virgo can feel like a love built on shared values, mutual effort, and intelligent devotion. 3. Capricorn and Scorpio. The strength, depth, and loyalty match. Capricorn and Scorpio create one of the most intense and substantial pairings in astrology. Both are serious signs. Both can be private. Both respect strength. Both dislike emotional foolishness. Both understand power, pressure, and endurance. Both take loyalty seriously. Both do not open lightly. Both can love very deeply once trust is established. Capricorn is cardinal earth. Scorpio is fixed water. Capricorn structures the outer world. Scorpio penetrates the inner world. Capricorn builds boundaries. Scorpio tests them. Capricorn manages reality. Scorpio investigates truth. This can create tremendous mutual fascination. Real-life story energy example. Imagine a Capricorn woman who has always felt that she must stay composed. Not because she does not feel, because if she lets go too much, everything she is carrying might overwhelm her. Then she meets a Scorpio man. He sees through the composure. Not disrespectfully, not invasively, but accurately. He senses the softness under the control, the fatigue under the strength, the feeling under the discipline. She feels both exposed and understood. Now imagine Scorpio in that same relationship. Scorpio has often felt that people want intensity, but not truth. They want the magnetism, the emotional power, the depth in theory, but cannot actually stay present with Scorpio's inner complexity. Then Capricorn arrives. Capricorn is not casual, not unstable, not afraid of serious feeling just because it is not displayed theatrically. Scorpio senses substance here. That matters deeply. Emotional compatibility. This match works because both signs understand that real life is not weightless. Scorpio gives Capricorn emotional depth, intimacy, and the experience of being deeply seen. Capricorn gives Scorpio structure, steadiness, and a dependable container for intense feelings. Scorpio can help Capricorn soften and go beneath the armor. Capricorn can help Scorpio trust in stability, rather than living in constant vigilance or emotional extremity. There is often enormous respect here. Capricorn respects Scorpio's depth and loyalty. Scorpio respects Capricorn's strength and reliability. This can create a bond that feels both powerful and private. Sexual chemistry, very strong. Scorpio brings emotional intensity, magnetism, and psychological totality. Capricorn brings grounded passion, restraint, endurance, and deepening intimacy over time. This can become one of Capricorn's most compelling physical connections. Shadow work. The challenge here is control and emotional hardness. Both signs can be guarded. Both can hold on to pain. Both may prefer strength over vulnerability. Both can become highly defended if trust feels threatened. Capricorn may retreat into work, control, or emotional restraint. Scorpio may retreat into silence, suspicion, or power struggle. Then neither person says the soft truth first. That can make the relationship feel too hard. So the shadow lesson here is tenderness inside strength. Capricorn has to learn that letting someone in emotionally does not destroy dignity. Scorpio has to learn that trust cannot be built through constant testing. Both need to remember that deep love still requires softness, not only loyalty and endurance. When they do the work, this becomes one of Capricorn's most transformative and deeply bonded matches. Long-term potential. Very high. For Capricorn, Scorpio can feel like a partner who understands both the burden of strength and the hunger for real trust. 4. Capricorn and Pisces. The softness and structure match. Capricorn and Pisces create a different kind of pairing than Capricorn's earth and water matches with Taurus, Virgo, and Scorpio. This one often feels more mysterious, more tender, and more emotionally redemptive. Capricorn is cardinal earth. Pisces is mutable water. Capricorn builds form. Pisces dissolves boundaries. Capricorn plans. Pisces dreams. Capricorn controls. Pisces surrenders. Capricorn endures. Pisces feels. This can be confusing at first, but also deeply healing. Real-life story energy example. Imagine a Capricorn man who has spent most of his life holding himself together, being the responsible one, being the reliable one, being the one who keeps going even when exhausted. He may have become so identified with control that he has almost forgotten what softness feels like. Then he meets a Pisces woman. She is intuitive, gentle, deep, receptive. She sees the humanity under the structure. She does not demand that he perform strength every second. She creates emotional softness around him. Something in him begins to melt. Now imagine Pisces in that same bond. Pisces has often felt too fluid for the world, too open, too affected, too dreamy, too sensitive. Then Capricorn arrives. He gives shape, safety, containment, reliability. He does not laugh at her need for emotional or spiritual depth. He grounds it. She feels safer in reality. That can be profoundly healing. Emotional compatibility. This match works because each one gives the other something essential. Capricorn gives Pisces structure, steadiness, and practical protection. Pisces gives Capricorn softness, compassion, and emotional permission. Pisces can help Capricorn remember tenderness. Capricorn can help Pisces feel anchored. This is especially important for Capricorn because Capricorn often does not easily grant themselves emotional softness. Pisces can make it feel possible. At the same time, Capricorn can help Pisces trust that love can exist in form, in consistency, in follow-through, in daily life, not only in feeling. This can become a bond that is both healing and deeply meaningful. Sexual chemistry, strong especially when trust is present. Pisces brings emotional surrender, romance, and soulful receptivity. Capricorn brings grounding, depth, and physical steadiness. The chemistry can feel both tender and deeply intimate. Shadow work. The challenge here is realism versus vagueness. Capricorn may become frustrated if Pisces feels unclear, avoidant, or too hard to pin down. Pisces may feel hurt if Capricorn becomes too practical, too controlling, or emotionally shut. Capricorn may try to structure everything too tightly. Pisces may drift rather than respond directly. Capricorn may want clarity now. Pisces may need gentleness before clarity can emerge. So the shadow lesson here is compassion with boundaries. Capricorn has to learn that emotional softness is not inefficiency. Pisces has to learn that structure is not cruelty. Both need to avoid slipping into parent-child dynamics, where Capricorn carries too much, and Pisces becomes too formless. When they do the work, this becomes one of Capricorn's most healing and heart-opening matches. Long-term potential. High. For Capricorn, Pisces can become the relationship that reminds them strength and softness can exist together. 5. Capricorn and Cancer. The opposite sign home and future match. Capricorn and Cancer sit opposite each other on the zodiac wheel, and opposite sign relationships often feel powerful because each sign holds what the other lacks. Capricorn is structure, endurance, responsibility, outer stability, discipline, and long-term building. Cancer is emotional safety, nurturance, intuition, tenderness, home, and inner belonging. Capricorn protects through structure. Cancer protects through care. Capricorn asks, how do we survive? Cancer asks, how do we feel safe enough to soften? Capricorn tends the future. Cancer tends the heart. This can create a profound partnership. Real-life story energy example. Imagine a Capricorn woman who has become so capable that people forget she has emotional needs at all. She holds things together, solves problems, moves forward, does not collapse easily. Then she meets a Cancer man. He notices the fatigue under the competence. He sees the longing under the restraint. He cares for her in quiet emotional ways she did not realize she needed. For a moment, she may even resist it, because being cared for can feel more vulnerable than caring for others. But then something shifts. She feels safe enough to receive. Now imagine Cancer in that same relationship. Cancer has often loved deeply but been left to carry too much emotional labor, or given tenderness to people who did not know how to create real security around it. Then Capricorn arrives. Stable, dependable, protective in action, strong in the places where life actually requires strength. Cancer feels safer in the future. That matters deeply to Cancer. Emotional compatibility. This match works because each offers the other what they secretly need. Cancer gives Capricorn emotional warmth, softness, and home. Capricorn gives Cancer protection, structure, and long-term safety. Cancer can help Capricorn reconnect with feelings they learned to manage too tightly. Capricorn can help Cancer feel more stable and less alone in carrying the emotional reality of life. This is often a partnership match in the deepest sense. One person tending the heart, the other tending the frame, both learning from each other, both growing beyond their natural defenses. Sexual chemistry, strong especially because of the polarity. Cancer brings tenderness, receptivity, and emotional depth. Capricorn brings control, grounded desire, and steady physical presence. This can create an intimate bond that feels deeply private and meaningful. Shadow work. The challenge here is emotional timing. Cancer often wants more immediate emotional reassurance. Capricorn often opens more slowly and may show love through action rather than visible feeling. Cancer may interpret this as distance. Capricorn may interpret Cancer's emotional needs as pressure. That can create pain. Cancer reaches out more. Capricorn pulls into composure. Cancer feels abandoned. Capricorn feels overwhelmed. Neither means harm, but the nervous system languages are very different. So the shadow lesson here is translation. Cancer has to learn that Capricorn's reserve is not always lack of love. Capricorn has to learn that emotional reassurance is not optional for Cancer, it is nourishment. Capricorn also has to learn not to hide inside responsibility when tenderness is required. Cancer has to learn not to interpret every pause as rejection. When they do the work, this can become one of Capricorn's most meaningful and enduring matches. Long-term potential. Very high, though it often takes maturity. For Capricorn, Cancer can feel like the person who finally teaches the heart that safety is not only practical, it is emotional too. Now let's step back and look at the deeper pattern. Why do Taurus, Virgo, Scorpio, Pisces, and Cancer tend to work so well for Capricorn? Because each one offers Capricorn some form of what Capricorn needs most. Taurus offers peace, consistency, and grounded ease. Virgo offers thoughtfulness, competence, and shared devotion to building well. Scorpio offers depth, loyalty, and emotional substance. Pisces offers softness, compassion, and emotional spiritual healing. Cancer offers tenderness, home, and the emotional nourishment Capricorn often silently longs for. Each one touches a different part of Capricorn's heart. Taurus helps Capricorn rest. Virgo helps Capricorn feel respected and intelligently partnered. Scorpio helps Capricorn feel deeply seen and trusted. Pisces helps Capricorn soften and feel. Cancer helps Capricorn receive the care they rarely ask for directly. And this matters because Capricorn does not only need attraction. Capricorn needs trust, stability, character, reciprocity, a bond that does not create extra chaos in an already demanding world. A relationship that feels worthy of building around. The best matches for Capricorn do not merely admire Capricorn's strength. They help Capricorn feel safe enough to stop carrying everything alone. Why Capricorn sometimes chooses the wrong people. Now we need to talk honestly about something deeper. Capricorn does not only choose from love. Capricorn often chooses from logic, potential, timing, or long-term practicality. And that can become painful. Because what looks stable is not always emotionally healthy. What looks impressive is not always emotionally safe. What seems compatible on paper is not always nourishing in the heart. Capricorn can sometimes remain in relationships because the structure is intact, because the plans are already built, because the history is substantial, because leaving feels disruptive, because the bond still makes sense even when it no longer feels deeply alive. This is one of Capricorn's deepest wounds and lessons. Confusing endurance with fulfillment, confusing duty with devotion, confusing loyalty to the structure with loyalty to the truth of the heart. There is another Capricorn pattern too. Capricorn can be drawn to people who need stabilizing because Capricorn is good at stabilizing. But being able to carry someone does not mean that carrying them is the right relationship. Capricorn may become the responsible one, the grounding one, the one who plans, protects, repairs, and sustains. And over time, this can create imbalance if the partner is not offering enough reciprocity. Because Capricorn can become very good at functioning inside undernourishment. Very good at telling themselves they can handle it. Very good at making something work long after it has stopped feeling mutual. Capricorn's healing lesson is learning that love must nourish, not only endure. How to know someone is a true match for Capricorn. A true match for Capricorn will not only admire your strength. They will understand the heart underneath it. They will not create unnecessary instability. They will not waste your time with inconsistency. They will not romanticize chaos while expecting you to clean it up. They will not make you carry the whole future of the relationship alone. They will not reduce your standards to coldness or your caution to lack of feeling. A true match for Capricorn will feel trustworthy, not perfect, trustworthy. You will feel that their actions and words align, that they can handle real life, that they respect commitment, that they are not all feeling with no follow-through or all charm with no backbone, that your nervous system can relax, that your softness will be protected, not exploited. A true match for Capricorn will also help you receive. This matters deeply, because Capricorn is often excellent at giving support, creating safety, and holding structure. But the right love makes Capricorn feel safe enough to be held too. The deeper soul lesson of Capricorn in love. Capricorn's deeper soul lesson in love is this: to learn that love is not only something you build through effort, it is also something you allow yourself to receive. Capricorn often begins life believing that safety comes through control, preparation, usefulness, responsibility, and restraint. And yes, those things matter. But the deeper lesson is that true love also asks softness, trust, vulnerability, emotional surrender, the willingness to be cared for, not only to care through competence. Capricorn is here to learn strength without emotional starvation, responsibility without self-abandonment, commitment without hardness, ambition without loneliness, control without disconnection, endurance without forgetting joy. And that is why the best matches for Capricorn are not simply the people who seem impressive. They are the people who can meet Capricorn in maturity, and also reach the hidden heart underneath the armor. Taurus teaches Capricorn peace. Virgo teaches Capricorn mutual effort and intelligent devotion. Scorpio teaches Capricorn emotional depth and trust. Pisces teaches Capricorn compassion and softness. Cancer teaches Capricorn home. Each one offers a different medicine. If you are loving a Capricorn, understand this. Capricorn often feels more than they say. Capricorn often carries more than you notice. Capricorn may show love through responsibility, reliability, and effort long before they express it in softer language. Do not mistake reserve for lack of depth. Do not mistake self-control for indifference. Do not only lean on their strength, see the person inside it. Be trustworthy, be consistent, respect their time and their effort. Do not bring unnecessary chaos into what they are trying to build. And most importantly, let them know they do not have to earn tenderness from you through endless competence. Because Capricorn may look strong when what they really need is a place to finally rest. If you are a Capricorn, remember this. You do not have to hold everything together to deserve love. You do not have to stay in undernourishing bonds just because they are stable on the surface. You do not have to confuse being needed with being cherished. You do not have to choose only what makes sense if your heart is slowly disappearing inside it. You do not have to perform strength every second to remain respectable. You are allowed to want softness. You are allowed to want tenderness. You are allowed to want emotional reassurance. You are allowed to want both stability and warmth, both respect and affection, both long-term partnership and real intimacy. The right relationship for you will not make your heart feel like a liability. It will understand that your heart is one of the most loyal and enduring parts of you, and when Capricorn feels safe enough to love without living entirely behind the armor, the devotion you give is one of the strongest forces in the zodiac. So Capricorn, your top 5 zodiac matches are Taurus, Virgo, Scorpio, Pisces, and Cancer. Taurus meets you with peace, loyalty, and grounded stability. Virgo meets you with thoughtful effort, intelligence, and practical devotion. Scorpio meets you with depth, trust, and powerful emotional loyalty. Pisces meets you with softness, compassion, and heart-opening tenderness. Cancer meets you with home, emotional care, and the healing power of being deeply nurtured. Each one touches a different part of your nature. Each one offers a different kind of compatibility. Each one reveals something essential about what Capricorn truly needs in love. But the deepest truth is this: your best match is not simply the one who can admire what you build. It is the one who makes your heart feel safe enough to stop building alone. Because that is what Capricorn love truly needs. Not only commitment, not only logic, not only chemistry, not only shared goals, not only structure. Capricorn needs trust, reciprocity, emotional safety, respect that is real, tenderness that does not weaken dignity but deepens it. A bond where the strong one does not have to stay strong every second in order to be loved. The right person will not make you feel foolish for needing softness. They will understand that your loyalty is sacred, your standards are sacred, your effort is sacred, your heart is sacred, and your love, when fully given, can create something extraordinarily lasting. 1. Aquarius and Gemini. The mental electric match. Aquarius and Gemini are one of the most naturally stimulating and mentally alive pairings in the zodiac. Both are air signs. Both value ideas. Both value communication. Both often need mental movement in order to feel romantically engaged. Both dislike stagnation. Both may find overly heavy, emotionally dense, or rigid relationship styles draining. But they express air differently. Aquarius is fixed air. Aquarius holds concepts, values, ideals, and identity. Gemini is mutable air. Gemini explores, asks, pivots, adapts, and plays. So Aquarius brings depth of mind and originality. Gemini brings speed of mind and playfulness. Aquarius says, "Here is the idea that changes everything." Gemini says, "Here are 12 fascinating ways to look at it." This can create incredible chemistry. Real-life story energy example. Imagine an Aquarius woman who has spent years feeling that people are attracted to her mystery, her intelligence, or her difference, but eventually begin asking her to become simpler, warmer in familiar ways, or more predictable than she naturally is. Then she meets a Gemini man. He does not immediately ask her to become easier to read. He becomes interested. He asks questions. He follows her thoughts. He finds her unusualness exciting instead of threatening. They talk for hours. About the future, technology, society, trauma patterns, weird dreams, old memories, films, ideas, language, relationships, philosophy. Things no one else seems patient enough to discuss all the way through. She feels mentally accompanied. That matters profoundly to Aquarius. Now imagine Gemini in that same connection. Gemini has often enjoyed attraction but become bored once the relationship loses intellectual vitality. Then Aquarius arrives. Unexpected, original, self-contained, perceptive, and impossible to reduce, Gemini feels intrigued continuously. That is a very strong hook for Gemini. Emotional compatibility. This match works because both signs understand space. Neither one usually wants emotional ownership. Neither one thrives under controlling relational pressure. Neither one needs constant conventional reassurance in the same way some other signs do. That creates relief. Gemini helps Aquarius stay lighter, more playful, and more flexible. Aquarius helps Gemini go deeper into thought, principle, and self-awareness. Gemini can bring warmth and banter to Aquarius's cool intensity. Aquarius can bring steadiness and perspective to Gemini's quicksilver movements. This often becomes a relationship that feels like best friendship and romance at once. That is extremely important for Aquarius. Sexual chemistry. Strong, especially because verbal and intellectual chemistry often becomes physical attraction here. Gemini brings flirtation, novelty, teasing, and quick responsiveness. Aquarius brings originality, unpredictability, and electric tension. This can create a chemistry that feels mentally sparked and physically alive. Shadow work. The challenge here is emotional embodiment. Both signs can live in the mind. Both can joke through pain. Both can analyze rather than reveal. Both can maintain connection at an idea level while deeper emotional needs go underfed. Another challenge is consistency of attention. Gemini may become scattered. Aquarius may become distant. Neither may notice right away how much emotional warmth has quietly dropped out of the exchange. So the shadow lesson here is choosing presence, not only stimulation. Gemini has to learn that novelty is not the same as intimacy. Aquarius has to learn that emotional accessibility does not weaken originality. Both need to consciously feed the heart, not only the mind. When they do that, this becomes one of Aquarius's most natural and exciting matches. Long-term potential. Very high. For Aquarius, Gemini can feel like a relationship where the mind gets to breathe and the self gets to stay alive. 2. Aquarius and Libra. The elegant equals match. Aquarius and Libra create another air pairing, but it has a very different texture from Aquarius and Gemini. Where Gemini brings play and movement, Libra brings charm, refinement, relational intelligence, and emotional grace. Aquarius is fixed air. Libra is cardinal air. Aquarius holds individuality and vision. Libra initiates connection and seeks mutuality. Aquarius often values truth and authenticity over social smoothness. Libra often values grace and balance in the exchange. Together, this can create a bond that feels mentally equal and relationally sophisticated. Real-life story energy example. Imagine an Aquarius man who has spent years feeling that most people either want access to him without really understanding him, or they want to put him into a predictable emotional script that feels false. Then he meets a Libra woman. She is relational without being invasive, beautiful without being shallow, thoughtful without being rigid. She knows how to create warmth without overwhelming him. She asks, but she does not pry. She listens, but she does not force. He feels invited rather than pressured. Now imagine Libra in that same bond. Libra has often longed for a relationship that feels mentally interesting, socially graceful, and emotionally respectful. Then Aquarius arrives. He is different, not performative, just truly himself. He is principled, original, and harder to impress than most. Libra feels both challenged and intrigued. That can become deeply attractive. Emotional compatibility. This match works because both signs value fairness and perspective. Libra helps Aquarius become more relationally expressive. Aquarius helps Libra become more self-defined inside partnership. Libra can bring more warmth, beauty, and softness into the bond. Aquarius can bring more truth, authenticity, and psychological spaciousness. This is one of Aquarius's strongest growth matches, because Libra often understands the emotional art of connection in ways Aquarius may underdevelop when living too much in the mind. At the same time, Aquarius helps Libra stop over-identifying with harmony and choose a more authentic kind of balance, sexual chemistry. Strong, often with an elegant kind of magnetism. Libra brings flirtation, charm, sensual responsiveness, and beauty. Aquarius brings novelty, surprise, and emotional unpredictability that can feel electric. The chemistry often builds through fascination and refinement, rather than raw intensity alone. Shadow work. The challenge here is emotional temperature and conflict style. Libra often wants a softer, more overtly relational tone. Aquarius may become cooler, more analytical, or more detached under stress. Libra may experience that as not caring enough. Aquarius may experience Libra's desire for relational smoothness, as pressure to perform emotionally in ways that do not feel authentic. Another challenge is avoidance. Libra may soften the truth to preserve harmony. Aquarius may move into abstraction rather than stay with emotional immediacy. Then real issues can hover in the background instead of being clearly resolved. So the shadow lesson here is honest grace. Libra has to learn that pleasing the atmosphere is not the same as protecting the bond. Aquarius has to learn that emotional warmth is not falseness. Both need to build a relationship where truth and tenderness can live together. When they do that, this becomes one of Aquarius's most balanced and rewarding matches. Long-term potential. Very high. For Aquarius, Libra can feel like a partner who brings beauty to freedom and softness to truth. 3. Aquarius and Sagittarius. The freedom and future match. Aquarius and Sagittarius create one of the most expansive and liberating pairings in the zodiac. Aquarius is air. Sagittarius is fire. Air feeds fire. Sagittarius loves exploration, truth, movement, and vision. Aquarius loves originality, perspective, possibility, and freedom. Together, they often feel like companions looking at the horizon rather than trying to trap each other in a room. Real-life story energy example. Imagine an Aquarius woman who has often felt emotionally pressured in relationships. Not necessarily by cruelty, sometimes simply by expectation. The expectation to behave in more conventional ways. To reassure more constantly. To define things faster than she naturally does. To demonstrate closeness in forms that feel heavy to her nervous system. Then she meets a Sagittarius man. He does not immediately close around her. He opens with her. He wants to know how she thinks, what she believes, what she dreams of, where she wants to go. What kind of life feels true to her. She feels less like she is being sized for a cage, and more like she is being invited into an adventure. Now imagine Sagittarius in that same connection. Sagittarius has often felt constrained by partners who want certainty more than aliveness. Then, Aquarius arrives. Independent, mentally alive, unconventional, less concerned with possession, more interested in truth. Sagittarius feels room. That matters deeply to Sagittarius. Emotional compatibility. This match works because both signs value authenticity and space. Neither usually wants to own the other. Neither wants to build a relationship on guilt, pressure, manipulation, or emotional claustrophobia. Aquarius helps Sagittarius think more broadly and more originally. Sagittarius helps Aquarius feel more animated, warm, and spontaneously alive. Aquarius may bring steadier principles. Sagittarius may bring more visible enthusiasm and optimism. This can create a relationship that feels like shared movement without emotional suffocation. Sexual chemistry, strong. Sagittarius brings spontaneity, boldness, humor, and adventurous fire. Aquarius brings unpredictability, experimentation, and electric originality. This can create a chemistry that stays fresh for a long time. Shadow work. The challenge here is emotional grounding. Both signs can prioritize freedom so heavily that they neglect the slower work of emotional anchoring. Sagittarius may keep moving. Aquarius may keep distancing into thought. Neither may naturally be the one who says, "Let us stop and tend the emotional center right now." This can leave hidden loneliness in the bond if neither person consciously grows in tenderness. Another challenge is detachment in different forms. Sagittarius may flee heaviness through motion. Aquarius may flee through coolness or abstraction. So the shadow lesson here is choosing depth on purpose. Sagittarius has to learn that staying does not always mean losing freedom. Aquarius has to learn that emotional accessibility does not always mean losing selfhood. Both need to build a bridge between possibility and actual intimacy. When they do that, this becomes one of Aquarius's most alive and growth-oriented matches. Long-term potential. High to very high. For Aquarius, Sagittarius can feel like a partner who understands freedom not as avoidance, but as a way of living truthfully. 4. Aquarius and Aries. The spark and selfhood match. Aquarius and Aries create a relationship that often feels immediate, stimulating, and charged with movement. Aries is cardinal fire. Aquarius is fixed air. Aries initiates. Aquarius resists being directed but becomes deeply engaged when genuinely intrigued. Aries is direct, bold, instinctive, and Mars-ruled. Aquarius is unusual, mentally strong, principled, and difficult to predict. This often creates strong fascination. Real-life story energy example. Imagine an Aquarius man who has spent years feeling emotionally underwhelmed by people who are nice enough but predictable, interested enough but not fully alive, attractive enough but not really activating. Then he meets an Aries woman. She is clear, direct, alive. She does not play too many games. She wants what she wants. She moves. He feels jolted awake. That is often how Aquarius experiences Aries, as an activation. Now imagine Aries in that same bond. Aries has often grown tired of people who hesitate too much, filter too much, or need too much safety before they can truly live. Then Aquarius arrives. Different, self-contained, brilliant, impossible to fully predict. Aries feels challenged and fascinated. This can become a very strong pull. Emotional compatibility. This match works because both signs value individuality. Aries wants freedom to act from selfhood. Aquarius wants freedom to exist authentically. Neither thrives in relationships built on passivity. There is often a refreshing honesty here. Aries can help Aquarius come down from overthinking and into action. Aquarius can help Aries widen perspective and become more conscious of larger patterns. Aries brings heat. Aquarius brings electricity. Aries can make the relationship feel immediate. Aquarius can make it feel mentally and existentially interesting. Sexual chemistry, very strong. Aries brings raw fire, pursuit, confidence, and desire. Aquarius brings novelty, tension, and an intriguing unpredictability. This often creates fast chemistry, shadow work. The challenge here is pace and emotional style. Aries is direct and often wants immediate engagement. Aquarius may need space to process and may resist emotional force. If Aries becomes too demanding or reactive, Aquarius can shut down or distance. If Aquarius becomes too detached, Aries can feel unimportant and become more confrontational. Another challenge is stubbornness. Both are strong signs in different ways. Aries can push, Aquarius can resist. Then the relationship becomes a standoff between instinct and principle. So the shadow lesson here is respecting each other's nervous system. Aries has to learn that not every pause is rejection. Aquarius has to learn that emotional immediacy is not always a threat. Both need to remember that freedom inside love still requires responsiveness. When they do that, this becomes one of Aquarius's most exciting and awakening matches. Long-term potential. High when both are mature enough to respect difference without turning it into conflict. For Aquarius, Aries can feel like a relationship that breaks emotional stagnation and sparks new life. 5. Aquarius and Leo. The opposite sign heart and freedom match. Aquarius and Leo sit opposite each other on the zodiac wheel, and this is one of the most magnetic and paradoxical pairings in astrology. Opposite sign matches often attract because each sign carries the medicine of what the other lacks. Aquarius is mind, distance, ideals, freedom, and the collective. Leo is heart, warmth, presence, devotion, and the personal. Aquarius says, let me be fully myself. Leo says, let me love you fully and be loved in return. Aquarius is often cooler in expression. Leo is often warmer and more visible in feeling. Aquarius values detachment and objectivity. Leo values emotional sincerity and open-heartedness. This can create both friction and deep transformation. Real-life story energy example. Imagine an Aquarius woman who has spent years learning how to protect herself through self-definition. She is intelligent, independent, maybe a little difficult to fully reach. Then she meets a Leo man. He is warm, present, confident, open-hearted. He does not merely observe her. He responds to her. He brings heart into the room. She feels both attracted and challenged, because Leo asks for something Aquarius does not always easily offer. Presence at the level of the heart. Now imagine Leo in that same connection. Leo has often wanted devotion, warmth, and full-hearted response. Then Aquarius arrives. Unusual, self-contained, mentally dazzling, and not easily won through ordinary tactics. Leo feels fascinated, because Aquarius offers something Leo may deeply need. A relationship that asks for authenticity rather than performance alone. This can become deeply transformative for both. Emotional compatibility. This match works when both people understand that difference is not lack of compatibility. It is the point of growth. Leo helps Aquarius reconnect with heart warmth and emotional immediacy. Aquarius helps Leo reconnect with individuality, perspective, and freedom from over-identifying with external validation. Leo teaches Aquarius that love can be warm without becoming controlling. Aquarius teaches Leo that love can allow individuality without becoming cold. This is powerful medicine for Aquarius, because Aquarius often needs to learn that emotional closeness does not erase personhood. Leo often brings that lesson through devotion. Sexual chemistry, often very strong. Leo brings warmth, pride, passion, and visible desire. Aquarius brings unpredictability, cool magnetism, and electric contrast. The polarity itself often fuels attraction. Shadow work. The challenge here is validation versus distance. Leo often needs visible reassurance and heartfelt presence. Aquarius often needs room, space, and a more indirect emotional rhythm. If Aquarius becomes too detached, Leo may feel unseen. If Leo becomes too centered on emotional reassurance, Aquarius may feel crowded. Another challenge is style of love. Leo often loves personally and expressively. Aquarius often loves through respect, freedom, and principle. Each may undervalue the other's language at first. So the shadow lesson here is honoring different forms of devotion. Aquarius has to learn that warmth is not weakness. Leo has to learn that autonomy is not rejection. Both need to meet in the middle where heart and freedom can coexist. When they do that, this becomes one of Aquarius's most profound and karmic matches. Long-term potential. High, though rarely easy at first. For Aquarius, Leo can become the relationship that teaches the heart how to stay open without losing itself. Now let's step back and look at the deeper pattern. Why do Gemini, Libra, Sagittarius, Aries, and Leo tend to work so well for Aquarius? Because each one offers Aquarius some form of what Aquarius needs most. Gemini offers movement, conversation, and mental aliveness. Libra offers beauty, balance, and relational grace. Sagittarius offers freedom, growth, and expansive truth. Aries offers spark, courage, and direct vitality. Leo offers heart, warmth, and the transformative lesson of emotional presence. Each one touches a different part of Aquarius's inner world. Gemini helps Aquarius think and play. Libra helps Aquarius connect more beautifully. Sagittarius helps Aquarius stay free and inspired. Aries helps Aquarius act and ignite. Leo helps Aquarius feel. And this matters because Aquarius does not only need attraction. Aquarius needs freedom with real connection, room without abandonment, respect without coldness, understanding without capture, a bond that feels alive enough to matter and spacious enough to endure. The best matches for Aquarius do not try to own the soul. They know how to meet it. Why Aquarius sometimes chooses the wrong people. Now we need to talk honestly about something deeper. Aquarius does not only choose from compatibility. Aquarius often chooses from fascination. Who stimulates the mind, who represents a possibility, who feels unusual, who awakens curiosity, who feels different from everyone else. And that can become painful. Because fascination is not always intimacy. Difference is not always depth. Freedom is not always health. Distance is not always maturity. Aquarius can sometimes stay emotionally invested in bonds that remain mentally compelling but emotionally undernourishing. Relationships where there is a lot of idea-level connection but not enough tenderness. Relationships where autonomy exists but mutual care is weak. Relationships where coolness gets mistaken for compatibility simply because no one is demanding too much. This is one of Aquarius's deepest lessons. Learning that a relationship can feel non-controlling and still be emotionally barren. Learning that independence alone is not enough. Learning that true compatibility includes warmth, not only room. There is another Aquarius pattern too. Aquarius can sometimes leave emotionally before they consciously understand why. If the nervous system starts sensing pressure, monotony, falsehood, or loss of self, Aquarius may start distancing. Not always maliciously, sometimes almost invisibly. More thought than feeling, more space than speech, more analysis than confession. Aquarius's healing lesson is learning to communicate before detachment hardens. To say, this is what I need. This is what feels off. This is where I feel pressure. This is where I am getting scared. This is what I need to remain present. That is a huge part of Aquarius's growth in love. How to know someone is a true match for Aquarius. A true match for Aquarius will not make your individuality feel inconvenient. They will not punish your need for space. They will not demand that you become emotionally conventional just to reassure them. They will not call you cold simply because your feelings move through a different nervous system language. They will not use closeness as a way to gain control. They will not fear your mind. They will not try to shrink your world. A true match for Aquarius will feel spacious. Not vague, spacious. You will feel mentally seen, emotionally respected, free to be honest, free to think, free to evolve, free to stay different without feeling less lovable for it. A true match for Aquarius will also help you soften. This is huge. Because Aquarius often knows how to stay independent. The right relationship teaches Aquarius how to remain independent and emotionally connected at the same time. That is rare, and it is sacred when found. The deeper soul lesson of Aquarius in love. Aquarius's deeper soul lesson in love is this: to learn that intimacy does not have to threaten individuality. Aquarius often begins life believing, consciously or unconsciously, that the more someone gets close, the more danger there is of being misunderstood, restricted, emotionally claimed, or asked to become someone easier to digest. But the deeper lesson is that the right love does not erase the self. It gives the self a place to be fully seen and still free. Aquarius is here to learn freedom without emotional exile. Truth without detachment as armor. Connection without ownership. Difference without isolation. Commitment without self-loss. Warmth without fear. And that is why the best matches for Aquarius are not simply the people who admire the mystery. They are the people who know how to create relationship without turning relationship into a cage. Gemini teaches Aquarius movement and play. Libra teaches Aquarius beauty and reciprocity. Sagittarius teaches Aquarius freedom and meaning. Aries teaches Aquarius courage and aliveness. Leo teaches Aquarius heart, Each one offers a different medicine. If you are loving an Aquarius, understand this. Aquarius often feels more than they show. Aquarius may care very deeply while still needing space. Aquarius may need time to process before speaking. Aquarius may love through respect, presence, consistency, thoughtfulness, and freedom, rather than through constant emotional performance. Do not try to control them into closeness. Do not shame their difference. Do not mistake privacy for indifference. Do not weaponize their need for autonomy against them. Be honest. Be intelligent. Be authentic. Be warm without being invasive. Be consistent without becoming possessive. And most importantly, create a bond where Aquarius does not have to choose between selfhood and love. If you are an Aquarius, remember this. You do not have to disappear into distance every time feelings become difficult. You do not have to choose only the relationships that give space if they never actually nourish your heart. You do not have to confuse coolness with compatibility. You do not have to stay emotionally inaccessible just because accessibility once felt dangerous. You are allowed to want freedom and intimacy. You are allowed to want individuality and devotion. You are allowed to want a love that understands your strangeness and still reaches your heart. You are allowed to want warmth that does not trap you. The right relationship for you will not make your truth feel like a problem. It will help your truth feel welcomed. And when Aquarius feels safe enough to love without hiding entirely behind the mind, the love you give is one of the most liberating and deeply accepting forms of devotion in the zodiac. So Aquarius, your top 5 zodiac matches are Gemini, Libra, Sagittarius, Aries, and Leo. Gemini meets you with mental aliveness, curiosity, and playful connection. Libra meets you with beauty, balance, and relational elegance. Sagittarius meets you with freedom, truth, and expansive companionship. Aries meets you with spark, courage, and energizing directness. Leo meets you with heart, warmth, and the transformational mirror of your opposite sign. Each one touches a different part of your nature. Each one offers a different kind of compatibility. Each one reveals something essential about what Aquarius truly needs in love. But the deepest truth is this: your best match is not simply the one who finds you interesting. It is the one who makes it safe to stay fully yourself while still opening your heart. Because that is what Aquarius love truly needs. Not only space, not only chemistry, not only fascination, not only freedom. Aquarius needs truth, respect, room, warmth. A bond that does not flatten the soul. A relationship where mind and heart can both exist. A connection where being different is not merely tolerated, but cherished. The right person will not make you feel wrong for needing both closeness and freedom. They will understand that your individuality is sacred, your mind is sacred, your heart is sacred, and your love, when fully given, can change the emotional atmosphere of another person's life in extraordinary ways. 1. Pisces and Cancer, the tender heart match. Pisces and Cancer are often one of the sweetest and most naturally emotionally attuned matches in the zodiac. Both are water signs. Both feel deeply. Both value emotional closeness. Both understand tenderness. Both bond through care, intuition, and emotional memory. But they express water differently. Pisces is mutable water. Pisces flows, senses, merges, and adapts. Cancer is cardinal water. Cancer initiates care, builds emotional safety, protects, and creates home. So Pisces brings softness, surrender, imagination, and spiritual emotional openness. Cancer brings warmth, containment, nurturance, and emotional consistency. This can create a relationship that feels incredibly healing. Real-life story energy example. Imagine a Pisces woman who has spent years feeling too soft for the world, too sensitive, too moved by things others dismiss, too affected by love, loss, energy, beauty, pain, memory. Then she meets a Cancer man. He does not mock feeling. He does not call tenderness weakness. He does not demand that she become harder to be lovable. Instead, he cares. He notices when she is overwhelmed. He creates comfort. He brings emotional warmth instead of emotional threat. She begins to feel safe in her softness. Now imagine Cancer in that same connection. Cancer has often loved deeply and carried the emotional labor of bonds that were not mutual. Cancer longs to feel understood in feeling, not just needed for care. Then Pisces arrives. Pisces feels with him. Not only receives his care but understands the world he is carrying inside. Cancer feels emotionally met. That is sacred to Cancer, emotional compatibility. This match works because both speak the language of heart. Cancer helps Pisces feel contained enough to stay present. Pisces helps Cancer feel spiritually and emotionally understood. Cancer brings home. Pisces brings soul. Cancer brings emotional reliability. Pisces brings tenderness and imaginative depth. Together they can create a relationship that feels soft, protective, intuitive, and deeply personal. Sexual chemistry. Strong and deeply intimate. Cancer brings emotional warmth, closeness, and bonding through touch. Pisces brings surrender, sensitivity, and soulful receptivity. This can create a physical connection that feels tender, emotional, and spiritually charged. Shadow work. The challenge here is emotional flooding and indirectness. Both signs feel a great deal. If neither person grounds the bond enough, the relationship can become too wave-like. Mood, fear, longing, intuition, projection, hurt feelings, and unspoken needs can all swell at once. Cancer may become moody or protective. Pisces may become vague or retreat into emotional fog. Neither may state things clearly enough at first. So the shadow lesson here is clarity inside tenderness. Cancer has to learn not to interpret every shift through old wounds without checking reality. Pisces has to learn not to disappear into hope, silence, or emotional diffusion when directness is needed. Both need to create emotional safety that includes honest language, not only feeling. When they do that, this becomes one of Pisces' most healing and soul-deep matches. Long-term potential. Very high. For Pisces, Cancer can feel like a love that protects the heart without hardening it. 2. Pisces and Scorpio. The soul depth match. Pisces and Scorpio create a water bond of a different kind. Where Cancer brings warmth and home, Scorpio brings depth, intensity, truth, and emotional totality. Pisces is mutable water. Scorpio is fixed water. Pisces flows. Scorpio concentrates. Pisces softens. Scorpio penetrates. Pisces dreams. Scorpio investigates. This can create a bond that feels psychically charged and emotionally transformative. Real-life story energy example. Imagine a Pisces man who has spent much of his life feeling that people enjoy his softness but do not know how to protect it. They like the compassion, the openness, the romance. But when things become deep, raw, or psychologically complex, they fade. Then he meets a Scorpio woman. She is intense, yes, but she is not shallow. She does not fear shadow. She does not run from emotional truth. She does not treat intimacy as decorative. He feels something rare. Depth that can hold him. Now imagine Scorpio in that same relationship. Scorpio has often felt too deep for the world, too intense, too aware of shadow, too private, too emotionally serious. Then Pisces arrives. Pisces does not fear depth. Pisces softens around it, feels it, receives it, brings compassion to places Scorpio has often protected with armor. Scorpio feels less alone. That is profoundly bonding. Emotional compatibility. This match works because both signs crave emotional reality beyond the surface. Scorpio gives Pisces strength, loyalty, and container. Pisces gives Scorpio tenderness, surrender, and spiritual softness. Scorpio can help Pisces stay more grounded in truth. Pisces can help Scorpio become less defended and more merciful with pain. This relationship can feel like a place where both people are allowed to be emotionally immense. Sexual chemistry, very strong. Scorpio brings intensity, magnetism, and transformative passion. Pisces brings soulful openness, sensitivity, and full-bodied surrender. This can create a bond that feels intimate on every level. Shadow work. The challenge here is intensity versus boundaries. Scorpio may want truth now, depth now, loyalty now. Pisces may feel, merge, and hope, but not always articulate clearly under pressure. Scorpio may become suspicious if Pisces becomes vague. Pisces may feel overwhelmed if Scorpio becomes too forceful. Another challenge is idealization. Pisces may idealize Scorpio's intensity as proof of destiny. Scorpio may overvalue Pisces' softness and spiritual openness without noticing when boundaries are too weak. So the shadow lesson here is honesty with gentleness. Scorpio has to learn that intensity is not the only path to truth. Pisces has to learn that compassion must include discernment and clarity. Both need to keep the relationship rooted enough that the emotional depth does not become confusion. When they do that, this becomes one of Pisces' most profound and unforgettable matches. Long-term potential. Very high. For Pisces, Scorpio can feel like a love that reaches the underworld and still returns with something real. 3. Pisces and Taurus. The dreamer and the earth match. Pisces and Taurus create one of the most beautiful water and earth pairings in astrology. Pisces is mutable water. Taurus is fixed earth. Pisces feels, imagines, merges, and dreams. Taurus steadies, grounds, protects, and builds. This can create a relationship where Pisces feels safer in reality, and Taurus feels softer in the heart. Real-life story energy example. Imagine a Pisces woman who has spent years falling in love with potential, with chemistry, with mystery, with wounded souls she hoped love might heal. Then she meets a Taurus man. He is simple in the best sense, steady, present, consistent. He does not create unnecessary confusion. He does not talk in circles around commitment. He does not make her guess daily how much she matters. At first, she may almost not recognize the peace, because Pisces, especially when wounded, can become accustomed to loving in uncertain emotional climates. But Taurus remains. And for the first time in a long time, love begins to feel safe enough to inhabit. Now imagine Taurus in that same relationship. Taurus has often wanted depth and devotion, but not chaos. Sensuality and softness, but not instability. Then Pisces arrives. Pisces brings beauty, emotional openness, creativity, and spiritual tenderness. Taurus feels touched in a different way. Not threatened, touched, emotional compatibility. This match works because each gives the other what they often lack. Taurus gives Pisces grounding, consistency, and physical safety. Pisces gives Taurus softness, emotional imagination, and soulful tenderness. Taurus can help Pisces trust what is real. Pisces can help Taurus feel more emotionally and spiritually alive. This often becomes a relationship where the dream can actually live in the world. That matters profoundly to Pisces. Sexual chemistry, very strong. Taurus brings sensuality, patience, physical devotion, and embodied pleasure. Pisces brings emotional surrender, receptivity, and romantic spiritual depth. This can create a deeply satisfying and healing physical bond. Shadow work. The challenge here is pace and practicality. Taurus may become frustrated if Pisces feels too vague, too avoidant, or too emotionally diffuse. Pisces may feel hurt if Taurus becomes too rigid, too literal, or too skeptical of feeling. Taurus may want clarity and consistency. Pisces may need emotional gentleness and space to find words. So the shadow lesson here is translation between earth and water. Taurus has to learn that softness is not unreliability. Pisces has to learn that grounding is not coldness. Both need to avoid the pattern where Taurus becomes the parent and Pisces becomes the drifting child. When balanced, this becomes a relationship of mutual nourishment rather than imbalance. Long-term potential, very high. For Pisces, Taurus can feel like a safe harbor where love becomes real instead of remaining only a dream. 4. Pisces and Capricorn. The softness and strength match. Pisces and Capricorn often create a profoundly healing opposite element pairing because each holds medicine for the other. Pisces is mutable water, Capricorn is cardinal earth. Pisces feels, Capricorn structures, Pisces dreams, Capricorn builds, Pisces dissolves, Capricorn contains. Pisces wants soulful connection, Capricorn wants real-world stability. Together, they can create a bond that is both tender and durable. Real-life story energy example. Imagine a Pisces man who has spent much of his life feeling that the world is too hard, too sharp, too transactional, too focused on function without enough heart. Then he meets a Capricorn woman. She is composed, yes. Strong, yes. But unlike others, her strength feels protective, not dismissive. She gives form to the things he has only felt. She helps make life manageable. He feels safer in the world around her. Now imagine Capricorn in that same bond. Capricorn has spent years being the strong one, the reliable one, the one who carries more than they say. Then Pisces arrives. Pisces sees the softness beneath the structure, feels the loneliness beneath the competence. Brings compassion where Capricorn has often only found expectation. Capricorn feels emotionally recognized. That can be deeply disarming and beautiful. Emotional compatibility. This match works because each offers what the other quietly needs. Capricorn gives Pisces safety, form, steadiness, and maturity. Pisces gives Capricorn softness, emotional healing, and permission to feel without shame. Pisces can help Capricorn reconnect with the heart. Capricorn can help Pisces stay grounded enough to trust reality. This relationship can feel like strength and mercy learning how to love each other. Sexual chemistry. Strong, especially as trust grows. Capricorn brings grounded intensity and physical steadiness. Pisces brings surrender, sweetness, and emotional spiritual intimacy. This can create a bond that is both sensual and deeply meaningful. Shadow work. The challenge here is emotional style. Capricorn may become too controlled, too practical, or too reserved. Pisces may become too vague, too idealizing, or too hard to pin down. Pisces may long for more visible tenderness. Capricorn may assume practical devotion should already speak clearly enough. Capricorn may want clearer structure. Pisces may retreat if structure feels too hard or emotionally dry. So the shadow lesson here is compassion with form. Capricorn has to learn that softness is not weakness. Pisces has to learn that clarity and structure are not punishments. Both need to avoid a dynamic where one becomes the saver and the other the saved. When they meet as equals, this becomes one of Pisces' most healing and stabilizing matches. Long-term potential. High. For Pisces, Capricorn can feel like the one who helps turn longing into life. 5. Pisces and Virgo. The opposite sign healing match. Pisces and Virgo sit opposite each other on the zodiac wheel, and this is one of the most psychologically rich and transformative pairings in astrology. Pisces is intuition, feeling, flow, surrender, and spiritual openness. Virgo is discernment, practicality, carefulness, service, and grounded intelligence. Pisces feels the ocean. Virgo notices the details. Pisces trusts the unseen. Virgo trusts what can be verified, improved, and tended. This can create friction, and it can create profound healing. Real-life story energy example. Imagine a Pisces woman who has spent years being told she is too much in all the wrong ways. Too emotional, too dreamy, too forgiving, too idealistic, too hard to define. Then she meets a Virgo man. At first she may feel both drawn and challenged. He is careful, thoughtful, observant. He notices things no one else does. But instead of shaming her softness, he learns it. He studies her world with care. She feels seen not only emotionally but intelligently. Now imagine Virgo in that same bond. Virgo has often felt responsible, over-aware, and quietly burdened by all the things no one else seems to notice. Then Pisces arrives. Pisces softens the atmosphere, brings grace, beauty, compassion, a sense that not everything has to be earned through control. Virgo feels something they rarely allow themselves. Relief, emotional compatibility. This match works when both people respect the difference instead of trying to erase it. Virgo gives Pisces grounding, discernment, and practical devotion. Pisces gives Virgo softness, emotional surrender, and spiritual perspective. Virgo can help Pisces sort feeling from fantasy. Pisces can help Virgo feel beyond perfection and control. This can become a relationship where each person heals the other's imbalance. Sexual chemistry. Strong and deeply intimate when trust is present. Virgo brings attentiveness, care, and precision. Pisces brings emotional openness, tenderness, and soulful receptivity. This can create a bond that feels healing and deeply personal. Shadow work. The challenge here is criticism versus vagueness. Virgo may become too corrective when anxious. Pisces may feel wounded, misunderstood, or emotionally unsafe under too much analysis. Pisces may become elusive or overly hopeful instead of direct. Virgo may become frustrated by ambiguity and try to tighten control. So the shadow lesson here is compassion with honesty. Virgo has to learn that not everything beautiful can be measured before it is real. Pisces has to learn that love still needs structure, boundaries, and clarity to survive. Both need to avoid turning the relationship into a project where one is fixing and the other is dissolving. When balanced, this becomes one of Pisces' most spiritually and emotionally transformative matches. Long-term potential. High, though it requires maturity. For Pisces, Virgo can become the relationship that teaches the heart how to stay open while staying grounded. Now let's step back and look at the deeper pattern. Why do Cancer, Scorpio, Taurus, Capricorn, and Virgo tend to work so well for Pisces? Because each one offers Pisces some form of what Pisces needs most. Cancer offers emotional safety, tenderness, and heart. Scorpio offers depth, loyalty, and soulful intensity. Taurus offers grounding, sensuality, and peace. Capricorn offers strength, structure, and mature stability. Virgo offers discernment, devotion, and healing through grounded love. Each one touches a different part of Pisces' heart. Cancer helps Pisces feel safe to soften. Scorpio helps Pisces feel deeply met. Taurus helps Pisces trust reality. Capricorn helps Pisces build a life around feeling. Virgo helps Pisces sort intuition from illusion. And this matters because Pisces does not only need romance. Pisces needs safety for romance to become real. Needs grounding for love to survive outside the dream state. Needs tenderness that is mutual, not only given. Needs devotion that shows up in reality, not only in emotional atmosphere. The best matches for Pisces do not only awaken longing, they help longing become something true, why Pisces sometimes chooses the wrong people. Now we need to talk honestly about something deeper. Pisces does not only choose from compatibility, Pisces often chooses from compassion, intuition, and possibility. Who feels wounded, who feels misunderstood, who feels like a soul lesson, who feels like someone love could help, who feels spiritually significant, and that can become painful. Because spiritual significance is not always healthy compatibility. Compassion is not always reciprocity. Intensity is not always safety. Pisces can sometimes stay because they can feel the good in someone even when that person is not actually behaving in loving ways. Pisces can stay because they remember the tenderness in the beginning, because they sense what the person could become, because leaving feels like betrayal of hope. This is one of Pisces' deepest wounds, staying loyal to the dream after reality has already changed. There is another Pisces pattern too. Pisces can become so afraid of being harsh, selfish, or unloving that they delay necessary boundaries. They wait, forgive, understand, pray, hope, reframe. But sometimes what is needed is not more understanding. It is a no. Pisces' healing lesson is learning that boundaries are not the opposite of love. They are often what makes love safe enough to be real. How to know someone is a true match for Pisces. A true match for Pisces will not exploit your softness. They will not use your compassion as permission to stay inconsistent. They will not enjoy your love while withholding emotional clarity. They will not keep you in confusion and then call it spiritual connection. They will not make you do all the emotional feeling while they stay hidden behind vagueness or convenience. A true match for Pisces will feel safe, not perfect. Safe. You will feel that your tenderness is protected, that your intuition is honored, that your hope does not have to carry the whole relationship alone. That love is being shown in reality, not only in emotional atmosphere. A true match for Pisces will also help you trust what is real. This is huge for Pisces, because Pisces often knows how to feel the invisible. The right partner helps the invisible become embodied, clear, lived, mutual. The deeper soul lesson of Pisces in love. Pisces' deeper soul lesson in love is this: to learn that real love does not require losing yourself in order to preserve compassion. Pisces often begins life believing, consciously or unconsciously, that loving means understanding everything, forgiving everything, wading through everything, and making room for every wound. But the deeper lesson is that true love also includes discernment, truth, boundaries, embodiment, mutuality. Pisces is here to learn compassion without self-erasure, romance without illusion, devotion without martyrdom, spiritual connection without emotional confusion, softness without collapse, hope without denial. And that is why the best matches for Pisces are not simply the people who awaken emotion. They are the people who help Pisces feel safe enough to stay open without drowning. Cancer teaches Pisces emotional home. Scorpio teaches Pisces profound trust and depth. Taurus teaches Pisces grounding and peace. Capricorn teaches Pisces strength and form. Virgo teaches Pisces clarity and discernment. Each one offers a different medicine. If you are loving a Pisces, understand this. Pisces often feels far more than they say. Pisces may sense shifts before you speak them. Pisces may be carrying emotional atmospheres you barely notice. Pisces may love you in ways that are subtle, spiritual, imaginative, and deeply sincere. Do not mock their sensitivity. Do not exploit their forgiveness. Do not make them do all the emotional dreaming while you provide only confusion. Be clear. Be kind. Be honest. Be gentle without being vague. Be strong enough to protect what their heart gives. And most importantly, help them trust that love can be both beautiful and real. If you are a Pisces, remember this. You do not have to suffer in order for love to be deep. You do not have to stay in confusion to prove compassion. You do not have to rescue someone to earn spiritual meaning. You do not have to call mixed signals destiny. You do not have to keep waiting for reality to catch up to a dream that the other person is not truly building with you. You are allowed to want tenderness and clarity. You are allowed to want soul and structure. You are allowed to want romance and safety. You are allowed to want a love that does not keep disappearing into fog. The right relationship for you will not punish your softness, it will cherish it. And when Pisces feels safe enough to love without drowning inside the bond, the love you give is one of the most beautiful, compassionate, and transformative forces in the zodiac. So Pisces, your top 5 zodiac matches are Cancer, Scorpio, Taurus, Capricorn, and Virgo. Cancer meets you with tenderness, emotional safety, and heart. Scorpio meets you with depth, loyalty, and soul bond intensity. Taurus meets you with grounding, peace, and sensual devotion. Capricorn meets you with strength, structure, and stabilizing love. Virgo meets you with discernment, devotion, and healing through grounded truth. Each one touches a different part of your nature. Each one offers a different kind of compatibility. Each one reveals something essential about what Pisces truly needs in love. But the deepest truth is this: your best match is not simply the one who awakens your longing. It is the one who makes your heart feel safe enough to stop longing from a distance and start living the love for real. Because that is what Pisces love truly needs. Not only chemistry, not only romance, not only soul language, not only emotional intensity. Pisces needs safety, tenderness, truth, grounding, a bond where the dream is protected by reality instead of erased by it. The right person will not make you feel foolish for being soft. They will understand that your softness is sacred. Your intuition is sacred. Your hope is sacred. Your heart is sacred. And your love, when fully given in the right place, can heal more than words can explain. If this resonated, tell me your sign and the sign you love. And if you enjoyed this video, make sure to like, subscribe, and check out my channel, Card of Destiny, for more zodiac-related videos, tarot readings, dream interpretations, and so much more coming soon.